are out 15 for 3, and it's a similar story again for Sussex. Let's just see. Oh, we're not going to. We're going to see the.
That's the wrong replay.
That's right.
The wicket.
My feeling was it might show he had to play it, but it didn't look a great shot.
Yeah, the text said it was the wicket, but it's the wrong replay, sadly. But I'm sure we'll get it in a moment. Yeah, it was a full delivery. It was a bit of a tempter. It wasn't too far wide of the off stump, and it just went away from the left-hander as well. That's why he got the thick edge, and it was a really good catch from Vasconcelos down well. So an early strike here, and Sussex in real bother at 15 for 3.
They certainly are. As Sanderson comes running down the hill to bowl to Thomason, and this, well, that shows the bounce there is in this pitch. It was a delivery that didn't bother Thomason because it was wide outside the off stump. But there's been help throughout for the bowlers, and coming back to what Ollie Robinson said last night, he felt that Northants got 60, 70 too many runs. And certainly, I think when you've reduced a side to 99 for 6, you feel you probably ought to clean them up for 273. And the new ball was dispatched to all parts by the last wicket pair, who added 68, and they could prove to be crucial runs. Sanderson in and bowls, and caught is Thomason, and there's a second wicket that goes down. A thick edge, caught again in the slips. Thomason is on his way, he wanders off, and all of Sussex are 15 for 4, and Aaron Thomason is on his way. And I have to say, the Northants bowlers are reaping the rewards of bowling a very good line and length, and nicked into the slips. And was that Vasconcelos again?
It was, yeah. Much simpler catch this time, but still well taken. Right in the breadbasket, that, straight to him. But he clings on, and Thomason now gone for 4. And what a start this is for Northants. A couple of wickets in the opening 5 overs of the morning. Just what they would have wanted with the new ball, having plucked out a couple last night. Night watchman who did his job last night, got through 16 deliveries, Thomason, to survive to the close. So his job was done yesterday, but can't hang around this morning. Exactly what Northants would have wanted. And that watchman gone quickly. This set batsman, recognised batsman Wells out as well. Suddenly, deep into the middle order, and Sussex will be looking around the dressing room going, well, what have we got here, lads?
Well, I have to say, Alex, it is a familiar situation for Sussex this season. The amount of times they've been 4 down, 5 down without a run on the board, and that was behind the decision to bring in Varun Chopra from Essex, because the top order had consistently failed. Harry Finch, who bagged a pair last week, was the one to miss out this week. But Chopra himself only made 5. And here comes Delray Rawlings, who was recalled to the side last week largely because Danny Briggs is out with an ankle injury, quite a nasty injury, I understand, and to a certain extent that Briggs is unlikely to play in the first couple of T20 matches, which is a big blow for Sussex. But Delray Rawlings, now he made 56 last week and batted very nicely. He's a risky player, he's an exciting player, but what's demanded here is some head down. And Sussex in dire straits, 15 for 4, as in comes Sanderson down the hill and bowls, and Rawlings works that one rather unconvincingly, I have to say, down to a fine leg. Picks up a single fielded there by Newton. In fact, yes, it is one. I thought for a minute it had been given as a leg by. So Rawlings on his way, and the total to 16 for 4. Field changes over for the right-handed Laurie Evans. What's made you laugh?
Well, they've now put up the wicket of Thomason on the ECB website, and it's actually Hutton bowling to Wells, and Wells letting one go outside the off stump.
Right, okay.
So the replays are a little all over the place at the moment.
It's not going too well.
The wicket of Wells is a replay of Thomason hitting 4 through the covers. The wicket of Thomason is Wells letting one go outside the off stump.
Comes Sanderson and bowls, and Evans plays this one again, not entirely convincingly, down to Newton, who comes in from fine leg to field. One more to the total, 1 to Laurie Evans, so he's on his way. And Sussex to 17 for 4. So Wells out for 5, Thomason for 4, both batsmen from last night back in the pavilion. And another innings where the Sussex middle order are going to have to try and dig them out of trouble. In in comes Sanderson down the hill, bowls, and Rawlings is struck on the pad. That looks mighty close, and umpire Lloyds decides that not out. Perhaps pitching outside of leg stump?
Yeah, it's got to do plenty, hasn't it, for the right armour over the wicket to get an LBW against the lefty. We saw one yesterday morning that Lloyds gave against Vasconcelos for Robinson. That was a similar delivery, but it was close. And like you say, Northampton's right on it this morning, a very full length. They've attacked the stumps.
They have. Sanderson again bowls, and Rawlings is forward. I think he got a thickish edge to that. It went into the slip, caught and fielded again by Vasconcelos, who has picked up a couple of slip catches, the first of which was a quite brilliant effort to dismiss Luke Wells. So, end of the over. What a morning we've had already. Sussex 17 for 4. Wells and Thomason already back in the pavilion. And Sussex middle order, suffice to say, with plenty to do, if Sussex are going to dig themselves out of this hole.
Indeed. As the sun shines on Hove, beautiful morning. And Northampton in a wonderful position with Sussex applying to 273, 17 for 4. 4 orthodox slips in place, point extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg, and Hutton going in right arm over, full of length just outside the off stump, and let go from Evans there, just outside the off stump, who played the game on loan for Northamptonshire a few years ago now, down at Swansea, before he signed permanently here for Sussex, and has enjoyed some success, particularly in the white ball game. What can he do here against the red ball with his side in deep trouble? Hutton running up the slope and goes in and strikes Evans on the pad. There was an inside edge, which is why the LBW appeal began and then quickly ended. Hutton leapt in the air when he walks determinedly back to his mark, knowing that conditions very much in his favour here. And Northants sensing a chance to go through Sussex this morning and take complete control of the match. Up goes Hutton, past umpire Baldwin, and a defensive stroke from the crease from Evans, just blocking from a fourth stump line down towards mid-off, just a touch short that from Hutton, enabling Evans to just sit in his crease and pat it back. Gentle sea breeze coming across the ground, again from the west, so a refreshing breeze rather than a nasty cool breeze that sometimes blows from the north and the east. As Hutton goes up again and bowls fuller but a touch wider. This is a comfortable leave outside the off stump here for Evans, and it remains 17 for 4.
I've just been informed of a statistic, a very depressing statistic for Sussex. Their lowest score against Northampton is 59. Let's hope they do better than that. 19-13 or Horsham apparently. So thank you to the stats on that one.
Hutton is in again past the umpire and bowls a straighter delivery, which is flicked down towards mid-on. Newton is there and there is no run.
I think what Northampton are doing here is bowling a very good line and length, and I just felt yesterday, with the exception of Robinson, David Visa bowled a very good early spell, and Sir Candy, his second spell was a good spell, but Robinson was the bowler who, in fact, the Sussex press office put up a little montage on yesterday of the amount of times that Robinson beat the batsman outside the off stump, and there was half a dozen times when he could have got wickets.
Hutton to complete the over, and it's just outside the off stump again, and Evans able to let it go, so a slightly less probing over there from Hutton, but a great start for he and Northants this morning. Hutton through 7 overs now, 4 maidens, 2 for 8, and Sanderson at the other end. Also wonderful figures, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 9. Sussex 17 for 4 after 27 minutes play this morning, replying to 273.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. A nice note from Alan Locke this morning, reference our discussion yesterday with Luke Wright. I'll read it in a moment's time. As in comes Sanderson, down the hill, bowls to Rawlings, whose forward plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, Luke came and spent about an hour with us yesterday morning, for those who weren't listening. Where were you? And he was talking about his decision not to play 4-day cricket anymore. So Alan says, good morning Adrian, very many thanks to you and Luke Wright for yesterday's fascinating live on-air conversation. You've surpassed the chat you had with Dizzy during the last game. As in comes Sanderson running down the hill, bowls, and Rawlings turns this into the onside, and there is no run, fielded at square leg. He goes on to say, we all now know the truth behind Luke's decision to quit red ball cricket, and quite frankly, who can blame him? Luke's honest explanation was so refreshing to hear, and it's a tribute to his character. More interviews like these, please, as they make for great radio. Well done. Let's hope Sussex can post a big score today. Best regards, Alan. Alan, would you be happy for me to forward your email onto the club? As in comes Sanderson running down the hill, bowls and Rawlings drives. He was looking to play that one through extra cover, but instead he played straight back down the track and fielded by Sanderson off his own bowling, and there is no run. If you are happy, if you could just drop me a note, and then, because I'm sure the club will be delighted to see that that you've written this morning about Luke. And another email coming from David Monk, who Sanderson turns at the far end of the ground and comes into bowl to Rawlings, who drives into the offside, but only as far as extra cover, and there is no run. David says, I'm enjoying the commentary as ever in the garden in Ferring, just down the coast. Planning to come to Hove tomorrow. I'm sure the weather will still be good. Yes, I think the forecast is excellent throughout the rest of the week. We're not expecting a heat wave, but certainly lovely sunny dry weather. Did you see eventually a recording of India's batting at the end of yesterday's game? We'll talk about this actually. As in comes some bowls to Rawlings, who's beaten, groping outside the off stump, taken by Rosington, and there is no run. He goes on to say, Dhoni, in brackets great batsman, just knocking the ball for singles and twos, didn't really give it a charge at the end. Very strange. Best wishes, David. There was some talk about this morning, Alex, with Jonathan Agnew was talking about that and saying it was a bit of a shame at the end of the game, what was a really terrific game of cricket, that it rather petered out at the end. As in comes Sanderson down the hill and bowls, and Rawlings drives, and he's going to get 4 runs. It's gone between fourth slip and backward point. I think we have to say it's a rather streaky 4 runs there from Delray Rawlings, but nonetheless 4 runs it is, and Sussex are grateful for small mercies at the moment. 21 for 4, Rawlings on 5, Evans on 1. And Jonathan Agnew was making the point that India didn't, from the situation they were in at the end of the game, they realised they couldn't win, and what they wanted to do was therefore make sure they didn't lose heavily, i.e. get bowled out, which would affect their net run rate. And Agnes was making the point that he feels that something needs to be done about that, because it was a great game of cricket, but it just petered out because India knew they were going to lose, but didn't want to lose heavily.
It's very strange though, because I don't think that run rate's really going to come into it in terms of India's qualification. But Dhoni did a very similar thing against England at Lord's last year, as Hutton goes away from us. 21 for 4 here, and Evans is defending in the crease, hurriedly, down towards Proctor at square leg for no run. But yes, you would think a big World Cup tie that had been a thrilling afternoon, India would have been giving it all they had to try and get up there. They did rather peter out. Not that England were complaining at all. Fine victory, and the World Cup campaign back on course. Here, Northampton a great spot as Hutton goes up the slope and bowls a little too straight though, and gets clipped down the hill, and that'll run away for 4 runs towards the hospitality marquees. It does. Newton turned and then realised the ball was always racing away from him down the hill, and Evans picks up his first bat and away from the new ball. Hutton is in well. Evans has pulled out at the very, very last moment there. I'm not quite sure what the issue was, but he's just walked away to square leg, Evans, and has removed his helmet, so I think it was some kind of bug in his eye, yeah. But Hutton was almost taking off into his delivery stride, and has to wander down and do it all again.
Yeah.
Evans apologises and pulls his helmet back on, short sleeve shirt, settles over his bat, waits bat raised for Hutton, who now successfully delivers just outside the off stump and let go through to the keeper.
Do you mind if I just hop in and do are surely going to pick up sooner or later, but they're really not having a good season at all, as in comes Hutton and bowls to Evans, and Evans, is he caught behind? Is it LBW? There's a big appeal from Rosington and the 4 slips, who have got hands on heads, but umpire Baldwin decides that Laurie Evans is not out, and that prompts Evans to come down and do some gardening. 4 slips, a gully, extra cover, mid-on. And in fact, interesting there that Bratton looked as if he had a word to the umpire, maybe inquiring perhaps why it wasn't given out.
That's fair enough,
what was
yeah.
his reason. I think you're perfectly within your rights to do that.
Yeah, I thought it was outside the line for the LBW appeal.
He's laughing. He's okay, Hutton. He's having a bit of a joke with his opening bowling partner, Ben Sanderson, who's fielding at extra cover as in comes the Gabriel as a super delivery. And this is very reminiscent of Ollie Robinson yesterday morning, with the amount of times he beat the bat, particularly the right-handers, and that was another super delivery with Hutton, who's now sharing a joke with umpire Baldwin, probably saying, how on earth didn't that get the edge?
Crucially here, it's from both ends, isn't it? Because obviously Robinson was fantastic yesterday morning, but got little support from the C end, whereas here Sanderson and Hutton, both ends, right on it.
In comes Hutton again. Bowls, and Evans plays this into the offside. He picks up a single as Laurie Evans, fielded by Sanderson, who decides not to shy at the stumps because keeper Rosington wasn't quite there to collect the return. So the end of another over, and Sussex are 26 for 4. Evans on 6 away in the form of Laurie Evans, who's on 6, and Delray Rawlings, who's on 5. Surrey have also lost a wicket this morning. They're 81 for 1 now at Scarborough against Yorkshire. Dean Elgar, the man, out for 24. That in reply to Yorkshire's total yesterday of 327. And in the World Cup, Sri Lanka going along very nicely against the West Indies. They're 81 without loss after 14 overs. Well, that would be nice, Danny. Yeah, the target is to avoid their lowest score against Northampton, which I'm told is 59. I'm sure they're going to do that.
Famous last words?
I'm sure. I think they're going to do that. The bowling figures are identical, aren't they? 2 for 13 from both bowlers in 8 overs, apart from the maidens, as in comes Sanderson down the hill and bowls. And Evans is caught! Is he? Yes, he is caught, and a 5th wicket goes down. And Laurie Evans, well, perhaps I shouldn't have said that, because another wicket goes down. And Sussex are now 5 down, 26 for 5. Laurie Evans wanders off. And this is going from the sublime to the ridiculous, because that was just pitched up. I'm assuming that was caught at slip because it struck the pad as well. But it was caught at was that Wakely who took the catch?
It was, yeah. Just carried down low to his left-hand side. I think Evans just stood there for a moment to make sure that the umpires thought it had carried. But first look, definitely carried to Wakely down low, claimed the catch, and umpire's quite happy to take his word. So another one goes down.
Well, Ian Arbour's been in touch, and he says, this is now beyond embarrassment, all down to mismanagement, totally ignoring the batting side of the team. Any other business, heads would roll, says Ian. Thank you for getting in touch, Ian. Martin's been in touch, he says, morning chaps, they really are struggling with the top order, aren't they? I know there have already been some chopping and changing due to form and fitness, but can you see anyone who would come in from the seconds? Will Haynes come back, for example? I like Evans, and he deserves a run in red ball cricket, and the same goes for Rawlins. Archer, Salt and Robinson are stars, but the first of those won't be seeing much county cricket for a while, in all likelihood at this rate. Sussex still missing out on promotion again, says Martin in Twickenham. Well, I mean, this is a sorry display. What I would say here is that, and I'm not defending the Sussex batting here at all, what I would say is the Northamptonshire bowling has been excellent this morning, and that they bowled a very good line and length. There is help in this pitch, and with the exception of Robinson yesterday, Sussex just didn't do this. Robinson was a menace throughout the whole day. He picked up 6 wickets, and he said last night, Northampton's got too many runs. They've got 60 or 70 too many. But this has been a pretty inept Sussex batting performance, it has to be said this morning. Would you agree, Alex?
Inept is a strong word. I mean, Northampton have bowled well, haven't they? And Sussex have just nicked him, which can sometimes happen. I suppose Wells was driving a little loosely, but the other two have been genuine nicks to good deliveries.
Sanderson in the bowls, and Ben Brown lets that go. Taken by keeper Rosington, and there is no run.
Which can happen. I mean, how many times do we say, "Oh, he's beat the bat, he's beat the bat, he's beat the bat"? If all those beat the bats yesterday at Robinson would have found the outside edge, I mean, Northants could have been in a very similar position.
Yep.
And it can just be sometimes the way it goes. If you're out to nick, if you're not playing well, if luck's not going in your favour, you can just nick them.
Well, the skipper is in, not for the first time this season. He's got a job to do. With Sanderson is in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. Let go, taken by Rosington. William's been in touch. He's a client relationship manager, William, which sounds like a good job. I won't say who he works for, but he's a regular contributor. Thank you, William. He says, feels like we've been here every game for the last 4 years. Get a team 100 for 5. Next line. Let them off the hook. Fold like a pack of cards with the bat. Hope the tail can wag. What was it that Ironside said about repeating the same thing over and over again and expecting different results? Something needs to change. In comes Sanderson and bowls, and Brown is forward, plays into the gully, and there is no run. Maybe stop employing old boys in coaching positions. Yardy as a batting coach does make you laugh. All the best, Will. Well, you send the emails and I read them out. That's what we're here for. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Not a great morning for Sussex, to put it mildly. They've lost 3 wickets and are 26 for 5. As Sanderson comes running down the hill and bowls to Brown, and Brown is forward, played to the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, and very impressive figures from Ben Sanderson. 9 overs. That's going to click over to 4 maidens, I'm fairly certain, and he has taken
another rescue act here. 26 for 5. And Hutton continuing from the CN, going into Rawlings left hand, and nicely driven, but a good save, a half save in the end from Newton at extra cover, just sliding to his left hand side, stretches out there and pats the ball back towards the wicket, and they take a single, so Rawlings goes to 6. 27 for 5, and it brings Brown to face Hutton for the first time.
I mean, clearly Sussex are missing Stian van Zyl in this match, who made a very good 100 at Lords recently, the South African. He's out with an elbow injury. And they did make a change at the top of the order. They brought in Varun Chopra, but that didn't work.
Hutton to Brown, and Brown gets one down the leg side off the thigh guard that he can't work away to get off the mark, just bobbles away to square leg. Proctor rushes into his left to make the save, and there's no run. Last few weeks for Brown after those run of hundreds, wasn't it? He followed the century at Northants with another ton down here against Glamorgan, and then made a century like Van Zyl up at Lords.
And that was a classy innings from Ben Brown. Really fine knock.
Wide save for Hutton, and flicks one outside the off stump for 4 runs. That races away out towards the pavilion. Little bit of width, and nicely flicked away for a most welcome boundary. So Brown is off the mark in good style here, and Sussex go to 31 for 5.
And he called it one of the highlights of his career. He walked off at Lords. The pavilion was very well patronised that day, and Ben said he walked off. He said, I'll probably never walk off at Lords playing for England, so to walk off and get an ovation like he did was really quite something. And he was actually quite choked.
I bet he was. Yeah.
And he said he was, very proud. And he does lead, and no one would be more disappointed than him.
Hutton in, and Brown defending here from the crease out towards point and no run.
But no one will fight harder than Ben Brown, and some might say if the mentality was that of Ben Brown, perhaps that's something, because Ben Brown is one of these cricketers who you just feel he would never give up. But so many times this season he's come to the wicket with Sussex in this sort of a position. And it's very difficult to keep scoring runs like that.
Hutton with this slightly angular run goes in, and Brown pushing at one, gets it away through the covers again here, this time off the front foot, and he's going to get just a couple of runs here across the square. Sabe chasing away out towards the pavilion, away to our left hand side, and Brown comes back for the second run, goes to 6, 33 for 5.
This is interesting. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was released by Sussex a couple of years ago, he's got a contract up at Derbyshire now. And he's made 99. What a shame. He's been caught against Middlesex. Batting at number 3. Derbyshire 399 for 4. Hudson-Prentice making 99.
Hutton in again, outside the off stumper, driven away. Was that a chance to save Sabe's left-hand side? Well, they got hands on their heads in the slips cordon. It went very, very quickly indeed. It was absolutely whacked at Zabe, and he stretched down, actually down his right-hand side, I beg your pardon, because he's wringing out his right hand, and he couldn't cling on. Maybe a chance.
Maximum batting points against Middlesex. He may just get one bowling point. Sanderson bowls and Rawlings. Well, I think he's a little fortunate. He's hit the ball straight back down the ground. He wasn't intending that to go there at all, and it's gone down over towards straight down the track and fielded down at in front of the sight screen at the far end. But he was looking to flick that one away, and he got a leading edge, and he could have gone anywhere. Then Rawlings, he gets a couple of runs. He goes to 8, and Sussex to 35 for 5.
I think he was aiming at the short boundary away to our right-hand side.
He was.
You know, flickered away, and it maybe just straightened on him. Bit of a leading edge down the ground, but hit it so hard, went away from everybody.
Sanderson again and bowls. That's a super shot. No, that really is a super shot. That's the best shot of the morning. Played on the up, lovely shot, hammered down the ground by Delray Rawlings. He goes to 12. And Sussex to 39 for 5. That's a bit more like it. Glamorgan 388 for 7 against Worcestershire down in Cardiff. So it looks like Glamorgan on course for maximum batting bonus points. And at Sedbergh School, Lancashire 293 for 6 against Durham. In the other game in the second division, just contemplating a change in the field, I think here, Sanderson. First Division, Kent 396 for 3 against Warwickshire at Canterbury. Essex 95 for 2 in reply to Notts 213 as in comes Sanderson again over the wicket bowls. And that moves away from the left-handed Rawlings, who has nothing to do with it, taken by Rosington. And there is no run. Hampshire 46 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 408 all out yesterday, in which James Hildreth made a century. And Surrey 88 for 1 at Scarborough in reply to Yorkshire's 327. In the World Cup, Sri Lanka 94 for 1 in the 16th over against the West Indians at Chesterley Street. I think that game is being played as in comes Sanderson again and bowls, and Rawlings is forward and works that away backward of square. They've taken one, fielded out to there by Bavuma. And it's one more to Rawlings, who goes to 13, and Sussex to 40 for 5. If you're just joining us, a tale of woe for Sussex this morning. Wells out for 5, Thomason for 4, Evans for 6. At one stage, Sussex 26 for 5, now 40 for 5. As Sanderson comes in to bowl to the skipper Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown lets that one go outside the off stump. Taken by Rosington, there is no run. End of the over, 40 for 5, Brown 6, Rawlings is on 13.
On a glorious day here on the south coast, it really is beautiful. Pleasure to be here, as ever. A real life-affirming morning once again here. Down on the seafront this morning. It really is a treat just to be so close to the sea here. You look back up the avenues and you see the floodlights of the ground here. And likewise, you go out of the gate just away to our left-hand side, look down the hill, and to see the sea. It's a very simple thing, but it's something that just warms the heart. Particularly when you live as far from the sea as possible, which I do in the Midlands. The very centre of Great Britain isn't too far away from me at all. A deep square has now gone back here for Rawlings as Hutton goes away from us with 4 slips still and bowls a decent length, brings Rawlings forward, playing down towards extra cover, and there is no run. Very busy, as I was mentioning, down on the seafront. So already a few sat behind a groin, tops off, drinking in the sunshine this morning. It was quite hard work actually. I did go for a little jog this morning just to get the body moving as Hutton goes in, and Rawlings trying to steal a single out here into the covers, gets it too tight to Newton at extra cover, coming to his right hand side, and there is no run. Just the 1 mile I was telling you about yesterday, just to get out and move when you can be sat down all day. Went up and down Hove lawns, but I did it the wrong way because the first leg was with the wind. I was fitting in good nick. Turned, made my way back up towards my hotel, as Rawlings this time does attempt a single, but is sent back, looking to dab into the covers. Good call there from Brown. There was never a run available, with Zabe going quickly to his left-hand side. So I turned and made my way back, running away from Brighton town centre, and that was quite hard work running into the breeze. Had to grip my teeth and set my jaw against the wind and drive through it. The last 0.3 miles were a bit of a struggle, really. I got through it. Earned my poached eggs this morning as Hutton is in and Rawlings in his crease, dabbing one down out towards Sanderson at mid-on. And there is no run. Running is very boring and very painful. But it has to be done on occasions just to keep you moving. I did my bit this morning. And there are far worse locations to go for a bit of a run around. I've been going running in Chelmsford once. That was a less enjoyable experience. Not that running is enjoyable at all, but very nice down by the sea. As Sutton is in past umpire Baldwin, bowls a bumper here, a good one. Fourth stump line, got up to around head height, but Rawlings watched it carefully. Was not tempted to have a hook with two men back on the leg side. Just simply dropped his hands, allowed it to pass through. Ben Brown, his captain, just comes down the pitch a few strides and pats away. Offers a word of encouragement to his partner here. He's on 13. Very modest score thus far, but the top one in the innings hitherto as Hutton goes in again and bowls a fuller length and brings Rawlings forward, defending down towards Newton at extra cover, and the over comes to an end. Sussex 40 for 5, replying to 2-7-3. Northants were in big bother themselves yesterday at 99 for 6 just after lunch. No one really got going. There were a couple of half starts, 36 from Wakeley, 35 from Rossington, 21 from Keogh, but no one could go through to make a significant contribution. It took a lower order rear guard, 54 from Zabe, 24 from Hutton, 34 from Buck, 28 from Sanderson, 3 half-century partnerships down the order. That got Northants a couple of batting bonus points, and now right on top of the game. Sanderson is into Brown, and Brown is defending calmly here with soft hands, just dribbling one out into mid-wicket, and there is no run. A mild squawk there of a seagull that flies over the media centre, and the vapour trail of an aeroplane flying over the north of the county, out maybe towards Heathrow, as Sanderson is in, bowls straighter and fuller, and Brown works it away, and as far as Zabe, just coming to his right hand side from quite a square mid-wicket, come forward square leg position, and again there's no run. Just the one man out here at long leg away to our left hand side. Newton's down there. Sussex quickly plugged the short third man boundary away to our right yesterday, but no man down there as yet for Northampton. Instead we've got 4 orthodox slips who settle down now as Sanderson is in, and Brown works this around the corner, possibly off the thigh guard here. Yeah, here's going to be a leg by to long leg. Newton runs away from the biggest stand on the ground, away to our left. The leg by takes Sussex to 41 for 5. Brown remains 6 not out. As comfy and nice as this chair is, it is a little bit low, and it is just creaking slightly when I move around a bit, so apologies. Sanderson now to Rawlings. 3 slips and a gully here for the left-hander, and he drives and cracks it away through the covers for 4 runs. A handsome strike. A real tempter from Sanderson. Very full, quite wide though, and Rawlings, who's been keen to have a little dip at the bowling so far, was keen to come out and try and drive that away, and struck it well. Out towards the pavilion, away to our left-hand side, picks up a boundary, goes to 17, 45 for 5, Adrian Harms.
Well, he likes to attack the bowling, does Ray Rawlings. He's played primarily T20 cricket last season. But it's about concentration as well for Dell. I think if he can get himself in, but Sussex will take what they can here in desperate straits.
Sanderson looks for a riposte. And bowls quite straight. This gets nudged down towards mid-wicket. Bavuma comes across to his right-hand side to collect in there. And there's no run. As a seagull goes swooping in front of our commentary box and out towards the flats. Away to our right-hand side. You pay a bob or two for one of those, wouldn't you, Adrian? Away to our right. Ever been tempted to
For a
one of those flats over there?
Yeah, I think there are a few quick, particularly if you can see the sea from there.
Nice little bolts hole on the south coast as Sanderson is in and Rawlings running this, coming forward out towards point. Just to his left-hand side goes Zabe. Collects and returns to Rossington, and the over comes to an end. 45 for 5 Sussex. Brown is 6 and Rawlings is 17.
Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex, BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. You can email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Alex Winter. We're going to get the first bowling change for Northamptonshire, and it's going to be Luke Proctor who's going to come in from this sea end of the ground. Alan sent in an email. He sent in an email about Luke Wright, the conversation we had on air yesterday, so thank you for that. And he said by all means pass it on to the club, so I'll do that. He says, I'm not surprised your listeners are sending in disgruntled communications. It would be good if you could get Keith Greenfield to come on air with you and answer listeners' question. It's going to be a long day, says Alan. Well, we'll try. Why not? Graham's been in touch about Luke Wright, as in comes Proctor running away from us. He's in and bowls to Brown, who lets that go outside the off stump. That didn't miss the off stump by very much, judging by keeper Rosington's reaction, and there is no run. Graham says, I missed the Luke interview. I was at Hove yesterday, but listening to the England game. How dare you? Instead of us. Any chance you could post the interview or give us a review of what Luke had to say? Keep up the good work, says Graham. Well, thank you for that. Well, I'll try and summarise in a moment as Proctor runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and Brown plays to extra cover, and there is no run. So it was an interview that we did, where I did over a course of an hour during the course of play yesterday between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. So whether we'll be able to post it, it's interrupted by the commentary clearly. So
and it's very long.
Yeah, it's a long time to listen, but he covered a range of topics, did Luke, as in comes Proctor and bowls, and Brown is forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. And I think that, putting it as clearly as possible, Graham, Luke said that he was keen to play red ball cricket. He went away in the winter. He turned down a couple of T20 opportunities around the world to go to South Africa early and practice his red ball cricket. He felt he still had something to offer the side. As in comes Proctor and bowls, and Brown is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Proctor, taken by Rosington, and there is no run. But when the squad for the first game was announced, he'd had a long chat with Jason Gillespie, who wanted to give some of the younger players a chance, and Luke felt that was probably therefore, if that was the case, that he would just play white ball cricket. It was all for amicable. And he seems very comfortable with his decision, as in comes Proctor and bowls, and driven by Brown to short extra cover, and there is no run. So we'll see what I can do about getting an interview, Graham. Martin gets in touch and he says, thanks for reading out my message. He was talking about the top order struggling. The problem is this isn't an isolated case. They seem a very fragile team at the moment and suffering so badly at the hands of the bottom teams. Durham, Northants, etc. is a very poor form line, as in comes Proctor and bowls, and edged by Brown past the diving third slip, who was Vasconcelos, and it runs away all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. So Brown goes to 10 and the total to 49 for 5. Jason is a fine man and coach, but the team isn't evolving at the moment and he must be concerned. The Chopra loan move smacked of desperation. Maybe it's just a case of keeping the faith. Thank you, Martin. And Hugh's been in touch as well, and I'll read his email in a while. There's 3 or 4 paragraphs there. And he's talking about Finn Hudson-Prentice, young Sussex player who's gone to Derbyshire and has made 99 today against Middlesex before he was out. So it's going to be Nathan Buck who's coming in from the Cromwell Road and comes in and bowls to Rawlings. Is up on his toes, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Alex is just going to do his update to the listeners on BBC Northampton. So Hugh says, good morning Adrian, I feel for Dizzy because he's been let down badly by the players who he has given an opportunity to. The problem is players like Harry Finch look good but have failed repeatedly. I feel his chances must have run out. Tom Haynes hasn't had a good year in the second, hence being given an opportunity in the first to open a few weeks ago. In comes Buck again. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Rawlings sways out of the way, bends at the knees, and the ball goes through to Rossington. There is no run. Hugh goes on to say, we used Goodwin as a batting coach during April and May 2017, but then had no one for the June to September. If we don't have the funds to sign players like Ricky Vessels, then surely you have to have coaches to teach the youngsters. I know Yardy is very popular at Sussex, but his batting was unorthodox. Is he the best candidate to coach? Question mark. Buck back to his mark. Turns. Comes in again. Bowls and Rawlings forward and plays to mid-off. There is no run. However, Mason Crane slipped through the Sussex net, and Finn Hudson-Prentice scored 99 in his debut for Derby yesterday. I remember watching him at Hove as a Royal youngster 2 years ago. He wasn't retained and only recently received a contract at Derbyshire. Maybe we should have given him another chance. I started watching Sussex as a schoolboy when a good year was coming second bottom. I started watching Sussex as a schoolboy when a good year was coming second bottom. I'll finish this paragraph in a minute. There's some gentlemen walking behind the scoreboard at a snail's pace, and because of that, Rawlings is just waiting for them to get from behind the bowler's arm. As in comes Buck and bowls, and Rawlings drives without timing to mid-off, and there is no run. We have done well winning trophies under Chris Adams, etc., but would we have achieved this success without the money from Spend Karma Legacy, which presumably helped to pay the higher wages of Goodwin, Mushy, Adams, etc.? We are punching above our weight. We have a great coach, but is the club supporting him enough, or does he have one hand tied behind his back? It's not looking good this morning, sadly. Best wishes, Hugh. Thank you, Hugh. In comes Buck and bowls, and Rawlings forces off the back foot into the covers, fielded there by Zabe. And again, there is no run. So keep your emails coming. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport. And what I try to do is to put as many of these questions as I can when Jason Gillespie comes up, and I'm sure he will. And the suggestion of perhaps asking Keith to come and natter as well. And certainly we'll do our best to facilitate those discussions as Buck turns at the far end of the ground. Runs in and bowls to Rawlings. He plays quietly to backward point, and there is no run. Update coming to the listeners on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey in a couple of moments' time. At the end of Nathan Buck's over, which was an over in which he conceded 4 runs. Sussex 49 for 5. Brown on 10, Rawlings on 17, and it's going to be... I'm sorry, I'm talking nonsense. Nathan Buck, that was a maiden over, I do apologise. Getting slightly distracted by reading the emails, as Proctor is going to come into bowl to the right-handed Ben Brown, who's on 10. He's in and bowls, and Brown is forward and punches that to mid-wicket, fielded by Newton in his sun hat, and there is no run. 3 slips a gully, a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It's Luke Proctor turns in front of us in his second over, running away from us, coming into bowl to the Sussex skipper Ben Brown. He's in and bowls outside of the off stump, let go by Brown, taken by Rossington, and there is no run. This ball is in its 24th over. The general feeling is that if you can get past sort of 30-35 overs, that the hardness goes out of these balls and batting does become easier. But Sussex have got a lot of batting to do here, as Proctor is in again up the hill, bowls to Brown, and Brown solidly forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, a simply awful morning here for Sussex at Hove. They're 49 for 5. Ben Brown and Delray Rawlings are trying to repair the damage. Brown, the skipper, on 10, Rawlings on 17. At one stage, Sussex were 26 for 5, with Wells, Thomason and Evans all dismissed inside the opening half hour. And in fact, as I speak, there goes another wicket, and it's the wicket of the skipper, Ben Brown, who's caught behind off the bowling of Luke Proctor for 10. So Sussex now in even worse trouble. They're 49 for 6. Elsewhere, Surrey are 103 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 327. A half century there from Mark Stoneham. And in the World Cup, Sri Lanka 106 for 2 against the West Indians in Chester Street. So, there we go. Another wicket goes down. The skipper can't keep digging Sussex out of trouble. And 49 for 6. Ben Brown wanders off. And the new man coming up for Sussex is David Visa, and he wanders off Ben Brown. It's pretty silent around the ground. It's a long way to walk. You've got to feel for the skipper. It's not Ben Brown's fault. He's made 3 centuries this season. He's got over 600 runs, and he's pretty much carried the side through the opening half of the season. So I don't think any Sussex supporters are going to be blaming Ben Brown for these continual batting failures. But this one tops the lot, really. 49 for 6. Brown out for 10. And David Visa, the tall South African, makes his way out to the middle. Elsewhere in Division 2, just to run through those scores, Derbyshire 430 for 4. Against Middlesex, and Middlesex just picking up the 1 bonus point. Glamorgan, full batting points for them against Worcestershire today. They're 411 for 8. Yesterday, Marcus Labuschagne making another 100. He made 106. And the other score is the game involving Lancashire and Durham. Lancashire 298 for 7, so wickets there this morning for Durham, fighting their way back into that match. And unsurprisingly, maybe it's Chris Rushworth, 3 for 61 he's taken. But we're concerned about Sussex and Northamptonshire here, and Northamptonshire will be absolutely thrilled to bits, because Sussex are on the ropes here, with Ben Brown out for 10, Luke Proctor picking up his first wicket. As in comes Proctor now, bowls to Visa, and Visa clubs a short delivery outside the off stump through the covers for 4 runs, and it brings up the half century to rather ironic applause. Good shot by Visa, wide from Proctor, who's really annoyed with himself for that delivery. I'm just wondering here, Alex, I'm thinking, I mean, you wouldn't have thought making 293 that the follow-on might be a possibility. 273 rather, but it is. Whether or not Northamptonshire would choose to enforce the follow-on, I don't know. No,
there'll be no chance, I don't think, of follow-on.
I just wonder, with a bit of bounce in this pitch, whether they may think, well, let's bowl again while there's still a bit going on. In comes Proctor, bowls and clipped away by Visa for another boundary, over-pitched. Visa just eases that one through mid-wicket for another boundary. He goes to 8. It's the end of the over. And Sussex are 57 for 6. Visa on 8, Rawlings on 17. The batsman out in that over. Ben Brown, who was caught by Rosington off the bowling of Luke Proctor for 10. You don't think they would?
Well, I suppose it's a stupid thing to say that there's no chance, but you would think in the sunshine, chance to have a bat and get up a huge lead, totally bat Sussex out of the game, and get them back in the 4th innings knowing that they've got almost no chance of winning would probably be my way to go. As Buck from the Cromwell Road end runs down the slope into Rawlings, left-hander, and it's defended coming forward out to mid-wicket. Across goes Keogh to collect in there, and there is no run. I sort of think the only way you can really let a side back into the game is by enforcing the follow-on and allowing yourself to be chasing a modest target in the 4th innings and making a meal of it, as Northants did against Middlesex last year. First time in Northants history that they'd lost having enforced the follow-on. Buck in right arm over, back of a length, and Rawlings up on his toes to push away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But here there is another school of thought that a few matches have seen the pitches really flatten out last couple of days here, haven't we? Here at Hove, including this season. Glamorgan's come back, for instance.
Yep.
Things got rather flat there. Go back to a few years ago in the game against Notts at the back end of the 2017 season, where it looked like Sussex were going to beat Notts and Northampton were going to go up, and
yes, absolutely.
Notts rescued it on the last day as
Chris Reed
Buckers in past the umpire, and this is worked away to mid-wicket. Keogh was there, and there is no run. So you never know. Generally it depends how many overs the bowlers have sent down. Sussex were nailed here in 50 overs. There could be a chance, because Northampton haven't done too much work today. Just a session's worth of bowling, just over maybe. That wouldn't be too much. Still look up and think, oh, it's a good day to have a bat, surely. But there is swing as Buck comes in again and goes past the outside edge by one that goes away from the left-handed Rawlings. Full of length, and across the left-hander and through to Rossington.
Well, that made the point, didn't it? That swung away from Rawlings. That was a good delivery. I just wonder, with the fragility of the Sussex top order, and some of the players' brains must be sort of getting a bit scrambled now with the lack of runs, that you almost think, well, you know, from a Northamptonshire perspective, they've got the foot on the throat, and you think, well, do you know what? Let's
keep it there, yeah.
Let's just go for it. Let's an email from David Monks, who's going to think you're coming down tomorrow, David. He says, many thanks for reading out my earlier email. Forget concerns about weather tomorrow. The score worries now might mean I work in the garden instead of watching the cricket at Hove. I think there'll be cricket here tomorrow, David.
Bucking again, and Rawlings in his crease, defending out towards point. Zabers up to field, no run, sorry.
Sorry, Alex. He goes on to say, a quick final word at the end of yesterday's World Cup game. A bit like a soccer team playing for a 0-0 draw to improve the goal difference. It doesn't go down well with supporters, many of whom left before the end yesterday. That's a reference to the game at Edgbaston yesterday, where India, the feeling was, almost batted out the final overs because they didn't want to affect their net run rate too much, and it was something that was picked up by Jonathan Agnew this morning as well, that he thought ought to be looked at.
Bucking again past umpire Jerry Law. It's back over length and defended by Rawlings down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run to end the over. So 57 for 6 here, Sussex, and it really has been a disaster hour and 13 minutes for them.
Yeah.
Northampton's completely on top, but Northampton were slightly better off than this, but also 6 down very cheaply yesterday before they battled back. What does Sussex have here down the order?
Well, in terms of Will Beer made a very good 97 at Arundel a couple of weeks ago.
He'd been opening the batting, hadn't he, Beer?
Yes, he did. He has been opening the batting. Ollie Robinson has made a first-class 100. In comes Proctor, running in over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, strikes Visa on the pad. There's a stifled appeal, which isn't upheld by umpire Baldwin. David says, keep going with the commentary. He says, P.S. could Alex as a guest not get a proper commentary chair? So Alex is sitting here on a fairly low chair, but it has got armrests on it. It reminds me a bit of the Mastermind chair we were saying a little earlier. As in comes Proctor and bowls, and Visa placed firmly to mid-on, fielded by Buck, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. For your emails, you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Alex Winter. And thank you everyone for getting in touch. Most the disgruntled Sussex supporters, which is not surprising when Sussex lost to the bottom side last week, Durham, and the current bottom side, Northamptonshire, are all over Sussex at the moment. 57 for 6. Proctor in and bowls to Visa, who drives a super shot and a very good bit of fielding. Lovely cricket all round, actually. A well pitched up delivery, hammered by Visa to mid-off, and a super bit of fielding diving away to his left-hand side by Rob Keogh. That was good stuff.
It was very good cricket all round. It rocketed off the bat of Visa. It was a tremendous shot.
Proctor in again and bowls, and Visa's at it again and again. He plays it straight to Keogh, who this time has a more straightforward stop at mid-off, and there is no run. He does hit the ball very hard, does David Visa. if you'd have hit that, Alex, if you'd have got a knock on Saturday in your game, which I know you didn't because you were batting at 4 and your team won by 9 wickets, but you hit a shot like that, you'd have expected 4 runs.
You do. Nothing worse than nailing it straight to a fielder.
Proctor in on bowls, and Visa clips that to mid-wicket.
He's done it again.
Yes, straight to the fielder, who is Rob Newton, who fields well, and there is no run. Matt Wills has been in touch. He's got some perspective on this. Thank you, Matt, for your tweet. He says there's been a great deal of criticism about Sussex's batting. Credit has to go to Northampton's fair application with the ball. We must get behind this young team and believe in what Dizzy is trying to achieve. In comes Proctor and bowls, and Visa plays. Actually, see where the ball went back to Proctor, and there is no run. End of the over, 57 for 6. Visa 8. Rawlins is on 17. He goes on, so we must get behind this young team and believe in what Dizzy is trying to achieve. All the time Ben Brown is in, we have a chance. Unfortunately, Ben Brown is now out. John has been in touch. He says, hate it when a season of such hope totally unravels. Bruce Talbot's going to come and have a natter to us for well, you can stay, Alex, or I can stay, or anyway, Bruce is good. Well, let's do a few minutes each, and then let's hear from hello, Bruce.
Hello, Adrian. Interesting morning.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Interesting in inverted commas. In comes Buck running in. We've got some noise in our effects mic. Catching Rawlings. There's a bit of a dip at one outside the off stump, which perhaps wasn't the most advised shot taken by Rosington. You wouldn't be surprised, Bruce. We've had a raft of emails in this morning.
I'm sitting in the press box with Sam, the Sussex press officer, and I've told him to stay off Twitter for the next few hours. Yeah. Or all social media, really.
But there's a lot. You've been watching. How many years have you been watching cricket here for, Bruce?
30
right,
plus.
Okay, so you're better placed than I. But in comes Buck running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Rawlins, and Rawlins is forward, plays to mid on, and there is no run. And people are unhappy, Bruce. People are saying that there's. Some are saying that the youngsters have been given too much chance. Others have been saying that this was a problem that you could see coming during the winter, that Sussex should have moved to strengthen the batting. They didn't, and we're now paying the price. What's your take on it?
Well, I mean, in terms of this game, if you put Chris Jordan, Stiaan van Zyl in this team, and all of a sudden it looks a lot stronger. But injuries, I've not known a season like this for a long time for injuries.
Comes Buck, bowls, and Rawlings drives. It doesn't time it into the covers, and there is no run.
But that's part and parcel of cricket, part and parcel of professional sport. All counties get injuries, get players out. I still don't think it's quite as big a crisis as a lot of people are perhaps suggesting, but I can understand the disappointment and the unrest. I think there's an argument for saying that Sussex really haven't replaced Ed Joyce as a sort of top order experienced batsman, whether that's from overseas or from the domestic market.
Here comes Buck and bowls, and Rawlings plays to mid wicket.
That sort of, that reassuring presence of someone coming in at number 3 or number 4, once he gets through the first few overs, he's going to get you runs. A bit like Murray Goodwin going back a little while. Whether there is the budget for those sort of players, and also, of course, the attraction then was they were playing in Division 1, whereas the top dollar domestic players that's where they want to play. They're not prepared to drop down to Division 2. That's why it's absolutely vital that Sussex get promoted this year.
Well, Luke Wright made that point in commentary yesterday as in comes Buck down the hill, bowls, and Rawlins is forward. I suspect he got an edge on that. The ball ricochets out into the gully. And there is no. I mean, Luke was making exactly that point, Bruce. That he felt Sussex must get up. Better players come. They're not going to want to play Division 2 cricket.
They're not, and there's a danger then if Sussex end up in Division 2 again next year for what will be the 5th or 6th season. You start not getting. I don't hate to use the word institutionalised, but it does become a little bit like that, doesn't it? That they sort of get used to being a Division 2 club.
Peter Barney's been in touch as well. In comes Buck and bowls to Rawlings, who drives, but again doesn't time the ball to mid-off, and there is no run. End of Buck's over. 3 overs, 3 maidens. He's bowled from that top end, and Sussex 57 for 6. Live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Bruce Talbot. Visa on 8, Rawlings on 17. Peter says, good afternoon. I think in Division 2, any team can beat any others. Sometimes the table is misleading. According to Marty last week, Durham have been unlucky on a couple of occasions. From what I've seen today, Northamptonshire have bowled very well this morning. Keep the faith. The faith even, says Peter, I think they have bowled well.
They have. They've bowled very, very well.
I think they bowled better than Sussex did
yeah,
yesterday.
and more consistently. You've had 4 seamers today who've been on the top of their games. They have bowled. There is a little bit in the wicket definitely for the seamers, and they've bowled really well.
Proctor comes in and bowls to Visa, who tries to clip that one around the leg side, and there is no run. In terms of budgets and this sort of thing, this is probably a question, and someone has sent in an email today, I forget who it was, and said we ought to, Jason Gillespie's very comes on and talks to us.
Yeah.
He's very honest in his appraisals. He doesn't, he never shirks away from issues, does Jason Gillespie. Someone said this morning, perhaps we ought to get Keith Greenfield in to talk about some of the development that's gone on. Someone's made a point about Hudson Prentice leaving. He's made 99 for Derbyshire today as Proctor bowls to Visa, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
I think with Finn Hudson Prentice, certainly if he'd been at the club now, he would be getting a lot more opportunities than there were perhaps open to him 2 or 3 years ago. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the financial side, Keith Greenfield will, I would imagine, as director of cricket, have a very big say in the budgets and what's available to spend.
Proctor runs away from us, comes into bowl to Finch, and Finch plays into the off. It's not Finch. I'm sorry, I'm completely rubbish. Visa plays into the offside, and there is no run.
I think in terms of the squad being a bit unsettled this year with injuries and what have you, I think a good barometer of that is the fact that Sussex have signed 3 players on loan already this year. The 2 lads from Yorkshire, one of whom didn't play.
Yes.
And then the seamer who got injured.
Yes, Jared Warner,
who looked a bit of a handful, and now of course Varun Chopra.
Proctor comes in and bowls a Visa drive to short extra cover, and there is no run. The total remains 56. That's a very good point, Bruce. Also, when you talk about budgets, and this probably is a question for a Keith Greenfield actually, I mean, clearly there is money in the pot for Rashid Khan to come in.
And Alex Carey to come in.
Now, I can't believe they're cheap.
I wouldn't have thought that. I wouldn't have thought so. You pay the best players in the world in that format. You've got to pay top dollar.
Proctor in again and bowls, and Visa just looks to turn this one on the leg side. He gets struck round about the 5 pad. The ball ricochets in front of him. Visa actually picks the ball up himself when there is no run. So,
the question then is, are the priorities here T20 success as ahead of anything else? And if they are, then there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Because T20 is where the club will make money in terms of gates here, big crowds here. If the team are doing well, getting through to finals day, winning the competition. All the spin-offs from that.
Proctor in and bowls, and Visa drives down mid-on, and that's a good shot and a good bit of fielding by Nathan, but Visa's just hitting the field on every occasion here at the minute. It's the end of another Proctor over. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12 to Luke Proctor. Sussex 57 for 6, but it's probably a fair question, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and you look at it as a comparison to county like Northamptonshire, who make no bones of the fact that their priority has been for a number of years has probably been T20 cricket, and they've been very successful at it. They've got obviously a smaller budget than Sussex, and if they've got any decent money to spend, they'll spend it on a T20 player. But here, I think things are. There's always been a tradition at Hove, at Sussex, of people enjoying their championship cricket and wanting the team to do well in 4-day cricket. And when you have a bit of success, okay, it's been a while since that happened, over 10 years since Sussex last won the championship. It does become a bit of a... Well, people get used to it a little bit, don't they? And they like the team to be doing well in 4-day cricket. And let's not, forget Sussex are still 3rd in the table. Haven't lost this game yet, but
well, that's a point that John Malone makes, Bruce. As back bowls set to be let go outside the off stump by Rawlins, there is no run. John says, "Keep the faith, lads. We're still 3rd in the league. We'll have our off days. The experience in the squad will return after England duties, injuries, and illness." Thank you, John, for your email. I saw Ben Brown tweet actually along those lines as well at the end of the last game. As in comes Buck and bowls, and Rawlings drives straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
I think this, these days on social mentality, it's almost like, even in sports like cricket, there's that football mentality. Everything's, you lose a game and it's the end of the world, and you win a game and everything's rosy again but it's just finding that sort of balance.
Well, certainly, and I'm not defending, and I'm not here to defend the side, but I'm just trying to get some of the points out, and Bruce has made some points as well, as Buck comes running in down the hill and bowls to Rawlins. Ooh, and that was a poor shot. It was a shortish delivery. He was looking to hoik that one over backward square leg for 6, and he was very nearly bowled, and that would have been a great shot.
Great one-day shot.
Yeah.
Well, it was it's trying to hit that over the scoreboard in the circumstances. With But that's the pressure that, to be fair, the Northampton bowlers have maintained all morning. There's been, apart from one long hop outside off stump from Proctor, which Visa put away just after he came in, I can't remember. They really have had to graft for their runs this morning. Been excellent bowling by Northampton.
In comes Buck again down there. He hasn't conceded a run yet. Well, this time he does, and it's a streaky 4 runs. Delray Rawlings looking to drive the ball through the covers. A thick inside edge. It could have gone anywhere. In fact, it comes down to fine leg. Rawlings gets 4 runs, and it's the first runs that Buck has conceded. So 2 shots, well, a terrific one-day shot, as you say, Bruce, but not in the context of the game. Quite what was required. We're going to take a little while to retrieve the ball here because Rob Newton can't see it, and some of the Northampton players are coming down to help him. I've forgotten the point I was going to make now, Bruce. I was talking about injuries, and you said about it. I mean, Sussex, it's no excuse, but Phil Salt missed a couple of games with this really nasty injury. I know he's back for this game. Chris Jordan missing out. He seems like he's quite ill, Chris, with tonsillitis. Yeah. Van Sale is injured. He missed much of last season with a knee. Now it's an elbow. As you say, the on-the-loan
lad. Ollie Robinson for a couple of games, haven't they?
Yes, that's right. So they have, and Mir Hamza is missing with it. So they have had a lot of injuries. That has to be a mitigating factor. As in comes Buck and bowls, and Rawlings drives this time to mid-off. There is no run. However, Jason Gillespie was very honest with you and I last week in his interviews, and he said that, you know, the youngsters have been given a chance, and I thought his interesting words were, he said, and they haven't taken the chance.
No. And I think it's a sort of indicative of the situation where, with all due respect to Kapil, who was in the squad for this game, that they're looking at a player who got 100 for the twos last week and may well have played. If they hadn't signed Varun Chopra, I suspect he probably would have played in this game as well.
In comes Buck and bowls, and Rawlings lets that go outside of the off stump. Rawlings survived somewhat fortuitously, 61 for 6. Visa is on 8, Rawlings is on 21. Live cricket on the BBC Sussex, BBC Northampton, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter and Bruce Talbot. We'll bring Alex in after I do my update at 12:30 and can natter away to Bruce as well. So there's no short-time answer, I guess, Bruce, is there really? Sussex aren't a Surrey or a Notts or somebody who can suddenly bring in a load of players and...
No, but you know, going back to an earlier point...
it's true.
That makes a good point. It hasn't worked for Notts, yeah. They're having a terrible season, aren't they? Looks almost, well, not certain, but I'd be very surprised if they weren't relegated at the end of the season.
In comes Luke Proctor running in up the hill, bowls to Visa, and Visa plays firmly back down the track. There is no run.
I mean, you look at a team like Glamorgan, you know, they've got Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian, who's been absolutely outstanding, leading run scorer in Division 2, and how a player like that can almost galvanise the rest of the team, because no one at the start of the season had Glamorgan down as promotion. No. Most people said they would be competing for last place.
Proctor comes in and bowls, and Visa drives. I think that's a lovely shot by David Visa. That's probably going to be 4 runs. Yes, it is indeed. Once the ball gets away down the hill, there's no way of cutting off, and that's a lovely shot by David Visa. He goes to 12, and Sussex to 65. I would just say though, Bruce, in the article I wrote for the handbook,
which you're only just reading today, because you've finally been given a copy.
By you, Bruce.
By me, yes. A spare one I found at home, yeah.
But I've got one, so thank you. I said about Glamorgan...
Probably took that bit out.
He comes Proctor. We've got a drill somewhere outside the ground. I'll turn the effects mic down. Proctor in and bowls, and Visa is forward. Plays straight back down the track. There is no run. I said, expect a revival from Glamorgan, where new Director of Cricket Mark Wallace should ensure that some of the insipid performances from last season aren't repeated. However, I take your point. But how on earth did they manage to sign Marnus Labuschagne?
Well, and they've got, if he goes off to the Ashes, they've got Sean Marsh, I think, up their sleeve for... I mean, a great win at Bristol last week. To win there...
Proctor bowls and Visa drives to mid-on. There is no
on their wickets is a very, very notable achievement, and they looked a decent side here, to be fair, didn't they? I mean, Nick Selman's getting runs this year. They've all, you know, they're able to rotate their seam bowlers. They've got 3 or 4 decent seamers, and Maynard is Matthew Maynard, the new coach, is sort of resting them now. I know. I think Marchant Delanga's not playing in this game, their current game against Worcestershire. So whether they can sustain it or not, or whether they can win maybe 2 or 3 more games to make sure they stay in the top 3 is another matter.
Proctor is in and bowls, and that's down the leg side. There's a poor ball by Proctor, a good take by Rossington, and there is no run. Neil Hartley's been in touch. He says, good afternoon from France.
Nice. I bet it's warm. Well, it is. We know it's
Yes.
warm over there. It's very pleasant here, actually.
I appreciate being able to watch the live stream over here and listen to your commentary. Congratulations to Sussex on beating their previous lowest score against Northamptonshire of 59. Yeah, that's not great, is it? He goes on to say, I feel sympathy for Ben Brown. Not only does he have the responsibility of captaining the side and keeping wicket, but he always seems to come in and bail out the team of a batting claps, what he has this season. In comes Proctor bowls and Visa drives down the ground. He keeps picking out the fielders. Another good stop by Buck.
She's got to stay in there.
There's no
Don't
run.
get frustrated. I think it's 7 out of the last 11 when Ben Brown's come in. 7 out of the last 11 innings now when Ben Brown's come in with fewer than 50 runs on the board.
Well, that's a great stat, Bruce.
Or 55 runs, I think.
That drill's annoying, isn't it? I don't know where they're drilling. I can only imagine in the flat. Sounds like a saw or something.
Yeah, I think it's flats behind.
It's quite annoying.
Someone who can see the cricket's having their windows boarded up.
He goes on to say, Sussex have failed. This is picked up on your point, actually, Bruce. Sussex have failed to replace Chris Nash and Ed Joynes. Other counties such as Hampshire seem to be able to sign quality, experienced players. Are Sussex unable to compete financially? Question mark. Are we putting too much of our financial resources into signing players for the T20, which we were just saying? Is the T20 regarded as a better avenue for return on investment? Question mark. At least we managed to unearth Jofra Archer, who has been terrific. I mean, they're valid points, aren't they?
I think that you could say the answer to all three of those questions is probably yes.
As Buck drives.
Hampshire have got a test match ground and the revenue that comes with that, and an owner in Rod Bransgrove who's got deep pockets. There's probably a good argument to say that the T20 is becoming a priority now. So there's nothing wrong with that. I've got no issue with that at all. But when things don't go well in the other competitions, you've got to expect that members and supporters and people who follow the county are going to be critical.
In comes Buck on bowls. Rawlings lets it go outside the off stump and there is no run. We're just doing an update to the listeners on BBC Sussex in a minute. Do you think that you would still get good crowds here, Bruce, for T20? Supposing Sussex said, well, I'll tell you what, we're not going to sign a Rashid Khan or an Adam Carey, and we're going to put those resources into the Championship, but we're going to do amend we've got for the T20, and the chances are you probably wouldn't qualify for finals. Do you still think you'd get good crowds here for T20?
Well, I think you would, and I think it's been the case in the past, because apart from last year, before then, Sussex had gone 3 or 4 years without getting to finals day, or even getting into the knockout stages. So, yeah, people will still turn up.
In comes Buck and bowls. Rawlings forward, plays into the off stump.
A Friday night here when the weather's decent. I mean, most of the people, punters who come, are not really that bothered who the opposition is. Just want to be entertained. Just want to watch some decent cricket, some fun cricket, some entertaining cricket. And if Sussex don't win it, a lot of people leave. Well, fair enough. And within 2 minutes, they've forgotten about it and on to the next one.
So that's quite an interesting point, isn't it? So if the revenue streams are going to be the same, you might not. He comes Buck rather, running in bowls to Rawlings, let go outside the off stump, there is no run.
Well, you've been here many times on a Friday night or a Sunday afternoon, whether the team are doing particularly well or they're, chasing to get into the quarterfinals, or even if they're not, the crowds, the weather's good, the people will turn up. I mean, it's the same everywhere, I'd imagine, at Northampton and Derby and, perhaps not Cardiff, but most places.
Yeah. 3 slips are in place as in comes Buck running down the hill, comes in and bowls to Rawlings, and Rawlings drives into the covers, and there is no run. 65 for 6. So I think these are, so please keep these emails coming. It's great to get them in, and I think all we can do here is to facilitate the discussion and maybe talk. It'd be
interesting to, what would in Jason Gillespie's position, what would some of the people who've been in touch today, what would they do? Have Sussex got to go and look for young players, or should the priority not be the T20? Be interesting.
Yes, it is very interesting
to get some feedback.
Yeah, I'll do this update as Buck is going to come in to bowl the final ball of his fifth over. Terrific figures, 5 overs, and he's only conceded 4 runs. Well, in the last time you were with us, Alison, Ben Brown was out caught behind. That left Sussex on 49 for 6. They're now 65 for 6, so a slight recovery. David Visa is on 12. Delroy Rawlings is on 21, but I'm afraid it's another very poor batting performance from Sussex, albeit some very good Northamptonshire bowling this morning as well. Elsewhere, up at Scarborough, Surrey now 129 for 2. Mark Stoneman has gone through to his half century. That in reply to Yorkshire's 327, and in the World Cup, Sri Lanka 158 for 2 against the West Indians, that in the 27th over. So that's our update done, Bruce. But I think you're absolutely right. So I think what I might do to get some Northants perspective, I'll give the headphones to Alex, and he might talk a little bit about Northants and T20 and priorities at Northamptonshire as in comes Hutton and bowls and Visa plays forward. So I'm going to leave you for a few minutes. You're right for a few minutes, Bruce, and I'll leave you with Alex and Bruce.
Cheers, Adrian. Gorgeous day. 65 for 6 though, Sussex, and in a huge hole, replying to 273. And understandably, given the predicament of their team, the Sussex supporters, as I'm sure any team of any sport around the country after a bad day or so, will have a bit of a grumble as Hutton goes in right arm over and brings Visa forward, pushing out towards extra cover, and there is no run. I mean, you're very right to point out the injuries here, Bruce. Certainly it's a classic situation of a side with not that many resources. I'm sure your own Crawley Town would be exactly the same if their star striker was injured for a few games and the side started losing. There'd be a few grumbles around, what are we doing, what's the manager doing, etc, etc. Thankfully we're more reserved in cricket, a bit more perspective as Hutton goes in again, bowls very full, and a very attractive drive by Visa, who has played very attractively so far, it must be said, but he finds mid-off and there is no run. Out of all these sides, I think, in Division 2, most of them anyway, you can probably make exceptions for Middlesex and Lancashire, who have massive resources, just being sat at Old Trafford a few weeks ago and looking around the ground, a massive conference centre that brings in millions and millions of pounds.
Yep, conference centre, hotel.
Totally different league as Hutton goes in. This is outside the off stump and steered away. Oh, it's got past backward points and out towards the players' dressing rooms for a boundary. Very nicely played there by Visa. He's timed the ball splendidly well since arriving here, and he picks up another boundary, goes to 16. 69 for 6, but any of these other teams, if they get a couple of injuries to key players, it's going to hurt them, isn't it? And obviously events have just conspired against Sussex the last couple of weeks, and they have had to bring in a few guys, and Northampton will be exactly the same. I mean, they had to have a couple of loanees in a few weeks ago to cover their bowling stocks. These things just happen, don't they? It's Hutton, short sleeve shirt, runs up the hill away from the sea with 3 slips. And Visa on the back foot here is pushing to cover for no run.
But we were talking earlier, Alex, about priorities, and Northants, I don't know whether it's still the case, but it certainly was for a few years that they were unashamed in prioritising T20 cricket. There's nothing wrong with that, and it proved successful, didn't it?
It did, yeah. When they were relegated in 2014 without winning a game, they had a real rebuilding phase as Hutton makes his way in past umpire Baldwin, bowls full, and Visa is forward, playing with the inner half of the bat, down towards mid-on. Buck is there, and there is no run. So 22 minutes to go until lunch, and Sussex are applying to 273, a 69 for 6. Yeah, they publicly stated they were going to rebuild with a younger squad, primarily with British players, and focused on the white ball game, and it led them back to a T20 final in 2015 when they won the quarter-final here, and then 2016 won the competition. Success has just tailed off in the last couple of years, and there has been a bit more of a rounded focus.
Well, I mean, Jason Holder, what only short term, what a really good signing that was.
Very much so, yeah. Here's Buck far end, bowling to Rawlings, who nudges through mid-wicket and gets himself a single, 70 for 6. But they haven't just been focused on the white ball game this time. They've got Bavuma here, is the campaign, but they've also got 2 overseas coming for the T20 this time as well. Fahim Ashraf, the Pakistani all-rounder, and Dwayne Pretorius, the South African, currently playing in the World Cup, are both coming for the whole of the competition, so they have got a bit of a war chest there and prepared to use it. But certainly championship success takes bit of luck and a deep squad to get the personnel out there on a week-to-week basis. There's Sanderson, Buck, in from the far end, bowling to Visa, who's in his crease defending away towards extra cover.
And
Keogh's there, no run.
At Northampton, is it fair to say it's hard to win 4-day games? The wickets there are...
Yeah, the way it's become actually. A few years ago, the wickets got very, very flat towards the end of matches, and it was very difficult to force a result, and we've just seen that come back a little bit, and I think the change of ball has had a lot to do with it, because there's been less swing so far this year with this reduced seam on these new balls, and there's only so much grass you can leave on a pitch, isn't there?
Yeah.
The pitches have started with help for the seam bowlers, but that doesn't help Northants because they're always stuck in, so you can't prepare a pitch that's going to help the bowlers too much, otherwise you're going to end up shot out in the first innings and really behind the game, and when the wickets do flatten out, it's not too difficult to chase scores in the fourth innings. But we've only had one positive result at Northampton this year. The matches have been rain affected. The game last week against Leicestershire in entirety,
day, didn't you?
a day was lost. There was some time lost in the first game of the season against Middlesex when Northants were well paced, but then Middlesex batted out the last day for a draw. Buck in after a brief delay, and Visa is back, pushing away towards point. Safe save is there, and there is no run. 70 for 6. But yeah, results have been more difficult to come by this year than in the past. Northants are yet to take 20 wickets in the Championship this season, which is why they're bottom of the table. Have been in good positions in a number of matches. Haven't quite been able to round that advantage home. Can they do so here at 70 for 6? With Buck running in towards us, bowling very full, too full though. A low full toss is pushed by Visa, only to extra cover, rather missed out. And Keogh comes across to his right hand side to collect, and there is no run. But like you were saying, with Sussex, more of a tradition of 4-day cricket because they get much better crowds here, and your traditional 4-day members, they turn up to watch Championship cricket, and they almost demand Championship success and want resources to be used in the Championship. And in the past 20 years or so, Sussex have been a very successful club in the Championship. As Buck makes his way in past umpire Jerry Lloyds, and Visa lets one go, a couple of feet outside the off stump, and it's through to Rossington, no run.
You would say of the 18 counties in terms of resources, Sussex are probably in the middle, 9th or 10th, so if there's a first division next year with 10 counties in it and you're going on that sort of parameter, then yeah, they probably are a first division county. The members here certainly think that they should be, given the resource and the interest, and but it doesn't always work out that way, does it? But this is a year they, if they can't get up this year, it's going to get increasingly difficult.
As it would for
all the teams.
For everybody, definitely, yeah. Bucking again from the far end, and Visa letting one go, just wandering forward, decent delivery, but wide enough for Visa to allow it to pass through, and Sussex have just got through a calm half an hour or so here with this pair. Visa on 16 and Rawlings on 22. Has enjoyed his couple of moments of fortune, but he's still there. But Sussex 70 for 6, having this morning lost Thomason for 4, Wells for 5, Evans for 6, and Brown for 10, after Chopra for 5 and Salt for 1 went last night. Whereas Northants, opposite end of the spectrum, really very, very small membership base, and the members no longer owning the club because the constitution of the club has changed a couple of years ago, so owned by shareholders now, but a very small membership base there. And certainly on resources, they are a Division 2 county, and it would be a big bonus for Northants to be in Division 2, but it does just change an awful lot if you are in that Division 1. Teams look at your club differently, and players rightly they want to play in Division 1 because it's better cricket. There's no doubting that it is better cricket in Division 1, and you can say it's a good thing or a bad thing because it's maybe diluted the quality a little bit perhaps. Player base, if you're looking for England players, a lot of guys only look towards that Division 1, don't they, as Hutton sets off for a new over, running away from us to Rawlings, the left-hander, back of a length outside the off stump, and Rawlings drops his hands and allows it to pass through to Rossington behind the stumps.
Well, you look at the World Cup squad, there's Jofra Archer playing for a second division county, and I'm struggling to think of any others who are, to be honest.
Moeen Ali,
yeah. Might be a couple of others, but not many. I know they don't play much for their top players, but
yeah, the point stands definitely. Hutton was about to make his way in there, but Rawlings wasn't quite ready for some reason, so Hutton pulls out. Umpire Paul Baldwin wafts his arms away towards the scorers to our left-hand side to signal dead ball, and Hutton will have to try again. Coming down beneath us, but fine morning for he in Northants. 2 for 24 for Hutton here. He goes away in his short sleeve shirt into the wicket, and Rawlings having a drive, gets it down the ground for 4 runs. Lovely stroke from Delray Rawlings. Overpitched from Hutton. He laid into it and struck it pretty well down the ground. Didn't actually get all of it, I didn't think, but enough of it, passed it off, and down the hill for 4 runs. Goes to 26, 76 for 6.
Well, he's been a bit skittish at times, Delray Rawlings, but you have to say he's stuck at it, and it's an important innings for him if he can build on this start. We found here at Hove with the wickets, particularly the ones on this side of the square, Alex, that they do offer a bit more than the ones in more centrally for the bowlers, but after sort of 40 overs or so it can get a little bit easier for batting. Ball gets a bit softer, doesn't do quite as much, and it tends to get a little bit easier. Sussex will certainly be hoping that's is the case today.
Hutton in again, just outside the off stump, and cut away in some fashion by Rawlings for 4 more. A little bit of width on offer. And there was a Caribbean flourish about that as he cut it away out towards the old score box to our right hand side, and the big screen there now, back-to-back boundaries, now has 30. 78 for 6. Fine shot.
Was nice shot.
I've found another member of Division 2, Owen Morgan.
Owen Morgan, of course, yeah.
Yeah, not too many. Middlesex, not really a Division 2 county per se, even they are in the 2nd division at the moment, as Hutton is now round the wicket, and Rawlings in his crease here, a bit of a leading edge, was looking to play at leg side there, runs along the ground to extra cover, and there is no run. We mentioned things getting easier towards the 40 overs mark. That's just what happens, isn't it? That's just first class cricket. You've got to earn the right to be in. Northants talk about it a lot.
Yeah. Being
in between overs 50 and 80. When the ball is softer, the bowlers are a bit tired. You can cash in during that period, but you've got to be in to take advantage. Both sides here haven't done so, as Hutton goes in again. Ball's 2 feet outside the off stump, and Rawlings allows it to pass through. 78 for 6.
And the opener to come in next, of course.
Well, indeed, yeah. There is, I mean, it's obviously changes to the side. There is still plenty of batting throughout the lineup, with still Beer and Robinson to come.
Yeah, Robinson got a 50 and played very well in his last game here against Durham. But as you said, Alex, these two important that they certainly get through to lunch now.
Hutton in, good bumper here, well directed, but Rawlings playing it nicely, watching it carefully, keeps his eye on the ball, and just diverts his head inside the line, keeps the hands nice and low when it goes through to Rossington. So 78 for 6, and a mini comeback here by this pair. I'm just taking the score from 49 for 6 when Brown was caught behind but is 10 to now at 78 for 6 with 12 minutes to go until 1 o'clock. I'm conscious, Bruce, that you might go and write your lunchtime copy.
Yes, you know all about that, Alex. I shall hand over to Adrian.
See you this afternoon, perhaps. Bruce Talbot with us here at Hove. Alongside myself, Alex Winter, and Adrian Harms back with us. Hello.
Yeah, always good to get the views of Bruce, who's watched cricket, as he was saying, for many a long year down here at Sussex, and as you would expect, a balanced, sensible view of what's going on. As in comes Sanderson and bowls a piece, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. So 10 minutes to go to London, something of a recovery from Sussex. But it's all relative, really. 49 for 6 to 78 for 6. Very much Northants morning. Oh, picked up those 4 wickets to go down. He just waits now, does Visa, and just plays quietly to backward point, and there is no run. So batsmen to come: Beer, Robinson, and Sakandi. I suspect in that order. Robinson might come in at 9. He's got a first class 100, which Will Beer doesn't have. 3 slips backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg as Sanderson turns Comes running into bowl to David Visa. He's in and bowls, and Visa ducks underneath a short delivery. Taken by keeper Rosington. There is no run. Visa gave Sanderson a bit of a stare there. It just occurs to me that I think the longer that Northamptonshire are out in the field, even if the follow-on did become a possibility, I just get the feeling the longer it goes, the less chance there is they'll do it. We've bowled 34 overs now. Maybe if you bowl a side out for maybe 30 odd overs, you might think, well, actually, but the longer it goes, perhaps they'll decide that it's pretty warm out there as in comes Sanderson and bowls and Visa is forward. Plays to the covers, there is no run.
Yeah, there's obviously three factors normally involved in the decision. How far you are ahead. Obviously, if Northampton were 350 ahead, it'd be a no-brainer. The amount of overs that you've sent down in the first innings, and then the time in the game.
Yes.
So, if they bowled Sussex out now for, let's say, 110 just after lunch, sort of mid-afternoon is probably the time you want to be having a bat, really.
Yep. In comes Sanderson over the wicket bowls, and Visa just plays comfortably enough into the covers. They're going to give them a move on here. Visa called. I think Rawlings was slightly caught unawares, but I guess it's a single.
Whereas if they were bowled out with, like it was last night, 10 overs to go in the day, Northampton might think, well, this is a good time to have a dip with the new ball, and we can see what happens, then put our feet up and come back tomorrow refreshed. But certainly I think if they did have the option, and obviously they are moving towards that follow-on mark of 1-2-4 at the moment, still with 4 wickets in hand. Then in the circumstances, I think the Northampton would be having a bat again, and it's always so much easier to come out and bowl with runs on the board.
Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely. That drill's going again. It's very irritating. Somewhere in the flats behind us, as in comes Sanderson around the wicket bowls to Rawlings, who's forward with a model forward defensive shot. Back to Sanderson. There is no run. End of the over. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 25 for Ben Sanderson, and his opening bowler at the CN, Brett Hutton, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 32. So between the pair of them, they've bowled 24 overs, of which 10 have been maidens, and they've taken 5 wickets. So they've certainly been the two who have done the damage as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. And it's going to be Hutton who's going to carry on.
With 8 minutes to go until lunch here. Well, it was 3 slips, but it's now going to be 2 slips, and a third man is going down. There's a bit of toing and froing as to who's going to stay in the slips cordon here, but Keogh is going to stay in its second slip. So Wakely and Keogh at 1 and 2. Vasconcelos out to point, and Zabe dispatched to third man as Hutton goes away from us. Short delivery, pulled away nicely by Visa, but straight to deep backward square. Out towards those few cars that are parked there around to our right hand side, adjacent to the Super Sopper, which is nicely packed away. Hopefully won't be needed for quite some time. The Super Sopper round to our right hand side towards those offices over there. Look to see if there's anybody in the offices this morning. Little conference call, watching the cricket out in the balcony. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Hutton round the wicket to the left-handed Rawlings with 3 slips, and he bowls a bumper, pulled in the air out towards deep square, but just short of Bavuma running in. Not in control there, Rawlings, for the first time prepared to take the short ball on. He got it in front of square, but not by a great margin, and the ball hung in the air for a long time as Bavuma came sprinting in there away from the pavilion, but he couldn't quite get there in time, and the ball in the end landed probably 5 yards in front of him. But a moment of nerves for Rawlings, who goes to 31, 81 for 6. Hutton into Visa outside the off stump. Nicely chopped away here to wide third man. This will take some saving, and Zaber's done really well there out on the wide third man fence. That was nicely chopped away by Visa, just backward of point. And just where the boundary cuts in there, mentioned yesterday about how this ground is more of a square than an oval. And so the boundaries in the corners rather do cut in. And Zabe had to be very smart there to sprint around to his right hand side, slide, and just pull the ball back into play to save his side a couple of runs. But 83 for 6. And Hutton going in past umpire Baldwin again. Outside the off stump, cut away, this time just on the bounce to Vasconcelos, jumping away to his right hand side at point. And there is no run. Bit of movement down the far end. Expect spectators milling around in among those white seats, just a little block of white seats, aren't they? And then the deck chairs adjacent towards that office block. It doesn't have the prettiest frontage, it must be said, that office block down there, as Hutton goes up once again and bowls on a decent length, and forward is Visa pushing out to extra cover, and there is no run. I think if I was taking that office, I'd like some nice big French doors to pull wide open.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Well, maybe they are at the far end. Do you think? Well, perhaps not. Do you think they're just windows?
Definitely a door or two among them. But
Yeah.
I'd like to just pull the whole thing back and drink in the atmosphere as Hutton is into Visa, the right-hander, and he's forward, pushing down to Sanderson at mid-on, and there is no run. So this partnership haven't added too many, but they have blocked back 13 overs now to find some much needed resistance, because it was a sorry tale for Sussex in the first hour and a bit of play as they slumped to 49 for 6. But a comeback of sorts here thus far, 83 for 6 now, with 4 minutes to go until lunch.
Yes, and actually Northamptonshire were paying credit to Sussex yesterday for their good over 8, and Northamptonshire much the same, because we might even get 2 overs in here before lunch, in which case we'd have bowled 31 overs in the morning, so I think that's a pretty decent effort. Anyway, in comes from the far end is it's a brilliant catch. That is a magnificent catch, and Rawlings is on his way, diving away. A terrific catch off the bowling of Sanderson, and it's a super catch in there. And was that Brett Hutton again?
It was.
That was magnificent for a big man to get down like that. That was a tremendous catch, and you have to say that Northamptonshire really have caught extremely well. The chances of got into the slips have all been gobbled up, and that's 2 that Brett Hutton has got, and that was a terrific catch because it was going quickly, it was low down, and they've clung on to everything. And Ben Sanderson's figures now look Ollie Robinson-ish. 4 for 25. He's bowled magnificently, and Sussex 83 for 7.
It's a fantastic catch, isn't it? In stark contrast to last week, where we saw Leicestershire shell a host of chances in the first day. The catching in this game so far has been outstanding, and that was a real cracker, wasn't it? Quick edge down very low. Vasconcelos at third slip, diving across Hutton as well.
Yeah.
So he may just have been unsighted in the last yard or two, but that was a really good take down low, and just what Northants would have wanted, ending that reasonably productive partnership and getting Sussex 7 down just before lunch. A great time to strike.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
And if there was a sense the pressure was easing slightly, it's right back on now.
It is. I'm going to go and find that man with the drill at lunchtime and ask him if he could kindly refrain from drilling. To be fair, if he's working on the flats behind us, there's not a lot we can do about it, really. But it is very annoying, and I apologise to our listeners if that's disturbing your enjoyment of the commentary. I wouldn't have thought too much is disturbing the enjoyment for the Northamptonshire supporters, who must be absolutely thrilled with the way that Northamptonshire have fought back in this match. 6 down yesterday for 99, and Sussex would have been thinking, well, we perhaps roll Northants over here for 150, but the tail wagged. And this morning, and indeed in the 7 overs last night, Northamptonshire have bowled really well. Well, Will Beer is the new batsman. He has come in ahead of Ollie Robinson. I guess there's not a lot to choose between the pair, but Robinson does have a first-class 100 as in comes Sanderson, bowls to Beer, who's forward to a ball of good length and plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So there were 4 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And this scorecard, where people see it at lunchtime, will raise a few eyebrows around the country, Alex. Because Northants, who began this match bottom of the championship, have not played like a side in that position, as in comes Sanderson over the wicket bowls, and Beer is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Rosington, and there is no run. And again Sanderson here just showing the benefit of pitching the ball up. There's a bit in the pitch, We might have to change the angle of our drill and we'll turn it down so it won't sound like you can hear any atmosphere here, but it's either that or listen to our friend with the drill. As Sanderson turns at the far end, 4 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and Beer is beaten. That's an absolute cracker from Ben Sanderson. It moved away late, it left the right-hander, beat him all ends up, taken by Rosington. Suffice to say there is no run. The flags on the scoreboard are in full flow at the moment. There's quite a breeze around the ground. You can see the trees are swaying in the wind. So Sanderson again is on his way. Bowls and Beer again is beaten outside the off stump. And this is so reminiscent of yesterday. It's almost like deja vu, except for Ollie Robinson. We've got Ben Sanderson because he's beating the bat with regularity, and that's prompted a change in the. I think we're going to have 5 slips.
And why not?
Yeah. So who's that who's come across? Is that
Bavuma?
Bavuma who's come across. So 5 slips, a backward point, extra cover mid-on, and a fine leg. As in comes Sanderson running in down the hill, bowls to Beer, and Beer, well, he just manages to get a bit of bat on that at the end and played it down the track, or else it would have been plumb LBW. End of the over, and we're going to leave the field for lunch. So Hutton, the sun has momentarily disappeared here at Hove, with Sussex 83 for 7, and Hutton turns and runs away from us, coming into bowl to the right-handed Visa, who's on 20. Visa cuts firmly down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 21, and Sussex to 84 for 7 here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. Will Beer is going to take strike for the first time against Hutton, who has figures of 2 for 37 in his 14th over, which is bowling up the hill from the C end of the ground. I'll give you the scores in the other games in a minute, or the lunchtime scores. 3 slips, third man, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Hutton is in and bowls and played very straight by Beer to mid-on, and there is no run. So at Derbyshire 489 for 5 against Middlesex. At 99 there for Finn Hudson-Prentice, a young Sussex player who was released and has now signed a 3-year deal at Derby. So just missing out on his first class 100 as in comes Hutton again and bowls, and Beer turns that to mid-wicket and there is no run. Glamorgan 449 all out against Worcestershire at Cardiff, who in reply are 6 without loss. And Lancashire 337 all out against Durham at Sidborough School. 4 wickets there for Nathan Rimington. Durham started their reply and they are, let me just check, 9 without loss as Hutton is in and bowls and Beer is forward, plays to mid-on and there is no run, and that's the end of the first over after lunch. With Sussex 84 for 7, Visa on 21, Beer yet to score. You can contact us, as many as you have, via email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Alex Winter. In the First Division, for interest, Kent 488 for 4 against Warwickshire at Canterbury. 154 there for Daniel Bell Drummond, 161 for Sean Dixon. So Kent in the driving seat in that particular game. Warwickshire have been on a decent run actually in the Championship, but then lost last week to Surrey. Essex going along nicely, 158 for 2 against Notts, who were bowled out for 213 yesterday. Essex in a good run of form. Nick Brown on 69, Dan Lawrence 37, Tom Westley made 42. As in comes Ben Sanderson, figures of 4 for 25, bowls to Visa, and that was a chance low to the right of Brett Hutton, and Northamptonshire have caught really, really well in this game, and we'll have to see that one again as to whether that was a chance. It was to the right of Hutton, who was diving away at first slip. Visa goes to 25, and that was off the first ball of this spell from Sanderson. I think with the naked eye it looked as if it was just to the right of Hutton. I'm not sure he got a hand to it, but Sanderson nearly adding to his 4 wickets that he's taken already. I'll run through the rest of those scores in a moment's time as in comes Sanderson down the hill, bowls to Visa, who drives firmly into the covers, fielded there by, I think that's Bavuma in there, or it might have been Zabe who fielded, and there is no run. Yeah, so Essex 158 for 2 in reply to Notts 213. Hampshire 110 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 408. There's a debate going on actually the far end of the ground with Rosington, who's having a natter away there to Ben Sanderson, and then comes running back down the wicket to take up his keeping position. Sam North East not out on 46, 111 for 2. In comes, oh, good delivery from Sanderson, beats Visa outside the off stump, and very nearly knocks out his off stump as well. Doesn't get a nick on it, taken by Rosington, and there is no run. So Hampshire with a bit of recovery. They were in trouble there on 37 for 2, now 111 for 2. And Surrey 149 for 2 in reply to Yorkshire's 327. Mark Stoneman on 72. In comes Sanderson bowls, and Visa works this one down to third man, where it's fielded by Vasconcelos to stand in front of us, but it's one more to Visa. He goes to 25 and Sussex to 88 for 7 here in the sunshine at Hove. Final score to give you is in the World Cup. Sri Lanka against the West Indians is the game today. Up in Durham, Sri Lanka 257 for 4 after 41 overs. Which means you're right up to date with the cricket. More emails have come on and I'll read them as we go through the afternoon. As in comes Sanderson bowls to Beer, who's beaten outside of the off stump, and this is so similar to yesterday when Ollie Robinson was just beating batsmen for fun outside of the off stump, and Ben Sanderson is doing exactly the same. Hugh Johnson's been in touch. He says, hello Hugh, he says, I feel sorry for Luke, talk about Luke Wright, as he trained for red ball cricket this year and looked good in practice and then wasn't selected after responsibly turning down Just read that in a minute. In comes Sanderson bowls and Beer stretches forward into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 89 for 7. So Hugh says, I feel sorry for Luke as he trained for red ball cricket this year. He looked good in practice and then wasn't selected after responsibly turning down a one-day contract. Oh yes, one-day contract to play. Yes, he did say that he was looking to play some T20 competitions around the world, but turned those down to practice his red ball cricket. I also understand Dizzy going ahead with the youngsters. The problem is the youngsters aren't as good as maybe we thought. At this time last year we had a few number 5s and 6s, Brown, Burgess, Evans, Wright, Finch and Rawlings for 2 places. Burgess looked a good bat last year. I thought Wright would play red ball cricket if required. Surely now is the time. Now we are losing bottom teams, but we're making them look good. In comes Hutton from the C end, bowls to Visa. And has David Visa played on? Not quite. As keeper Rosington comes up and fields the ball. I would suggest 6 Durham players would get into the Sussex team. Lees, Bancroft, Eckersley, Cass, Rushworth and Crane. He also goes on to talk about other players. I'll finish the email in a minute, Hugh, because it's a lengthy email. In comes Hutton running away from us. Bowls to Visa, and Visa plays forward and just plays that one to mid-wicket. There is no run. He goes on to say, I think we needed to replace Montgomery and Memphis, then Joyce and Nash for years. We had a regular opener who scored 1,000 runs last year. I feel Wells wants and would play better at number 3. He's sort of shown a lot of promise, but he's still a youngster, very raw, who is tempted by balls he should leave. We now rely on him, but he's still learning the art of opening. We've been crying for a Colpack opener to steady the ship. In comes Hutton bowls to Visa, who plays that into the covers, and there is no run. All teams have injuries, so we have to budget for this. If Handger is injured and may not play again, then why haven't we brought in a short-term overseas? Many other counties would. Kent looked in a bad shape 2 to 3 years ago, then lost North East, but with youngsters like Crawley, they now look a very promising side. Dizzy is our hope, but he needs backing. In comes Hutton running away from us. He's in and bowls to Visa, and Visa plays this one quietly to backward point, and there is no run. So thank you, Hugh, for your email. He's enjoying the commentary, and we're enjoying bringing it to you. And actually, Martin has just come in and say Mark Wood at Durham too would getting the Sussex. Well, to be fair, we haven't got Jofra Archer at the minute. It would make a big difference to Sussex, but thank you for your emails. Keep them coming. In comes Hutton running over the wicket, bowls, and Visa cuts this one away firmly, and he's going to get a single down to third man as momentarily pretty much the whole ground is in shade as a couple of clouds drift across the sun. 1 more to Visa. He goes to 27, 90 for 7. I'm not sure if that was a chance offered to Hutton by David Visa just after lunch. It was low to Hutton's right hand side. They've caught so well Northamptonshire. Hutton looked a little disappointed, but I'm not sure whether it carried. We'll have to have a look at it. As Hutton runs away from us, coming in with the last ball of his over, bowls to Beer, who's forward, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. 90 for 7, Visa on 27. Beer yet to score. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC from BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter.
Good afternoon again. Had a little wander out at lunchtime and took a wrong turn. So I ended up in sort of the northeast corner of the ground. I could see the floodlights and I thought, well, I've got to go left somewhere here, and there was simply no left turn, so got past the ground to turn round and come back. Because only one gate here at Sussex. Is that right, or is there a gate to our left-hand side?
Yeah, that's the the main gate where you'd have come through, but often up in the northeast corner of the ground there's a gate open, but I don't know whether that was open this morning or not.
Here's Sanderson down the hill, coming into Visa, the right-hander, who's playing one forward. From this angle it looked as if it was about to squeeze through there, but he got the bat down at the last moment to squirt it down towards mid-on for no run. 3 orthodox slips in place here. There's a third man, so Northants are now protecting the short boundary towards the hospitality marquees to our right-hand side, and I heard that described by one chap outside in the cafe as Hosp. Said to his mate, I'm going round, Emma's in Hosp. And Sanderson bowls again outside the off stump, and Visa was trying to cut it away and missed, and it bounced over his top edge through to Rossington. So I hope Emma in hosp down there is having a good time, and hope the chap that's gone to meet her is also having a good time down there. There's a point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then long leg. More of a deep backward square actually now, around to our left-hand side, towards the edge of the pavilion, and the stairs that go up the very edge of the building, southernmost point of that pavilion, as Sanderson comes in again from the far end, and Visa is pushing quite nicely actually, but straight to Zabe going down to his right hand side to collect a point, and there's no run, 90/7.
Yeah, got collared by a couple of people at lunchtime. I was eating my jacket potato. What's going on? And sack the board.
Good grief. Pray not.
Yeah. But people care, don't they?
Well, they do. Sanderson once again, and this comes back and hits the pad of Visa. Big cry for LBW. Maybe it was sliding down. Maybe it was too high as well. The ball ricochets away to third man, and in fact Joey Lloyd has given runs, so he hit it as well. It's only really Sanderson that went up, to be honest. I think behind the bat they knew that there was an edge there, and that may have saved Visa, but it was a little nip backer there from Sanderson. Almost got through. Looking for a 5 for here for Sanderson. Hasn't quite happened for him this season so far with the ball. Has bowled well, but without the big rewards of last year just yet. Smaller seam on the new Duke's ball for this year has certainly hindered his progress in that regard. But remains a very fine bowler, as he's proving here with 4 for 31 so far. It's now 4 slips. As he comes into Beer, another right-hander, and Beer is in his crease, pushing down towards mid-on, and there is no run. Sanderson coming into this game had 19 wickets at 32, so a little down on where he was last year, where he claimed the 5th equal highest number of wickets in the country.
Well, pretty much every ball he's bowled in this over would have hit the stumps. Comes in to complete it now from the Cromwell Road end. Past the umpire he goes and squirted away down the slope here by Bear, just pushing at it gently. But steered it away down and away from 4th slip, and to safe Zabe at third man for a single. So Bear is off the mark, and Visa has 28 to his name. Sussex really struggling still at 92 for 7. Yeah, they certainly are, as the 2 batsmen have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. David Visa there with Will Beer. Beer with a 1 to his name. The Sussex card, if you're just joining us and wondering who scored what, they began this morning on 7 for 2. With Salt and Chopra already out. Chopra for 5, he was the first to go. Salt for 1, as in comes Hutton and bowls, and Beer turns to mid-on. There was a comfortable single there if they'd have gone for it, but Beer decided not to. So this morning the tale of woe began. Wells caught brilliantly by Vasconcelos off the bowling of Hutton in the slips for 5, shortly followed by Thomason. A more straightforward catch by Vasconcelos off the bowling of Sanderson for 4. Laurie Evans then caught by Alex Wakely off the bowling of Sanderson for 6. In the slips, in comes Hutton and bowls, and Beer is forward and plays plate back down the track. There is no run. Ben Brown was then caught behind by Adam Rosington off the bowling of Luke Proctor for 10. And then just before lunch, a really good slip catch by Brett Hutton diving away to his left-hand side of the bowling of Sanderson for 31. And the bowling figures of Sanderson, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 32. In comes Hutton over the wicket bowls, and Beer is trapped in front. Is he? Yes, he is. Absolutely stonewall. Beer is on his way, given out by umpire Baldwin. Well, it was a straight one. I thought he played around it. The only thought maybe was whether it was a little high, but he's given out, and Will Beer is on his way for 1, and Sussex's tale of woe continues, down 92 for 8.
Yeah, it was certainly straight enough, squared Beer up in the crease, and I think height was the only consideration. Paul Baldwin did have a long, hard think about that, actually.
He did.
But eventually raised the finger. So Beer, after some success at the top of the order, back down the order here and fails. Still Robinson to come, but Sussex needs something. for the moment, try and save the follow-on, don't they? 124, the follow-on mark.
Well, we were talking about this follow. I mean, I think we feel that with you know, it's pretty hot, it's pretty warm out there.
And there's so much time left in the game as well.
Yeah, there is so much time. The weather forecast is good, so we're not going to lose any time because of bad weather in this match. That I think the feeling Alex and I had before lunch is that Northants would probably decide to bat again, get themselves established a nice lead, and certainly the lead at the moment is 180. So that's a pretty substantial lead. Against Durham last week, Sussex just avoided the. No, in fact, they didn't avoid the follow-on because they were 153 behind. So Durham could have enforced the follow-on, but decided not to. Then batted very well. Alex Lees making a very fine 100, and then bowling Sussex out to win the game. So here comes Ollie Robinson. Well, he starred with the bat yesterday. Apparently the stream is playing up badly. Oh. That's not good. Can you hear us loud and clear around the ground? Certainly we've got a solid connection here. So I'm not too sure whether that's the... if you're listening in the ground, can you hear the commentary coming through loud and clear? Or indeed, if someone's listening, could you just confirm that the commentary is going? Yeah, I'm getting a thumbs up from the back of the grandstand, so thank you for that. So it sounds like the commentary is going. Thank you, sir, up there, much appreciated. So I think it must be something wrong with the stream. So I will mention that to the Sussex press officer, and just see why that is. As in comes Sanderson again. 3 for 38, comes in and bowls to Ollie Robinson, and Robinson is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Actually, one thing to say here, Alex, is that the Sussex batsmen have copped a fair bit of flack today. Someone said to me at lunchtime, well, actually, maybe it's the bowlers, because what Sanderson and Hutton have done here is prove that by bowling straight, as Ollie Robinson did yesterday, that you can get wickets. And actually, Sussex just didn't do that yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. And what's also been key here for Northampton is that all four of the bowlers have contributed.
Hutton in and bowls, and Robinson pulls this one away. He's going to get 4 runs. I think the ball races down the hill. Will do well to cut that off. Well, is that Bavuma?
Zaid
no,
over there.
Zaid.
Good chase.
Yeah, it was a good chase, because it's when the ball gets past you here at Hove and running downhill, it's pretty difficult to overhaul the ball, but he did manage to do it on that occasion. So 2 to Robinson, who's on his way, 94 for 8. Various updates for Alex and I to do in the next few moments, as Sanderson is back to his mark. So apologies if the stream is playing up, but we think the commentary is going out loud and clear, which is the good news, as Hutton is in and bowls, and Robinson drives again to mid-on, and there is no run, slightly across the line there from Ollie Robinson. End of the over, 94 for 8, 28 Visa, 7 to Robinson. Live cricket here on the BBC Sussex, and BBC Northampton. Martin's been back in touch. He says, I actually meant another example of a County Championship Division 2 player playing for England. Yeah, we were talking about those who are in the squad who play for Division 2 sides. That was when Bruce was joining us on commentary. So we had Jofra Archer, Owen Morgan, Moeen Ali and Mark Wood, all of whom are playing for second division sides but are in that World Cup squad. So here comes Sanderson in down the hill, bowls to Visa, and Visa was looking to flick that one down towards fine leg, but the ball just bounced down in front of him, and there is no run. Visa on 28, Sussex 94 for 8. Sanderson's figures are worth reading out. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 32. He's bowling with a field of 3 slips and a third man, point cover mid-off as a mid-on, and a fine leg. So just 2 fielders on the leg side, as in comes Sanderson down the hill, bowls, and Visa is caught behind. It's the end of David Visa. A fifer for Ben Sanderson, 5 for 32. I don't think that was the greatest shot that David Visa has ever played in his life, to be fair. It was swinging away, he got a little nick to it. It carried through to keeper Rosington, and Sussex have lost their 9th wicket. And the tale of woe continues. David Visa rips off his gloves and wanders back towards the pavilion. And oh, you probably heard that on the effects microphone. And it has to be said, people are not happy here at Hove today. People talking around the ground, people saying, well, where does the buck stop? And defeat against Durham last week. And this has been a pretty sorry batting performance, albeit against some very good Northamptonshire bowling. David Visa wanders off towards the pavilion. Well, he gets some applause, David Visa, as he wanders off. And he's a very wholehearted cricketer, and he'll be desperately disappointed. And he's annoyed with the shot that he played as he wanders off. And the last man to come out is Abhi Sakandi. And Sussex have lost 7 wickets here today in just a little more than a session. As out comes Sakandi. Beer and Visa since the lunch interval. And here comes Abhi Sakandi to join Ollie Robinson. And I suspect that Ollie Robinson, he defended very well up at Kidderminster, actually, did Abhi Sakandi, for a long time in a last wicket partnership with Aaron Thomason. So I think Ollie Robinson would be looking to farm the strike here if he can. But really, to be pretty much bowled out in 42 overs and 2 balls. And there's a deadly silence around Hove, as you can probably hear on our effects microphone. 4 slips in place for Abhi Sakandi. Sakandi marks out his crease. 4 slips, a third man, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. So as I say, just those 2 men on the leg side as in comes Sanderson. Down the hill he bowls to Sakandi, lets that one go outside of the off stump. And there is no run taken by keeper Rosington. Sanderson 5 for 32, and he's bowled as well for Northamptonshire as Ollie Robinson bowled yesterday for Sussex. In comes Sanderson running down the hill. He's in and bowls. Ooh, that nearly took Abhi Sakandi's off stump. That really wasn't very far at all away from the off stump taken by Rosington. And the total remains on 94 for 9. Well, I'm sorry to say the Sussex tale of woe has continued after lunch, because 2 more wickets have gone down. Will Beer is out for 1, and just in the last over, David Visa caught behind for 28. So Sussex now 94 for 9. Ollie Robinson on 2. Abhi Sakandi yet to score. In fact, Sakandi just scores his first run. So Sussex now 95 for 9. Meanwhile, Mark Stoneman going well for Surrey. He's on 77. Surrey 162 for 2 in reply to Yorkshire's 327. And in the World Cup, Sri Lanka 292 for 4 in the 45th over against the West Indies. Thank you very much, Sarah, back in the studio as we've given our latest update. And here comes Sanderson looking for his 6th wicket. Comes in and bowls to Ollie Robinson, and Robinson hits that one away, and that's a lovely shot by Ollie Robinson wide of the off stump. And he hammered the ball away for 4 runs, and Sussex go to 99 for 9. And Sanderson's figures: 16 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 37, and he's bowled every bit as well as those figures suggest, Alex. Yeah, very much so. A first 5-wicket haul of the season for Ben Sanderson as well, which is a nice milestone for he. Northampton had only had 1 5 for prior to this. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong card. I'll try that again. I'm pretty sure it was 1 5 for. It was Nathan Buck 5 for 54, the only 5 for thus far this season for Northamptonshire. But Sanderson now with a decent bag of wickets, but as you mentioned,
already today, crucially backed up at the other end. Chiefly here by Hutton, who's got 3 for 40 to his name, whereas the backup bowling for Sussex yesterday just lacked a little bit.
Well, it did. Most definitely did. I thought David Wiese bowled well in his first spell. Abby Sakandi in his second spell bowled a bit better. Aaron Thomason didn't bowl well at all, although he did pick up a wicket.
So 99 for 9, and Hutton going in to Sakandi, struck on the pad via an inside edge, I think, as there was no real LBW appeal. The ball ballooned up out towards square leg, and there was no run.
Got our workman back, Alex.
Did you have a word at lunch?
No, I didn't actually. I forgot. I was a bit of a rush actually, and there was a bit of a queue. And actually, the tapping's only started in the last couple of minutes since you've been doing your update.
Hutton turns in front of us and runs up the slope away from the sea and goes into the right-handed Sakandi. He's playing this quite nice actually through extra cover. Little nudge and go wide of Proctor, and the 100 comes up. And they're on their feet in the pavilion. Hands above heads over there in rather sarcastic applause, it must be said.
Oh yeah, I mean people are yelling out now. You probably heard that on the effects microphone. Bring back Pryor and bring back Adams. Oh dear, the Sussex faithful are not happy here today.
Yeah, just bring back the whole side that won the championship a few times. That'll do.
Yeah.
Not going to happen, folks. Different era. Hutton in to Robinson here. He's got 6, and he's going back and nicely tucking one out to deep mid wicket away to our right hand side. Newton's running around the boundary to collect, and returns to the bowler's end. And they just take a single, so Robinson goes to 701 for 9.
But it's very well Abby Sakandi at Kidderminster a couple of weeks ago. Last wicket partnership with Aaron Thomason, which pretty much saved Sussex in that game. Well, not saved Sussex, it put the game beyond the reach of Worcestershire in a game that ended in a draw. But in that game, Thomason certainly farmed the strike. Ollie Robinson, he's very happy to take the singles.
Hutton with 3 slips into Sakandi, who's forward and plays inside the line of one that goes away and probably beats the outside edge really through behind the stumps to Rossington.
So to avoid the follow-on, Sussex would need to get to 124, yes. Because 150, if you get to within 150, it means you follow on, doesn't it? So 124 is the target, if indeed Northampton decided to enforce the follow-on.
Hutton going in again. Sakandi works this nicely past square leg actually. He'll get just the 1 run here out towards Sanderson in his Sunat in the deep. Throws the ball back into the breeze to Rossington, and they get another run, so Sakandi goes to 3, 102 for 9. But just a case here, Sussex, I mean, there's nothing that can be really hoped for with the 10th wicket pair at the crease. Northants did make good progress for their 10th wicket yesterday, but it came after a good period of resistance before that. But here, it's a disastrous pace at 102 for 9. Just a few bonus runs to try and get the deficit down a little bit. Hutton, yeah, I thought he wanted a slip in a gully there. He was pointing 2 index fingers in the air as if he wanted the split. He's got it now as he goes into Robinson, and Robinson is on the back foot, flicking away for 4. It's a nice shot, slightly too short, and Robinson in his crease with a lovely flick, timed it perfectly out towards the hospitality boxes adjacent to the old score box, away to our right hand side. So Robinson quickly into double figures here, is 11 from 6 deliveries. Sakandi at the other end is on 3, but Sussex replying to 273 are 106 for 9, and a long way behind. Can they at least try and reduce this deficit, and like we said yesterday, take some momentum into the second innings?
Yes.
Into the third innings, sorry, as Northampton did into the second innings yesterday with those runs down the order. So far it's been a really good comeback in the last 2 and a bit sessions from Northants.
Had a long email in from John Reeve. Thanks for getting in touch, John. As in comes Sanderson and bowls, and Sakandi is caught by Wakely at first slip, and that's the end of the innings, and Sussex have been bowled out, and you can hear people calling out around the ground. There's absolute silence around here, apart from people who are yelling. 106 for 9 has become 106 all out. Abby Sakandi wanders off. But I can tell you that the follow-on is not going to be enforced because the Northamptonshire openers have just sprinted towards the pavilion.
A day yesterday was the coach driver that had taken supporters from Old Trafford to Sedbergh School. Lancashire laid on buses to take supporters up there, and the coach driver arrived a good hour before the start of play, so plenty of time, but he missed the turning to get into the car park, so he had nowhere to park. So rather than just let the passengers off wherever and allowing them to find their own way into the ground, he decided to turn around and for 50 minutes drove up and down Cumbria, even went back on the M6 and started going back towards Old Trafford before turning around again, and eventually got back to the ground 10 minutes before the start of play. It was extraordinary. But hopefully those supporters have had an easier journey to the ground on day 2. Here is Robinson from the Cromwell Road end to Vasconcelos at the start of the Northants' second innings with the lead, a massive one for Northants here on first innings of 167, and Vasconcelos plays the first ball back up the pitch for no run. There are 3 slips in place because Sussex need wickets, but Sussex are also very mindful of the runs, so immediately there are a couple of scouts back on the boundaries at third man to our left hand side and long leg to our right. Then there's a point mid off, mid on, and a very tight short mid wicket. As Robinson moves in past the umpire, Baldwin at the far end now, and Vasconcelos plays forward out to mid wicket, and there is no run in there. Aaron Thomason doing the fielding, just going to his left hand side with a number on the back of his shirt today. Had a numberless shirt yesterday. I'm pleased to say that he's got back his identity today on his gear. A huge lead here for Northants. And even one good session with the bat is going to see them miles ahead as Robinson comes in and Vasconcelos plays forward, doesn't get it past mid-off, just a gentle push, and mid-off diving smartly to his left-hand side in there, made the save, and there was no run. Long time to go today, 56 overs remain, so we've got 24 overs until tea time, and Northants have got a great chance here to take complete command of the game and make Sussex toil in the sunshine. That's what they'll be hoping for. Give the opposition nothing here in this, what can potentially be a tricky third innings, as Robinson comes in again and Vasconcelos defends quite a straight delivery down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. They got themselves into a bit of a sticky situation last week against Leicestershire, Northants, in the end trying to bat out the day on the final day there for a draw, and having lost a day to rain, even though Northants took a very slender 6-run first innings lead. They were struggling a little bit at 167 for 6 before they saw out the game pretty comfortably. But a much healthier situation here to bat in the third innings. Robinson in, and Vasconcelos well forward, plays back it towards the bowler's right hand. And there is no run, Adrian Harms.
Oh, we had an email in from Keith Ridge. Hello Keith. He says, apart from Sussex's top order inability to score runs this season, a number of counties have not scored early runs, while the tails have put the runs on the board. I'll read it. It goes on to say, is there any truth that the balls this season have changed and the seams get softer after 30 to 40 overs?
Robinson past the umpire again, and Vasconcelos well forward and gets Northants underway with a nudge wide of mid-off, and Vasconcelos is off the mark and Northants are underway. The lead is 168 and Northants have got as much time as they like to build up the target here, but one without loss after the opening over.
He says, thanks for the commentary. Well, certainly the balls this season have got a less pronounced seam, is my understanding. That's right,
correct,
isn't it, Alex?
Yeah. Yeah, there's 3 factors that have perhaps limited the impact of seam bowling this season, or bowlers in general, really. The ball, I think, is the main one, because the smaller seam has meant the ball hasn't swung as much, because the seam acts as a bit of a rudder. There's been a general edict around the country to prepare better pitches for batting, because it was deemed that batting was too difficult at times last year. And the heavy roller is back as well. You can use the heavy roller each side once per match.
Which the effect of which is to hopefully flatten out the track. But Sussex need to get some wickets here. David Visa running in, taking the new ball, comes in and bowls. Now my understanding is that David Visa doesn't like bowling with the new ball. That's something that we spoke about earlier on this season. Up at Lords he took 5 wickets, and he said he just feels too much, a bit too much responsibility. There's that, he just prefers to come on I don't mean that in a way of abdicating responsibility. He just prefers to come on as a change bowler. But
is that because he struggles to control the new ball?
I think he just prefers that. He doesn't like having the. He said, I don't like having the new cherry. And he comes and bowls and cut away by Vasconcelos down to third man, where it's fielded by Salt. 1 to the total, which makes it 2 without loss for Northamptonshire, who have a lead here on first innings of 167. And as you say, crumbs, we've got another 55 overs today, so if this game continues on the pace that it's going, I mean, Northamptonshire could be 400 ahead by close of play tonight. Certainly 350.
Could be.
On the other hand, Sussex may suddenly get a barrel load of wickets and end up chasing 300 to win. Who knows? In comes Visa, running into bowl to the right-handed Newton, who's forward and steers this one through mid-wicket. Is going to run away for at least a couple, might go for 4 actually. A good sliding stop by Thomason, who does well actually, and just prevents a second run. So a single to Newton, he's on his way, and Northampton to 3 without loss.
Yeah, a few times this season Northampton have had a chance to really nail an opposition, including Sussex at 1-2 draw when they were 68
yes,
for 6,
they were.
and they failed to take advantage, but this time they've done so. So can they now build on that here in the third innings?
Visa is in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives down the ground. It doesn't quite time it, and Beer nips around from mid-off to field, and there is no run.
Not going to take too many, is it, to put the game almost beyond Sussex?
No.
They can scrap their way up to 200 even. And there'll be a mighty, mighty lead to try and chase down in the fourth innings. Wouldn't be beyond Sussex, I don't think.
No, absolutely.
Given some of the wickets we've seen this year. But if the ball continues to swing, obviously Northampton will be massive favourites.
Visa in on bowls, and that's a poor shot by Vasconcelos to a ball that was wide outside the off stump. He was looking to thump that one away through point, didn't move his feet. And he's lucky not to get a nick on that.
It was quite loose. Just off the back of 3 failures. Vasconcelos here, 25 and 12 against Leicestershire and 2 in the first innings here, so a pretty good season. Fine 100 at Durham, unbeaten 100 he made before rain washed out the rest of that game.
Visa is in bowls, and forward comes Vasconcelos, placed to mid-off, and it's no run. Loads and loads of tweets, I'm sorry. Chris Stoner says, oh dear, the present batting nightmare deepens. Where else are we here? Someone says the stream is playing up badly, so we're hoping that it's unwatchable, a bit like the cricket, somebody says. End of the over, 3 without loss.
Nothing to do with us, I'm afraid.
No, as far as we're aware, we're going out loud and clear. We had the thumbs up from a gentleman kindly listening at the back of the stand who is just sitting in the shade, and he said he could hear us loud and clear. I'm assuming that that's still the situation. We haven't had any other messages to the contrary, so we're assuming we're going out loud and clear. If you can hear us on the radio, just drop us a note and let us know.
Robinson down the hill, bowls to Newton, who's pushing firmly forward, out towards mid-off. No run as far as Phil Salt, in his sun hat there. Just comes to his left-hand side to collect, and there's no run. 3 without loss here, Northampton. 3 orthodox slips in place. Lead 170. Third man, long leg, the men out, point, mid-wicket and mid-on. That'll be Sussex' lowest score of the season?
Yes, it would be. In fact, I'll have to check through and see the lowest score since when.
As Robinson comes down the hill past umpire Baldwin, and Newton drives this time into a gap in the covers and will get 2 runs.
Yes.
As Thomason gives chase out towards the old score box away to our right-hand side. They come back for a comfortable second in the end. Newton goes to 3, 5-0.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time that they did make a score of just over 100. Yeah, if someone could send us an email, just let us know we are going out loud and clear. That would be much appreciated. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Alex Winter, or indeed if you're listening in the ground, if you just sort of stick your hand up in the air, that would be quite handy.
Robinson in, and Newton, the right-hander, is gently forward, pushing down out towards mid-off, no run.
Thank you, sir, to the gentleman in the top tier who raised his hand.
You get terribly paranoid about not going out, don't you, Adrian?
I do, yeah. Well, when people say they can't hear, and I think, oh dear, what's going on?
You can hear us crystal clear on the BBC Sport website and app. That's the best place to go to.
Yeah, and the stream is, as I say, naught to do with us. So But I will let the people at Sussex know if there's a problem.
Robinson in, very wide delivery, nice and full, bit of a tempter, but Newton sensibly keeps well inside the line, and it goes through to Brown. Already quite quiet out there, as you would imagine. Demoralised Sussex side after being blown away in the first innings here. What do they have in reserve to try and battle back? Well, at the moment sees a pretty desperate situation. They've got to make this first new ball count, you feel, as Robinson comes in towards us, and Newton in the crease is pushing back up towards mid-off for no run. Returned from his injury, his groin injury last week, did Rob Newton, but made 5 and a golden duck against Leicestershire. That can happen, falling twice against the new ball. But he got a bit further into the innings, in the first innings here, in making 14. He got going to an extent before falling, which will be annoying. If you fall very early on, that can obviously happen. Get a decent delivery with the new ball as Robinson is in again. This is too straight though, and clipped away through square leg, and will run away for 4 runs out towards the pavilion. It does. 4 ball from Robinson. Too full, too straight. Newton helped himself with a flick around the corner out towards the hanging baskets away to our left hand side, in front of which sit some very glum Sussex members. 9 without loss, Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos is 2 and Newton is 7. The lead is 175.
Alex Cole has been in touch, and he says we're coming through loud and clear. So, and we can hear some beeping. It sounds like a vehicle rehearsing or some reversing somewhere around the back of the flats here. So I'll just turn the effects mic down a little. Oh, that's better. It's gone now. So we'll have an update to do for listeners on BBC Sussex in just a couple of moments' time, as David Wiese is going to recommence from the C end of the ground, runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who's forward with a model 4 defensive shot placed to mid-off, fielded by Beer, and there is no run. 0-7. Vasconcelos on 2. Thank you for your emails. It'd be lovely to have some more during the day. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and it's not just for Sussex supporters, it's for Northampton supporters as well, who I'm sure will be very pleased with the way their side has performed in this match so far, as Wiese is in and bowls, and Vasconcelos drives, lovely shot, 4 runs. Slightly over picture from David Wiese, and Vasconcelos just hammered that through the covers for 4 runs, lovely shot. He goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 13. Without loss, that's a lead of 180 now for Northamptonshire. And that was a lovely shot, just drilled through the covers for 4 runs. Wiese again on his way and bowls, and Vasconcelos pushes forward into the offside, fielded there by Wells in the covers, and there is no run. And immediately Sussex are on the defensive in terms of field placings. 2 slips and a 3rd man. Backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So Ben Brown, a little bit like the game against Durham last week, is having to go on the defensive to a degree, because he just can't afford to let Northants get away if they haven't got away already, as Wiese comes in and bowls, and Vasconcelos plays to mid-wicket, footed by Rawlins, and there is no run. Well, it's been a pretty awful day for Sussex here at Hove, Alison. They began the day on 7 for 2, and they've been bowled out for just 106. Ben Sanderson taking 6 of the wickets to fall. Delray Rawlings top scoring, but all in all, it was a poor batting performance for Sussex, and they've conceded a lead on the first innings of 167. Northamptonshire's second time around, a 13 without loss. It means the lead is 180. Surrey have lost a couple of wickets at Scarborough, now 186 for 4. Mark Stoneman making exactly 100. They trail Yorkshire by 141, and in the World Cup, Sri Lanka 338 for 6 in their 50 overs against the West Indies. As that next delivery from Wiese passes by outside the off stump. Thank you, Sarah, back at base. And David Visa has bowled 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6, and Northamptonshire 13 without loss. And Ollie Robinson is going to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Newton. Thanks for listening to us today here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Always good to have your company, and good to have your emails and tweets as in comes Robinson down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Newton, and Newton is forward to a ball that would have knocked out his off stump if he hadn't played it, and fielded there in the offside by Aaron Thomason, and there is no run. 3 slips in place for Ollie Robinson. Robinson, who was by some distance the pick of the Sussex bowling in the first innings, picking up 6 wickets, 6 for 63. And Ben Brown giving him the vote of confidence with those 3 slips in place, as in comes Robertson down the hill, bowls and beats Newton outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, and Newton nods, and was comprehensively beaten. There is no run, 13 without loss. Alex has a big bag of apples that he's brought into the commentary box. Are you and some bananas as well? I've eaten a banana as well. Are you a big apple fan?
Very much so. But they go with the right apples.
Oh, okay.
I'm a bit of an apple.
You're a bit of a fusspot.
I'm a bit of an apple snob, yeah.
Oh, yeah. In comes Robinson down the hill, bowls, and Newton drives down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. Driven straight down through mid-on. That's a lovely shot by Rob Newton. He goes to 11, and Northampton 17 without loss. So tell us why you're a...
Because you can get some very bad apples, can't you?
Okay.
They can be either soft or not sweet enough, and yeah, you can get some very dodgy ones. And so I have to get my apples from a high-end supermarket, I'm afraid to say,
I
which
can see on
involves paying a little bit more per apple, but it's very much worth it.
Robinson in on bowls, and Newton covers up, plays down the field, fielded by Robinson, and there is...
Because these are a lovely sweet variety.
Are they?
And very tasty indeed. And conveniently enough, I drive past one of these high-end supermarkets on my way into Wantage Road.
Right.
So it's very easy to just...
How many apples would you eat in a day?
Just the one.
Right, okay.
You know the saying.
Yes, I know.
One's enough.
Yeah. Keeps the doctor away. Right.
Like I was saying before, it's very easy to just munch your way through tea and cake, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
At
doing
the cricket.
This. Yeah, Robinson in bowls, and Newton drives. That's going to be a
Charge.
second successive boundary. Phil Salt is in hot pursuit, but I don't think he's going to get there. Driven away, and the ball bobbles over the rope. So lovely shot by Newton, who's very quickly on to 15. And Northamptonshire to 21 without loss. So to that you need to add 167, and you'll get the lead, which is now what, 188. Is that right? Yes. It's one of those awkward numbers, isn't it? We're going to be struggling with that over the next couple of days. It's nice if it's a lead of sort of 100.
Get your calculator out.
I can cope with that. Robinson comes in down the hill, bowls, and Newton flicks this one away down to fine leg, where it's fielded by David Visa. One more to Newton. He goes to 16, and the total to 22 without loss here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. We're talking all matters apples for a bit of light-hearted relief for the Sussex supporters. I'm not a great apple fan, I have to say. I love bananas, so I've eaten. There's my. Actually, your bananas you brought in are lovely yellow skins. Mine is pretty yucky.
So that's a bit past its best, probably. But I need them fairly soft. I can't eat them hard.
No. When you peel them back and it's green.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, I don't
not
like
for
that.
me. I need them fairly well ripened.
Do you? Right. Okay.
As Visa goes away from the sea into Newton, who's forward, nudging in front of mid-on. A good piece of cricket here, because they go through and steal a run.
Yes, they do.
Newton realised pretty quickly there that he could dab a run in front of the fieldsman, just running away to his right-hand side. Will Beer in there, and the score goes to 23 without loss. Bright start here for Newton, who's now got 17.
My wife likes apples, but I have to say, if ever I'm doing the shopping, we'll probably do it about half and half, I would guess.
2 slips in place as Visa bowls to Vasconcelos. Quite straight and pushed to mid-wicket, no run.
I tend to go to a slightly lower-end supermarket, and I just tend to sort of pick up perhaps the ones that are on offer or whatever. Alex is shaking his head.
We had a word about what kind of husband you are at Wantage Road, didn't we? Earlier in the season. Goodness me. He does no DIY.
You've got a very good memory.
He buys
actually.
discount apples as Visa goes in and bowls 2 straight this time and gets turned to long leg for a single. So Vasconcelos goes to 7-24 without loss.
Right, so I'll have to remember that next time.
Can't erect flat back furniture.
No, I can't. Absolutely no idea at all. I had a lead here somewhere for my... there it is. Thank you.
Visa into the right-handed Newton. And Newton is defending. A straight delivery down towards Beer at mid-on. And there is no run. I'm very, very boring with my fruit and veg, it must be said. My fiancée is rather exotic and she likes all sorts of different things from various parts of the world, but I'm a pretty boring apples, bananas, peas, broccoli, carrots man.
Yeah. And she would be more sort of kiwi fruit.
Indeed, yeah. Visa, Fuller, more full stump this time, and Newton leans a long way out to defend that away towards cover. Wells is there to his left-hand side in his navy Sussex cap. No run.
I'm a big one for sort of spring greens and that sort of thing. Broccoli.
Bit of asparagus.
Yes, I love asparagus.
Like a bit of asparagus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she likes her sugar snap peas.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
As Visa is in again, and this is driven a little loose by Newton, pushing rather keenly at that, down towards mid-on. It was a bit of a thickish inside edge that ran away to it was Will Beer, I beg your pardon. And the over comes to an end. So we've had 6 in the Northants' second innings, and they've made a bright start here. 24 without loss, having taken a first innings advantage of 167. And we've got another 18 overs to go until tea time.
A lot of runs being scored around the country, Alex. Derbyshire 557 for 6 declared against Middlesex, which is starting their reply. Glamorgan 449 out against Worcester with 31 without loss. Lancashire made 337. As in comes Robinson running in down the hill, bowled. I was going to say this forward place to mid wicket, and there is no run. Durham 47 without loss in reply. Your runs being scored. Essex going along well against Nottinghamshire, 190 for 2, just trailing Notts by 23. Kent made 485 for 7 against Warwickshire, declared.
Oh, they've pulled out eventually there, right.
Yeah, Hampshire 187 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 408. Here comes Robinson and bowls and takes his hand off the bat, as I can say. This plays it backwards from the leg side. He takes a single, he goes to 8. The total to 25 without loss. The lead now 192.
That's a bit of bounce there. Both Kent and Derbyshire there have declared it slightly weird situations. I thought certainly Kent would have gone on to get 600 and make Warwickshire get 450 in the second innings of the match to not quite save the game, but pretty much save the game actually. You get 450.
Robinson and bowls, and Newton plays to mid-wicket. He played slightly across the line there.
And Derbyshire likewise, 557, so Middlesex have, I say only, have just got to get above 400 in their first innings to avoid the follow-on there and make it a result very unlikely. So they're not massive totals these sides have put up. And they have the chance maybe to go on and get 650 and say the opposition get 500.
Robinson bowls to Newton, who just works this one comfortably down to third man. He gets another single, he goes to 18 and a total to 26 without loss.
And the timing of both those declarations too, sort of mid-afternoon sessions, not exactly half an hour before tea or anything like that. Very strange.
Interesting.
But still, you need time to bowl a side out twice, so that's what they've done.
I was looking at this County Championship Division 2 table, and Northants began this match bottom of the pile. In comes Butt, Robinson in and bowls, and he beats Vasconcelos. That's a good delivery outside of the off stump. And there is no run. So they'd played 7, hadn't won a game, only lost 2 and drawn 5, but with 61 points at the start of play. Northamptonshire were 35 points behind Sussex. Now, if Northamptonshire were to win this game, that would close the gap to about 15 points. And what I'm saying is Sussex were third at the start. So, it's a very concertina division. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and Vasconcelos takes his hands off the bat, plays it down on the onside. There is no run. End of the over, 26 without loss. What I'm saying, as I said with Durham last week as well, is that I think any side in this division who goes on a run and maybe gets 3 wins on the spin can transform their position in the table.
So it's still really, really tight.
Well, it's very tight. And I'm looking at Northamptonshire. I'm thinking, they've got 7 games to play. They will be extremely disappointed if they don't win this game. And who knows where that might take you? You might win 3 on the spin, and all of a sudden you're on the fringes of the promotion race. So it's a really exciting division.
Away goes Visa from the sea into Newton, who's well forward here, pushing away to extra cover. Wells is there, and there is no run. Yep, a lot of very closely matched teams, I think. No, even accounting for Lancashire, no total standout team so far this season. No. Lancashire, obviously, with all their resources and with Jimmy Anderson at their disposal for the moment, very, very well placed. As Visa sets off and bowls just outside Newton's off stump, but he shoulders arms. It goes through quite down low there to Brown, goes down to his left ankle to claim that.
Oh, sorry, Alex. So Ian Arbor said everything's working okay now, so that suggests the stream's working okay. John Marriott says it's streaming fine in Whedon, and Hugh says coming through loud and clear, which is good.
Jolly good. And Cather also is listening in from murky Kettering. As Visa goes in, and defending is Newton in his crease, down towards Beer at mid-on. Fieldsman in a long-sleeved shirt there, with his quite faded Sussex cap, because he's been here quite a long while, Will Beer, hasn't he? A long but Sussex career so far. Been limited to the white ball competitions of late, but very much a part of the championship side now. He's getting his chance up the order in the last few weeks as Visa turns and sets off again. Hair flowing. Again, ball's quite straight and it's pushed down to mid-on by Newton, trying to get forward, and there's no run.
I'll read Hugh your email at the end of the over. Thank you for getting in touch. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk, or tweeting at BBC Sussex Sports, or at Alex Winter. Excuse me, I'm going to cough.
Underscore Alex Winter.
Oh, sorry. Is it Alex underscore Winter?
No, underscore Alex Winter.
Oh, right, okay.
Visa is in, and this is flicked away, past mid-on this time by Newton. And he may get a couple of runs here down the slope. He does. Beer is giving chase out towards the hospitality boxes. Slides and returns to Brown. But they come scarpering back with a second and in, quite comfortably taken actually. So Newton's good start continues. He's up to 20 now, and Northampton 28 without loss. Yeah, the bugger who's got plain old at Alex Winter hasn't tweeted since 2015. So he needs to give it up, doesn't he?
He does. Well, is he in this country? Or
I've absolutely no idea at all. As Visa was in again. Newton is back, defending down towards mid-on for the, I think, 4th time in the over. Beer doing the fielding there. Over comes to an end. 28 without loss. Northamptonshire with a very handsome advantage.
They certainly are. Hugh says, although we all love good old Sussex by the sea, other fans are rather biased. Are we blinkered into thinking our team is better than we really are? Well, certainly not a Division 1 team. Kent only just beat us last year, but they have real quality and really turned their club around. I judge a team by how many of my team get in the opposition. In Division 2, our team may show promise but not proven quality. The only players the opposition will want in red ball cricket are Archer, Van Zyl when fit, Brown, Visa and Robbo. The maybes are Salt, Wells, Jordan with plenty of nose. Promise Rawlings, Garton when fit. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and forward comes Baston and Taylor space in mid-off, and there is no run. He says, will Archer want to stay or move to a county that challenges for titles? Well, therein lies a question, Hugh.
Well, if he's not going to play much cricket in the county game, because he's always away with England, I think there's a greater chance he will probably stay here with Sussex. Well, because his wage will be paid by the ECB.
And you would think, to be honest, that and he's performed very well in the World Cup. I think he's had a nagging side injury actually during this World Cup. As in comes Robinson bowls, Vasco Taylor's forward, there is no run, and there was some doubt if he was going to play yesterday. He didn't take a wicket, but he bowled economic. In fact, I think he was the most economic English bowler. So, regardless of that, you would think. I think Jofra Archer will play in the Ashes. I think he will then go away with England to New Zealand pre-Christmas and South Africa post-Christmas. I think he'll then play in the IPL, and then whoever England are playing next summer here, I'm sure he will be involved. So I think I'm not going to see a lot of Jofra Archer As in comes Robinson, running in over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, and Vasconcelos looks to drive through the covers, but he gets a thick inside edge back to the square on the leg side. And is one more to Vasconcelos. He goes to double figures, I think, or has that already gone up on the board? No. He goes to 9, and Northampton's 29 for no wicket. So if a county did come in to buy him, I think you'll also up his wages, and you're not going to play much Championship cricket. So
yeah, I mean,
and I think he's very, he's very grateful for the chance that he got here at Sussex. As in comes Robinson and bowls and clipped away by Newton to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, but there's just absolutely no need to leave. I mean, he'll be on a central contract in due course.
Yep.
All his wages will be paid by the ECB. He will tell Sussex when he may be available, and that'll be few and far between, because as you say, IPL will take up the first part of the Championship campaign. He comes back and it'll be straight into the English international summer.
Yep, it will. Robinson turns, comes running in towards us to bowl to Newton. He's in a bowls, and Newton drives again slightly across the line to mid-on, and there is no run, fielded by Sakandi. Actually, I haven't had an email for a couple of weeks from Patrick over in the Caribbean, Jofra Step. That'd be good if you're listening. I know he's a regular listener to our commentaries. Might well have come over for the latter stages of the World Cup, who knows. But had a really nice chat to Patrick, probably a couple of months ago now, down here at Hove. As in comes Robinson bowls and pulled away down to fine leg, and that's 4 runs. That was a loose delivery by Ollie Robinson, and Newton pulled the ball back to square for 4 runs. He goes very quickly. He's gone to 24. Northamptonshire to 33. Yes, it was a little programme we put together. I don't know if you've had a listen. It was our rise of Jofra Archer, which was about 16 minutes long, talking to Jofra's mum and Patrick and people who were really involved with his development here in the early years. And I'm talking about people like John Lewis, who were very instrumental in first of all getting Jofra over a back injury which he had, which was causing a lot of problems, and then helping him with his bowling. And those people have played a wonderful part in Jofra's pretty meteoric rise to 3 years ago no one had heard of him. He hadn't even made his first class debut for Sussex. That was in July 2016.
33 without loss, Northants. And Visa is running away to bowl to Vasconcelos, the left-hander, who's forward, playing down out towards mid-on. And there is no run. Yeah, just adding up the lead, which has now gone to 200. Doesn't actually say the lead on the scoreboard, which I always think is a pretty crucial piece of information. There's obviously a lot of information on that scoreboard. It would be nice if the lead was just snuck in there for the spectators, not necessarily for us, as Vasconcelos drives here outside the off stump, and it's a thick inside edge down towards mid-on, where Robinson does the fielding to his left-hand side. There's no run.
Well, it may not be handy for you, but your maths is probably better. I definitely need it. 167 is just awkward, if it's sort of 167 plus sort of 56 or something,
Visa in right arm over. Vasconcelos back here to work this to square leg, and Newton was coming through for a single that wasn't available, and Vasconcelos rightly sent him back as Rawlings was coming quickly to his left-hand side to cut it off. Yeah, one thing that the introduction of the 100 has certainly brought into sharper focus is how the game is presented to the audience, and the accessibility of people who don't necessarily quite know every little detail that's going on, and even things like simplifying the scoreboard. That can certainly apply to other areas of cricket, as Visa goes round the wicket now, and Vasconcelos is driving again a little loosely. Hasn't really settled here, Vasconcelos. Gets the bottom end of the bat really back up towards the bowler for no run. And just what is the vital information you need to know on the scoreboard now? You need to know what Northants are on, and I think a vital piece of information is how far they are ahead of Sussex. So that would be nice to know on the scoreboard.
Yes.
As Visa is in, and Vasconcelos defending a good length here out towards cover, and there is no run. And then, of course, you're going to say, well, smart Alec, what are you going to take away? You could take away extras to Do people really need to know how many extras the batting side have got? I would argue probably not really. Bonus points relatively important, I would suggest. Caspisa goes in again, and Vasconcelos gets a very full ball here, and he pushes down towards mid-on. Robinson is there, and the over comes to an end. 33 without loss, Northants. Their lead is exactly 200.
Yeah, I was just going to get in there and say that, Alex. The lead is 200. I was waiting for the 33. Now, interesting point. Well, Ollie Robinson is coming out of the attack. It looks a bit disconsolate, Ollie Robinson, actually. 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 23. I hope he's not feeling unwell again after his illness last week, or perhaps he's just a bit brassed off, having taken 6 for 63. You've done your bit, haven't you? And you're perhaps thinking, crumbs, we're in for the long haul here. Ben Brown has got his work cut out here, because he's just got to keep these Sussex players believing that they can take wickets and somehow they can give themselves some sort of a chance in chasing down a total in the 4th innings. But it's going to take some doing. But you never know with the great game, Alex. You know, suddenly Sussex get in amongst the batsmen. You've got to keep thinking that it can happen. But it is going to be Abby Sakandi who's going to come in from what road? Is it me or you, Alex? Sakandi is on his way. Bowls, and Newton plays forward to backward point, fielded there by Thomason, and there is no run. There are 2 slips and a third man. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg. I'm not going to make any comment at all about that fielder at deep square leg. I went on and on about that yesterday, how there were too many comfortable singles, but then Sakandi did get a wicket. I think the last wicket actually, with a pull out towards that position where Thomason took the catch. Sakandi in again, bowls wide, cut away, lucky to get away with that. That was wide outside the off stump, and Newton launched himself but played it straight to Wells in the covers, and there is no run. Lovely afternoon here on the south coast, a bit of high level cotton wool cloud, lots and lots of blue sky. We've been waiting weeks for this weather, and Hove looks a picture. Northamptonshire, I've got Sussex here by the scruff of the neck, and it's going to take something to stop that as Sakandi is in and bowls, and Newton plays it into the onside to mid-on and takes a comfortable single, and Newton goes to 25 and Northamptonshire to 34 without loss. There's a little bit of a breeze around the ground. You can probably hear it in our effects microphone. Will Beer is having a natter away to a couple of people in the corporate area away to our right hand side. Sakandi's back to his mark at the far end of the ground. 2 slips, Chopra and Evans, who would know each other from Warwickshire days, I guess. As in comes Sakandi and bowls. That is a horrible ball. Now that is an example of why Sussex didn't bowl Northamptonshire out for less than 273. That was a wide swinging full toss that gave Brown no chance at all, and it's run away for 4 byes. That was a horrible ball. And they're just gimme runs, aren't they? 38 without loss. Sakandi back to his mark at the far end. And Sussex just didn't back up Ollie Robinson, did they, first time around, and they haven't done it so far. In comes Sakandi again and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, but a better delivery let go by Vasconcelos, and there is no run. We've got updates to do to our various radio stations. Alex nips next door to talk to the people from BBC Northampton. Thank you everybody for listening today to our live coverage here at Hove. Thank you for your emails as well, lots of them very critical of the Sussex performance and asking whether we can put some of these points to some of the people in charge, and certainly we'll do our best. As in comes Sakandi running down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Vasconcelos. He's in and bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. The end of Abby Sakandi's over, just the 5 runs off the bat and a rather wild delivery that went for 4 byes. And Northamptonshire are 38 without loss in their second innings. If you're just joining us for the first time today, Sussex resuming on 7 for 2, but then bowled out for 106. 6 wickets for Ben Sanderson, who bowled a beautiful spell, well supported by some very, very fine slip catching by Northamptonshire. They didn't put a thing down, possibly one half chance, but it didn't really cost anything. It was a very good performance. A lead of 167, and Northants are pressing on now in their second innings. 38 without loss, as in comes Visa and bowls to Newton, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. 2 slips and a third man, a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Ollie Robinson's in deep conversation there with umpire Jeremy Lloyds. Don't know quite what that's about. I'm glad to see Sussex have got a mid-wicket. They're not going to concede umpteen singles through that area as they did in the first innings, as in comes Visa and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Newton, and again there is no run. So an update coming the way of the listeners to BBC Sussex and Surrey. Visa wanders back to his mark. 38 without loss are the visitors in their second innings, as Visa runs away from us, comes into bowl to Newton, who just stands up and pushes the ball straight back down the track, and there is no run. There is oodles of time left in this match. No need for Northamptonshire to take any risks at all. With a lead of 167, they can afford to bat certainly the rest of today and much of tomorrow. And you'd have thought then the lead would be almost unassailable. But Visa's trying to do something about it. Coming into bowl is his 6th over. He bowls to Newton, who plays it out into the offside. Good over this by David Visa. I would say he's the one Sussex bowler who has supported Ollie Robinson. And indeed, if you look at his figures in this innings, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 410. So what's the lead now? The lead now is 205. Well, Northamptonshire in their second innings here are 38 without loss. That's a lead already of 205, and that's after Sussex were bowled out today for just 106. Ben Sanderson bowling beautifully. He took 6 wickets, but there was some poor batting as well by the Sussex batsmen. So the lead here, 205, and Northamptonshire in a very, very strong position. Surrey, meanwhile, at Scarborough are 211 for 4 against Yorkshire. Exactly 100 there from Mark Stoneman. And in the World Cup, the West Indies have just started their reply. 2 without loss in the first over. Sri Lanka making 338 for 6. As Visa bowls to Newton, he plays that to mid-on. There is no run. So end of the over, 38 without loss. 13 Vasconcelos, Newton on 24. We've got another 12 overs to go until tea, so I think I'll go and put the kettle on. Alex, would you like a cup, or have you're fully watered up there?
I am fully watered up, thank you, yes.
Right.
I think I'll be okay for a cup of tea at the moment.
Okay.
Had a nice pop this morning, sat in the garden in my little guest house. It was most pleasant indeed, pondering over a couple of poached eggs. The world is just a bit better when the sun shines, isn't it? Particularly when you're by the sea. I mentioned the simple pleasures of looking down at the sea from the ground here. A little wander out this morning, every little avenue, a little look down, you can see the sea. It's so wonderful. Sakande coming into Vasconcelos here. The left-hander is letting one go outside the off stump on a decent full length, and it really climbs through to Ben Brown there. Good bounce, and Brown having to go up with hands facing the sky to take it around shoulder height. It really climbed on the keeper as it went through. But just 2 slips here, and Sussex rather on the defensive with 3 men out. Third man long leg and deep square. There's a backward point, extra cover, a mid-off and a mid-on. Sussex have to be mindful of the runs, but have also simply have to bowl Northants cheaply really to get back in the game, as Vasconcelos gets the ball too straight here, and it comes off the thigh guard down the leg side. Beer will come across to his left hand side to collect from long leg, and they go through for that leg bye. That's the first extra of the innings, as Northants got a 39 without loss. But Newton He's been playing quite fluently here so far. He's got 25 from 37 deliveries so far. Field has stayed the same, but obviously switched around with the right-hander. Sikander is in, past umpire Baldwin, and he doesn't adjust his line for the right-hander and allows Newton to flick him down to deep square away to our left-hand side, out towards the pavilion. And Rawlings is coming to his right-hand side in there, has to run around it, slings a throw back to the keeper, and they go through for another run. So Newton 26 and Northants 40 without loss. Just what they were looking for, having taken a mighty first innings advantage of 167. Seagulls go squawking away as Sikander comes down the hill again into the left-handed Vasconcelos, who is flicking up past mid-wicket here. Nice stroke, well timed. Running out towards those offices. Phil Salter's giving chase, doesn't get there. Vasconcelos finds the boundary with a really sweet piece of timing. Just a little flick there from a full straight delivery, and it was timed really well up past mid-on, and Salt full pelt after it, couldn't haul it back. So Vasconcelos picks up his third boundary and goes to 17, and Northants go to 44 without loss, and forces Sikander into a change of angle here, because he's going to come round the wicket. Vasconcelos just changes his guard, the slips go slightly finer, and Sikander is in, bowls very full, low full toss actually, and Vasconcelos pushes up to the right hand of mid-off, and they set off for a very sharp single and get home very comfortably. So Vasconcelos goes to 18 and Northants are 45 without loss, and in a tremendous position in the game, leading by 212 runs. So 43 overs in the day after this. If they score even a modest 3 and over, the lead's going to be well above 300 tonight as Sikander is in, and Newton now is whipping through mid-wicket as Sikander again doesn't adjust his line for the right hand now, but Rawlings does well, running around from deep square to his left hand side to cut that off, keeps them down to just one. But that was quite an expensive over in the end. It was working the bowling around, and with that boundary from Vasconcelos, Northants' stranglehold on this game continues. 46 without loss they are. 11 overs to go until tea time. Here in the afternoon sunshine, it's a belter. Has been for the last 3 or 4 days really. Really pleasant weather began on Thursday of last week. The last day of the Leicestershire match at Wantage Row was played out in bright sunshine, but the wind was still a bit easterly, so it was a touch chilly. Friday was a better day when the wind direction changed. Saturday was really, really hot. And then here at Hove, Sunday and Monday, 2 lovely sunny days with quite a freshening breeze from the west. It's been lovely here so far. Aaron Thomason is into the attack now at the C end. He's going away to bowl to Newton, the right-hander, and Newton is pulling his first ball viciously, but straight to long leg. Cut off simply down there in the distance by Phil Salt, going to his left. And they get just a single. So Newton goes to 28, and Northants are 47 without loss. And you can hear almost nothing apart from the seagulls around the ground. Maybe the odd grumbling from a few of the home spectators. And we're now down to just 1 slip. This is extraordinary. I cannot imagine the pitch has flattened out this much already, or the ball has stopped swinging this much already. Just the 1 slip here as Thomason bowls to Vasconcelos. Oh, a horror delivery outside the off stump. It was a real half tracker that Vasconcelos can only whack down to beer at point. And there's no run, but very fortunate to get away with that. And Thomason had also overstepped. So Northants do get a couple of runs and go to 49. Thomason wasn't that impressive at all really in the first innings. 7 overs, no maiden, 1 for 33. He picked up a most fortunate wicket, that of Temba Bavuma, with a leg side strangle as Vasconcelos just squirts one down to third man here, out towards the offices. Decent delivery, just managed to open the face and gets a run that takes Northants to 50. Perfect starts here for the visitors in the 3rd innings of the match. The half-century stand coming up at pretty much a run a minute. 81 deliveries for the half-century stand here. Exactly what the Northampton dressing room required. Vasconcelos and Newton have delivered. As Thomason is in, past the umpire he goes, and Newton's pulling again, and this will take some saving out on the square boundary, and indeed can't be saved from Will Beer out there. That has flown away for 4 runs. Short boundary this week towards the eastern side of the ground away to our right, and Newton, who'd had 1 go at the pull already in the over, this time nails it, and Beer only had possibly even as few as 5 yards to his left hand side to try and cut that off, slid across and couldn't get there. So runs suddenly flowing quite nicely here for Northampton. 54 without loss, and Newton is up to 32. He waits again for Thomason and lets one go just outside the off stump, and it's taken by Brown to his right hand side, but only 1 catcher in place here. Sussex 167 runs behind on first innings. The only way back into the game, with so much time left, 2 full days to come, remember, in the game, is to take wickets. Because if they just allow Northampton to pick a number and pull out whenever, no, they'll be chasing a target way out of their reach as Thomason is in again. Bowls a decent delivery actually up in the block hole, and Newton is forward to push it back up towards the bowler. Brought down from Warwickshire, and there is no run. But somebody's got to stand up here for Sussex and try and forge a way back into the game. Otherwise they're going to be out of it by this evening, really. Certainly at this rate. Have to try and take a few wickets either side of tee here, as another full delivery is this time driven by Newton out to Chopra at extra cover, and the over comes to an end. An expensive one from Thomason for the first time in the second innings. The over goes for 8 runs, and Northampton are 54 without loss here in the Hove sunshine, and they have a big lead of 221, and we have 8 overs to go, 10 overs to go, I beg your pardon, until the tea interval. And there's a few hands on hips out there. The movement between the overs is a little slower now. Sussex know that they're sliding out of the game, but they've got to do something about it. Try and put a bit of pressure on Northampton with a couple of wickets here. Can Sakandi provide the breakthrough? Comes down the slope, right arm round to Vasconcelos, who's defending in front of the off stump, back up towards the bowler. And there is no run. Breeze continues to blow across our effects microphone up on the roof of the media box here. So it's very much exposed. Adrian Harms had tried to hide it out of the window, which can be slid open in the written press box away to our right hand side. I dearly wish the window in front of us open, but today we wouldn't be able to open it because we are right behind the side screen. As Sakandi comes in to Vasconcelos, who again is standing quite still in the crease and defending a very straight ball back at the pitch for no run. Adrian.
Yeah. I'll just pop next door to make a cup of tea. Not a particularly penetrative over from Thomason again. Wayward deliveries.
Yeah, it was a poor one.
Sussex do need the seamers to come to the party here. This is just, it looked a different track when different bowlers are bowled on it. When Sanderson and Robinson have bowled, and Hutton to be fair, it's looked different from the other seamers.
Sakandi in again. Outside the off stump, driven, edged, but no one at home at second slip, and that is 4 runs. So Sussex down to 1 slip very, very early on here have now paid the price, because that was a genuine nick from Vasconcelos. Maybe played because there was only 1 slip, it has to be said.
Absolutely, yeah.
Realised that a thick edge he would get away with it, as he does. Flashing edge, no chance for Evans, the solitary catcher now, and down to the fine third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yes.
In just the 15th over, new ball in hand, and there's only 1 slip. 58 without loss, Northampton go to. Vasconcelos goes to 23, and he faces Sakandi again, and he tries to drive him again, but gets one off the toe of the bat that runs away towards mid-off for no run.
Well, it gives you the licence, doesn't it? If you see a wide half volley, you think, well, actually, I'm going to have a dip at this, because even if I do get a nick, the chances are it's I'm not going to be caught. Sam Northeast with 100. I think he's a fine cricketer, Sam Northeast.
Very much so, yeah. Been a big fan. Very nice chap as well.
Yeah, he is.
Pleasure of his company. On and off.
Yeah, he is a nice chap. 215 for 3 Hampshire down at Taunton, and that's a good 100.
Secandi past the umpire and beats the bat. Nicely bowled. Vasconcelos leaning a little keenly outside of his off stump, but when the angle is from round the wicket, it makes the left-hander think a bit more carefully about which balls to let go, because you can't use the natural angle to just allow balls to go past you, as they would be with the right armour going over the wicket. And that was a close one to the outside edge.
It was. Sam North East, it's an old story of mine, but a couple of years ago Sussex played down at Tunbridge Wells on a flat track, baking hot 4 days.
Secandi comes in again, up to the wicket, and this is pushed out by Vasconcelos, just steers it the third man here. That was deliberately played with an open blade, soft hands, and gets a single down to our left hand side. Visa doing the fielding down there in his sun hat. End of the over, and Northants in complete command. 59 without loss they are, and we have 9 overs to go until tea time.
Yeah, and it wasn't his batting that impressed me, it was his captaincy. A game that Kent won, and they were excellent. His captaincy was really excellent throughout the 4 days, and a fine batsman. I don't quite understand why he hasn't got sort of international recognition, really.
Yeah, there was big talk when he first made the move to Hampshire.
I think Jason Gillespie's around, so we...
Oh, jolly good. That'll be nice. Do you want to go and find out? Or?
Yeah, I will.
Well, there goes Thomason, outside the off stump, and cracked away for 4 runs by Vasconcelos. Poor delivery, back of a length, width on offer. And Vasconcelos, this small left-hander, does not need too much width to be able to cash in. We're looking for a replacement for Ben Duckett, Northants, when he left for Notts a couple of years back now, and certainly found similar type of player in Vasconcelos, that's for sure. Whipped that away with good wrists. 63 without loss as Thomason goes in again and bowls much tighter, and Vasconcelos defends down towards mid-off for no run. And on the subject of height, Keith the Martlet has tweeted me to say the current Northants opening pair appear to be rather small in height. Indeed they are. Are they the smallest opening partnership in the Championship, Keith asks. I think you'll struggle to find a smaller combination than this pair. As Thomason is in, and full of length, and Vasconcelos driving and missing. That was certainly a characteristic of Ben Duckett's batting as well, being at times a bit loose on the drive outside the off stump. And that goes flashing past the outside edge. So a couple of loose drives from Vasconcelos in the past couple of overs now, and mentioned before is his form line. Not great in the last couple of weeks, certainly since that fine 100 at Durham. So a few low ones, so maybe battling for a bit of touch here as he faces Thomason again, way wide, almost off the cut strip, and Jerry Lloyd's turned round almost with a shrug of the shoulders to signal wide to the scorers away to our left hand side. A horror delivery again from Thomason, who again is proving expensive, and Northants got a 64 without loss.
It's almost as if he's trying a bit too hard, isn't it?
Thomason turns and goes in with his angled run. Vasconcelos is back to work a straight delivery, backward of square. They ran the first one initially quickly, but then realised the ball was going quite slowly out towards Delray Rawlings, who's coming in off the fence away to our left hand side. So just a single. Vasconcelos 29, 65 without loss, Northants.
Well, nobody can ever blame the Sussex coach Jason Gillespie of not facing the music, because he's going to come and have a natter to us on commentary fairly soon.
Fabulous.
So if you've got questions, Sussex fans, I know there's been plenty of emails during the day. Please send them in. So Jason Gillespie is going to be here.
Thomason to Newton, very full delivery, and just pushed out towards extra cover by Newton. And there's no run with the ball trickling away towards Luke Wells. I do get your tweets and emails in there at _ Alex Winter, at Adrian Harms. Your emails as well, because Jason Gillespie is with us. He's going to join us on commentary in a moment's time as Thomason prepares to complete the over. It's been a none too impressive couple of overs to start his spell here. Goes in and bowls quite straight, and it's clipped away by Newton, back at a square, and he finds the boundary. 2 fielders out there at long leg and deep square, but Newton has picked the gap. It is a short boundary, and neither of those fielders could come across to cut it off. So that's been a really expensive couple of overs from Thomason there. 2 overs for 18, and Northants in complete command. A first innings lead of 167, and now batting again 69 without loss.
That's a tricky little equation, that 167 plus 69. That's beyond my mathematical capabilities. Anyway, end of the over. It's going to be Abby Sakandi who's going to carry on from the far end of the ground, and I'm delighted that Jason Gillespie, the Sussex coach, has come to speak to us, as he always does. Every game comes and has a natter, and I'm very grateful. Hello to you, Jason.
Hello, Adrian.
In comes Sakandi running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Vasconcelos plays into the offside. I know there's a misfield just to compound Sussex's misery in the field. He's played into the offside, but Wells chases back, but it's 2 to Vasconcelos, and Northants go to 71 without loss. And I guess there's no hiding. It's been a pretty tough day for Sussex.
Yeah, can't sugarcoat it, mate. It's been poor. Look, we just haven't been able to find a way to get through some spells. Look, I thought the Northants bowlers, Sanderson, Hutton, and Buck came down the hill as well. I thought they bowled very well, but certainly not well enough to be bowled out for 106.
Here comes Sakandi and bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. As you speak about the bowling, Jason, just to go back to yesterday, because Ollie Robinson, well, you tell me, 6 for 63. I think the feeling up here was that maybe the backup bowling didn't support Ollie quite as well. Would that be fair?
That's very fair. I thought Visa was very good.
Yes.
Dave Visa has done well, and but yeah, look, Abby Sakandi showed glimpses down the hill, and as he's coming down the hill today, with a couple of wickets there.
In comes Sakandi and bowls and let go by Vasconcelos outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
But yeah, I thought Will Beer did a decent holding role there, which he probably needed to do. We probably needed Aaron Thomason to be doing that. He just hasn't quite got it right at the moment. But look, he's working incredibly hard at his game, and hopefully he can find that way to just be really disciplined with the ball. Just too many balls, outside off stump, and then on the hip, too full, too short. We just need to be more consistent.
Here comes Sakandi and bowls. That's a full toss driven by Vasconcelos and fielded by Ollie Robinson at mid-off, and there is no run. 71 without loss.
And these are the things that we need to be better at. And I've spoken with Abby and spoken with Aaron. We need to back up the good spells. So. What we had yesterday, we had Ollie and Dave bowling really nicely, and then we just weren't quite able to keep that pressure on. And we've spoken about that as a bowling group, and we just need to make sure that we're really disciplined.
Here comes Abby Sakandi running around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who's forward, plays that to mid-off, and again there is no run.
Because that's exactly what Northants did. So Sanderson bowled a very good spell down the hill, and then Brett Hutton up the hill. Nathan Buck replaced Sanderson and continued that good work, and then that gave Sanderson a bit of a breather. He could come back strong and then keep that pressure on, and that's certainly something that our bowlers need to learn from, and be much more ruthless with their disciplines. That's for sure.
Sakandi comes in around the wicket to bowl to Vasconcelos, who's forward, well pitched up, played to him on. Sakandi half fields off his own bowling, there is no run. End of the over, 71 without loss. Vasconcelos 31, Newton on 36. Live cricket on the BBC Sussex and BBC Northamptonshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Jason Gillespie. I'm really grateful for Jason coming over and having a chat today. And as you can imagine, I'll cut to the chase, Jason. I've had a lot of emails today and a lot of tweets.
I'm sure you have.
and I will, and there's some other ones I will read as well. I won't read them all, but people have been pretty unhappy. They're not happy at seeing Sussex rolled over for 106.
Well, I can assure you that the coaching staff are none too pleased either. Lads don't mean to get out and not perform. But our job as coaches is to challenge them and speak to them have conversations about their decision making. And one thing we can't fault is the desire or the efforts that the lads have had. They've been excellent in that regard, and communicating well in the dressing room, in the team meetings. They've been doing their preparation and studying the opposition, and formulating their own plans. It's just implementing those, and it's just transferring all that good stuff from in the dressing room out onto the ground, and that's the key, isn't it?
Will Beer has come into the attack, the leg spinner, bowls to Newton, who hits this one away through the covers. He takes a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Newton to 37.72 without loss.
So look, obviously we're just disappointed. We're well behind this game, but it's a really good challenge for the boys to find a way to fight. We showed a bit of fight in our last game against Durham, and we're going to need a lot of that in this game, Harmsy, that's for sure.
Beer comes in again. I guess he's brought Will Beer home and wants a bit of control here, Ben.
Look, Thomason didn't quite get it right, did he? So
Beer bowls and a good delivery from Will Beer and beats the outside edge of Vasconcelos, taken by Brown. There is no run. And I'm going to just find a couple of emails that I'll read to you. Not all of them, Jason.
That's fine, mate. No problem.
Will Beer here as in comes Beer. Bowls, that's down the leg side, that's a poor delivery and pulled away by Vasconcelos to 4, and that won't please the skipper because that was a bit of a gimme down the leg side. Vasconcelos helped himself 4 runs, he goes to 35. Yeah, I mean, this is one, for example, and I know I can read this to you, so we'll just read this. He says, one here it says, this seems a very fragile team at the moment, suffering badly at the hands of 2 teams at the bottom, incumbents Beer and Bowles, and driven away into the offside, a single taken to the sweeper on the cover boundary. This is from Martin Beitcher. Martin goes on to say, Jason's a fine man and a coach, but he says the team isn't evolving at the moment and you must be concerned. The Chopra low move was smacked of desperation. Maybe it's just a case of keeping the faith in the young team in the same way the great Australia team did with the Wars and co. Yeah,
look, we are, thanks for your email, Martin. I mean, we are keeping faith with our young players. There's no doubt about that. We've got quite a few of them in this fixture. Some of the lads haven't performed to the level that they would have liked. So, we want them to get as much confidence as they can and go back in the second team. Harry Finch got 40 odd in the second team today in a T20 fixture, which was really encouraging.
Beer comes in and bowls and turned away by Newton onto the leg side. He picks up a single,
which I know he was disappointed. Had a good chat with him, and and he was disappointed in his output, and just felt that a spell going back, get some time in the middle, and at league level and at second team level, get that time in the middle, get back to that run making, and that way he can give himself a chance to be put up for selection again. And that's the same message with young Tommy Haynes as well. Yes. He's well aware, runs are the currency, and if he can score those runs, then we'll look to get him back in. I mean, these guys are have got long-term futures at the club, but we also find that balance between giving plenty of opportunities and then earning those opportunities as well.
So Candy comes in, bowls to Newton, cut away by Newton. That's going to be 4 runs. Luke Wells diving away to his left-hand side, couldn't stop it, and Newton picks up another boundary. He goes to 42, and the Northamptonshire total to 82 without loss. There was another email that came in, Jason. I can't quite find it at the minute. But whoever it was asking the question was asking about... here we are. This is from a guy called Neil Hartley, who's listening over in France, actually.
Oh.
So it's pretty hot at the minute, as Candy...
It's pretty warm everywhere.
And 2 slips and a third man. Well, I've got my update to do to the listeners in a minute, so I'll do that in a couple of seconds' time. As in comes Sir Candy and bowls and cuts back into the right-hander, and Newton just punches that one through mid-wicket. He picks up a single. He goes to 43, and Northamptonshire to 83 without loss. Newton, as I say, to 43. So I've just got an update to do. Are you right for 5 minutes?
Yeah. We've got another 5 or so minutes.
Thank you.
Fine.
And that's... let me just see if I can find that email for you. They're giving the weather forecast now. So this is good morning from France. It's from Neil, and he says, I feel sympathy for Ben Brown. He has the responsibility of captaining the side, keeping wicket, and he always has to bail the team out of a batting collapse. In comes Sir Candy and bowls, and Vasconcelos plays into the offside. There is no run. He says Sussex have failed to replace Chris Nash and Ed Joyce. Other counties such as Hampshire seem to be able to sign quality, experienced players. Are Sussex unable to compete financially? And perhaps this is an unfair question for you, Jason, really, because it's not perhaps your And he says, are we putting too much of our financial resources into signing players for the T20?
No, I wouldn't say that, Neil. Look, we're certainly committed to giving plenty of opportunities to our players. We'll watch the candy come into bowl here.
Yeah, comes in around the wicket, bowls, and Vasconcelos flicks it one down to fine leg, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. That's bisected the fielder at fine leg, and deep back for square, runs away for 4. Vasconcelos goes to 40, and Northamptonshire to 91 without loss.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. When I arrived at the club, we were very keen to give as many opportunities to players as we could, and we've done that. We have been giving opportunities, and some lads have really taken those opportunities and run with it, and others may not have quite grabbed them as much as they would have liked. But we just got to keep the faith and keep believing in the players.
In comes the candy down the hill, bowls. Well, that kept a little low actually. Not many have done that, and Ben Brown took that on about the second bounce, and there is no run.
And yeah, we're keeping the faith, giving them some opportunities. And look, that question about Hampshire, look, I can't comment on finances of clubs and that. But our focus as a coaching group is to strive to get the best out of these players and give them as much support as we can, and that's what our jobs are.
In comes the candy running down the hill, bowls to Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos plays that down towards third man and picks up a single, and he goes to 41, the total to 88 for now. I'll just get this travel news out of the way, Jason, and then I'll we got a couple more minutes.
Probably have another over or two after you do your update, mate. No problem.
So I'll just read out these other scores. I think Rob Newton wants a new bat or something brought out to him. He's waving towards the dressing room. 88 without loss. Live cricket on the BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Jason Gillespie. And always great for one thing people can't say is that the Sussex coach doesn't come up here and talk to the fans, because he does it every game, and we're always very grateful for him doing it. We have got a break in play, and I think a drink or something's been bought out for Vasconcelos or Newton. So we're just going to get the jingle. Here we go. Well, Northamptonshire are continuing to press home their advantage here. 88 without loss in their second innings. Vasconcelos is on 41. Rob Newton is on 43. So it means the lead now for Northamptonshire is 255. That after Sussex were bowled out for a disappointing 106 earlier on today. Meanwhile, Surrey at 237 for 4 now at Scarborough against Yorkshire, trading by 90. 100 there for Mark Stoneman. And in the World Cup, the West Indians in trouble again. They're 30 for 2 after 7 overs. That in reply to Sri Lanka's 338 for 6. So that's our little update done.
Well done, mate. Very professional.
Thank you. What was I going to say? Yeah, so would you say that the resources that the club have are more directed towards T20 cricket, Jason? So
no, I wouldn't say that at all.
Right. Okay.
No, we treat every competition as very important. Brutal reality is we haven't, these last couple of games, we just haven't played well in this, and look, this game's, while we're behind the 8 ball here, by no means it means we're out of it. We need to fight pretty hard here. We're very aware of that. We need to make sure that we're sticking to our processes and making sure that we're disciplined with our line and length, which is what we haven't seen here. And it is a challenge for our bowlers, but this is what they do with their training and their preparation for situations like this, where maybe they you'd want them to have a longer break after bowling for the majority of yesterday. This is where you need to score more runs. To score 106 is not good enough, and we're well aware of that. The players are well aware of it. As I said, they don't mean to not perform. They're working really hard on their games, and sometimes you do have to give some credit to the opposition, and they bowled well, but they didn't bowl well enough for us to get bowled out for 106. That's the reality, and we need to be better. We know that.
Will Beer is in fact. I'm just going to read a couple more emails. I'm
Yeah,
going to
go
go
for
in a
it.
minute, Jason. And this is Will Beer who's coming to bowl for left-handed batsmen. This is from Alan, who says, and he's referring. We had a chat yesterday to Luke Wright, who came up and had a natter to us.
Yeah, fantastic.
And Alan says, as a person takes a single, he says, very, very thanks to you and Luke Wright for yesterday's fascinating live on-air conversation.
Fascinating.
He says, you have surpassed the chat you had with Dizzy during the last game. He says, we all now know the truth behind Luke's decision to quit red ball cricket. Frankly, who can blame him? Luke's honest explanation was so refreshing to hear and a tribute to his character. He says, more interview like these, please, as they make for great radio. Let's hope Sussex post a big score today. Well, clearly they didn't do that.
No, we didn't quite.
But that was Alan, who was grateful for
brilliant.
you know, Luke Wright coming up. You spoke beforehand, and I think that's now all.
Put to bed. It just seems that there's been people out there, been a bit of confusion, and I think the fact that the lads haven't performed as well as people would like, they ask those questions. I mean, it was made very clear at the start of the year when Luke made that decision. As a club, Luke's been absolutely brilliant, and he came to that decision. And as we watch Will Beer coming to bowl.
Yeah, bowls 2 different places straight back.
Yeah, he came to that decision. Everyone would fully support him. Luke's been great around the team. He comes in, he helps out. He's working on his dog stick as well, and he gets his cricket work done, which is fantastic. And he's been absolutely brilliant.
Will Beer comes in. One thing that really impressed me yesterday, Jason, was when he said, as Newton pulls a short delivery to mid-wicket fielded by Chopra and there is no run, he said that when Tom Haines and Harry Finch were left out for this game, he rang them both up, which I thought was really quite. And I said, really? And he said, yes. And to say, your time will come again, etc.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, he's been great, Luke. So there's no issues there. That's what good leadership is. Roddy's captain of the T20. He's a leader around the club. Even though the club captain is Ben Brown, he's still a leader, senior player. The lads look up to him. That doesn't surprise me that he did that. They're a close knit group, these boys, and look, going through a little bit of a rough patch here. We'll come through the other side, don't worry.
I've got one more question to ask you, so now you've got to go. So Candy comes in bowls to Baskin and Sailors plays up the offside. About 2 more for after that. First, can you give us an injury update? So first of all, Mir Hamza.
We're hoping he'll be bowling soon. We're hopefully can bowl in the Aussie A game, which would be very nice. George Garton is going to be bowling. I think on Wednesday he's going to return to bowling and see how he pulls up from his side injury. Stiaan van Zyl's got a case of tennis elbow that's affecting his batting more than anything.
So Candy comes in, that's going to say the forward to bit off, there is no run.
So having this game and then the Australia A game off, we're confident that Stiaan will be available for the match against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Chris Jordan turned up yesterday morning. We knew he was unwell. How unwell? We saw yesterday morning that the poor lad he was struggling to get out of bed, and so literally I just said to Chris, go back home, go and get some rest, and he saw the doctor and things like that, so he's been quite unwell.
Candy bowls driven by Baskin So's the mid on their run.
Will Sheffield's obviously his knee, he's out for a period of time. Danny Briggs' ankle is quite sore, so he'll be out for a period of time. Look, injuries happen. Illnesses happen.
I'm not defending 106.
No. We can't defend 106. It's just not good enough, and all the lads know it. That's why they're disappointed. They're more disappointed than anyone else. And I know our fans are great, and they just want to see the boys do well.
Candy bowls, Baskin says drive to the covers. There is no run.
They want to see the boys do well, but mate, the boys want to do well. So don't, and the support staff, us sitting on the balcony watching, we love seeing the lads perform well. Because we know how much time and effort they put into their preparation and their skills and their learning. So, we're disappointed for them, but we're here to help them. We're here to support them, and look, we'll be fine. And just just got to focus on what we need to do, our disciplines.
That's a good delivery. He's passing the focus outside the offside, taken by Brown, and there's no runs. The final thing, just because I've had lots of emails today, there are a few people yelling stuff out in the break.
Look, I get it. I know people are disappointed. But all I'll say to our supporters, and look, had a lot of wonderful comments from people. They're disappointed, but they're fully behind the boys and fully backing them, and I thank them for that. Because the lads, when they have a bad game or two, they're proud men. They want to perform well and show all the people how what they can do.
As I said, it's bowls to. There's a good stop by Thompson actually down in front of the scoreboard. There's a fine bit of fielding that prevented 4 runs. There's just a single actually to Baskin Sailors. So it was a good bit of fielding by Aaron Thompson. Baskin Sailors goes to 44. And that's 91 without loss. So Jason's going to stay for one more over, and I'm very grateful for you coming over.
That's okay, Adrian. I enjoy chatting to you, mate.
I know.
I wish we were chatting about or a double 100 or something, or a big 300-run lead.
Yeah.
But look, the reality is we're in this position. We're going to find a way to get back into this game, that's for sure.
Tell us a bit about the track, because Andy Mackay was saying it was the track used against Derbyshire last year.
It is.
A bit of bounce?
Yeah, look, early, but probably not as much bounce as we thought, and certainly not as much bounce as our wicket last week against Durham, which I thought was an excellent surface. The lads had carried through. There was a bit of turn for the spinners.
There on bowls into the offside by Baskin Sailors, no run.
This one probably hasn't quite carried through as much as that one, but look, it's a good surface, and it's certainly not a 106 all-out surface. But Northampton deserve to be in this position because at this stage they've played better cricket than us.
In comes Beer around the wicket, bowls to Baskin Sailors, who punches backward and square. Now that's a thickish outside edge. He's going to run away down towards third man. Thomason in hot pursuit. He'll cut off the boundary, but 2 more. Quick word about Jofra Arch. I know he was here last week.
He was.
And obviously he's still very much part of the England setup. Bowl boy yesterday. Do you hear from him at all during the World Cup, or is he?
Yeah. The boys message him, and he's very good at messaging the lads, and he comes in on his days off, and
Beer is in. Baskin Sailors punches up to mid off there.
Actually, after the England Australia game, he came up to me on the balcony and he just put his hand on my shoulder and he goes, "Dizzy, you may have won this battle, but you haven't won the war." And I thought,
good lad.
Good. That was great. I love that.
Comes Beer, bowls, Baskin Sailors, forward plays to the offside, and he's going to pick up a single to backward point Thompson again in the action, 1 more to the total.
So I think Joffrey's really enjoying his time. He's learning a lot, playing for England. He's thought he's bowled really nicely, hasn't he, in this World Cup?
I think he was the most economic bowler yesterday.
Yeah, he was, he bowled nicely.
And had a catch put down, of course, by Joe Root in the first over that he bowled. In comes Beer, running in over the wicket, bowls to Newton, and Newton is hitting that straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Very nearly hit a seagull on the head, actually, but it just bounced a couple of yards short, or in fact a couple of feet short of the rope, but 4 more to Newton. He goes to 47, and Northamptonshire 97 without loss. So add to that 167, and I think you get 264 is the lead. We've got a couple of overs to go after this until tea. David Visa is coming up to mid on Bedrow, desperate for some control here. As Beer is in again, the slip is in, Beer bowls, and Newton is again looking to hit this one down the ground, but he doesn't time it, fielded by Visa. It is the end of the over.
Thank you, Adrian.
Well, thank you.
No worries.
For coming up and having a natter. And
Thank you very much.
It's very easy to come up here when things are going well, but you come up and you've had a chat when things aren't going well. Look at this.
No problem.
Here comes Emma.
Oh, geez, you get looked after in here.
There for the press.
Right. Oh, okay. That's all right. I'll leave you to it, mate.
Look, thank you very much.
No, pleasure, mate. Pleasure.
And with that Alex Winter, look at Alex. He's moving like a hare. He's got his scones and his cream and his jam, and Emma's bought the cakes. And so it's very kind of. We always get first dibs in here before those greedy boys in the press box get it. Emma, thank you very much. Jason, thank you very much for coming and having a natter to us in the commentary box here. So there we are. We've got Scott. We'll have to take a photograph of that, Alex, of what we've just been bought. As in comes Rawlins, and Baskin Sailors plays way into the offside, and there is no run. Well, I'm going to take a picture of that. I'm just going to wait for Rawlins to come and bowl this next delivery, which he does, and Vasconcelos lets one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Here we go. We're just taking a photograph here whilst the cricket is going on of this rather fine selection of capes. There we go. In comes Rawlins and bowls, and hopefully offside, fielded by Visa, and there is no run. 97 without loss. A couple of overs to go before the interval. Jason Gillespie scurrying back round the ground to be up in the dressing room when the players come off. Rawlins in. Oh, that turned! Well, that turned a mile, Alec. Now, it could have gone out to the foot mark, you never quite know, but it definitely turned. It's run down to fine leg. I suppose it came out of the foot marks, you could say, well, that's why it's turned, Adrian, but that went a long way. And Darren Rawlins did that a couple of times last week, actually. Got deliveries to turn. 99 without loss. So the lead now is 266. Yes, that's right. Rawlins in again on bowls. Floated up, hammered through the offside for only a single there as far as Wells, and that's 100 up for Northamptonshire, who have got their foot on the throat and they're not letting it go easily. And the lead is 267 as we approach tea on this, the second day.
A wonderful effort by this pair, just had to avoid disaster against the new ball to take complete control of the game. That's exactly what this pair have provided. Very difficult to see Northampton slipping now.
Rawlins in, not Rawlins, yes, Rawlins bowls too. He plays that in front of him, there is no run. End of the over, 100 without loss, 49 Vasconcelos, 47 to Newton. So I put some of the questions to Jason Gillespie. I asked him whether the budget was being used more for T20 than County Championship, and he said no. Also, he can't speak about the financial position of the club. That's not really his bag. That's for others to talk about. He said it wasn't good enough. The players were disappointed, and he wished we were talking about something other than Sussex being bowled out for 106. He paid credit to Northamptonshire for the way they've played in this match. And I'll be honest, and I'm not the chairman of the Jason Gillespie fan club or anything like that, but all I'm saying is that not many county coaches would do what he's just done.
Here is Will Beer, last over before tea from the CN to Vasconcelos, who's well forward, running well back at the pitch, and there is no run. Well, as I've just put on social media myself, all credit to Sussex with Luke Wright coming yesterday to speak about a sticky topic, and Jason Gillespie now coming in with his side pretty much getting stuffed as Beer goes in again, and Vasconcelos runs one down to mid-off, who's not in tight enough to save the single. It's probably halfway back there, and Vasconcelos here goes through to a half century. It was Newton with the brightest of the start to this pair, but Vasconcelos returned to form here this afternoon with a nice half century in, I think, 83 deliveries. That's had a couple of moments of fortune. That edge past slips was one of them, but it's in pretty good order. Back into decent form here as Newton swings leg side all the way for 6, out of Cow Corner, down the hill towards the hospitality marquee, so it may be the stroke of tea, and had he got out it would have been criminal, but as ever, if you pull off the shot, they say well played. And Newton now raises his own half century, goes to 53 not out, and Northampton's 107 without loss, in complete command of this fixture. Long on now goes back as Newton drives only as far as Chopra at mid-wicket, no run.
Hugh Oxborough's been in touch. One for you, Alex. He says, whether he thought the change in skippering had made a difference for Northamptonshire.
That's certainly what David Ripley said last week. Said it had refreshed the dressing room. Beer in, and this is gently pushed by Newton out to extra cover, and there is no run. He said because the decision to change the captaincy had come from Alex Wakely himself, there was no animosity in that regard. Everyone was behind Alex Wakely wanting him to do well, and there's been a pretty seamless transition to Rossington taking over as Newton flicks here down towards long on. Visa just goes away a few yards from our commentary position to collect, and that will end a quite outstanding session for Northamptonshire. They take tea 108 for naught in their second innings, and they already have a mighty lead of 275. Vasconcelos on exactly 50, Newton on 54, and the pair are threatening to take the game away from Sussex, and unless the home side can respond here after tee, first slip, sharp chance, well held, and Newton has gone first ball of the evening session for 54. It's a poor stroke really. First ball of the evening session. Northants just with the chance to get stuck in again. All about not giving the opposition a sniff in these type of situations, and a little bit of life for Sussex with an early breakthrough in the evening session. They have to win this session, Sussex, to get back into the game. They need, well, as many as 4 or 5 wickets, you have to say, in pretty quick order to try and get back into the contest. But there's one straight away, with Newton gone for 54, and a fine opening partnership comes to an end. Played really well, this pair. Newton was initially the aggressor of the two before Vasconcelos got into his stride and was the first of this pair past 50, but he's lost his partner now. And out comes Alex Wakely at number 3, who got nicely set in the first innings before he fell for 36. And what could he do in this evening session here? But Sussex will be hoping, having opened and end up, they can just run through 1 or 2 here, and as I say, try and get back in the game. It's still going to take a lot to get into a situation whereby I think they'll have a really good chance of winning the game, because even if Northants lost, well, they'd have to lose 10 for, even if they lost 10 for 100 basically, with 200 all out, they'd still be a long way ahead as Wakely bowls, and faces Robinson and pushes to extra cover for no run. Mentioned when Northants came out to bat, it wasn't going to take too long for this lead to push up to a really healthy number, and that was the case just before the tea interval. But that momentum just checked by the wicket of Newton first ball after tea. It was a loose shot, just back of a length outside the off stump, a flick and an edge and a good catch, as Wakely here gets a back of a length ball that he just pushes gently down to mid-wicket. Across comes Delray Rawlings to collect, and there is no run. So 2 slips in place here. We were down to 1 slip very, very quickly. I'd get a 3rd slip in here and just go on the attack and try and see if you can create something with Robinson fresh after tea here. He's got his 7th wicket in the match now, Robinson, and he's coming down the hill again past the umpire, and Wakely on the back foot is defending out towards point. Thomason comes across to his right hand side to collect, and there is no run, and Northants are 108 for 1. Now, we had a bit of a laugh and a giggle about Adrian Harm's tea making ability at Wantage Road earlier in the season. He's had another go here for the first time, and well, I'm going to have to take a little sip of that, but he may have underclubbed again as Robinson comes in, and Wakely was down late to that, trying to get forward. It was a fuller length. You don't have to take it away. I'll do it myself, don't worry. Yes, please, a little drop more. I like strong milky tea. I generally leave my bag in for a good 3-4 minutes, depending on the strength of the tea bags. $108 for 1, Northants. Robinson striking immediately. And here he comes to finish the first over of the evening session, and Wakely in his crease is pushing to extra cover, and there is no run. So a wicket maiden for Ollie Robinson to begin the evening session, and some succour here for Sussex. Tremendous. Adrian's done his job. Little extra drop of milk in the tea. Thank you very much indeed. Need a bit of tea to go with our scones and cake here. Very well looked after by the Sussex staff here at tea time.
I was actually, I've never met your fiance, Alex, but I was thinking, blimey, he's picky about the apples that he has. He's picky about she must have the patience of a saint.
I make the tea generally, you see. So.
and you buy the apples.
And I buy the apples. Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Well, in comes David Vita. Sussex with a wicket. That'll cheer everyone up. Comes in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who's in and plays it straight back down. And I have to say, I was just making your cup of tea, and I heard the cheer from the crowd, so I missed the wicket, which was a bit annoying. So I'll have to catch up with her a little later on.
Yeah, it was a loose one from Newton. He'll be disappointed. Played well in the afternoon. But just had a waft outside the off stump really. First ball of the session. I think that's the most criminal thing about it, really.
Yeah, he'll be very annoyed, I'm sure. In comes Avisa and Bowles, and Vasconcelos just covers up and plays into the onside. There is no run.
As we were chatting at tea time, another session of Northampton's going at 3-0, and that's 100 odd more runs.
Yeah.
Lead goes to approaching 400 by the end of the day, and Northampton could just pick their number, pick the moment to declare tomorrow.
Yes. Sussex with just the one slip in place. As in comes Visa and Bowles, and forward comes Vasconcelos, plays into the covers. There is no. What Northampton, I mean, they're already in such a strong position. I mean, who knows? The way that Sussex batted in the first innings, they might already have enough. However, you never know with this game, and what Northampton will be desperate to do here is not to let Sussex back in this in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, don't give them a sniff. That's the key here, isn't it?
They won't want to suddenly lose, 3 or 4 wickets quickly and let Sussex back in. Visa Bowles, and Vasconcelos works that to backward point, fielded there by Thomason, and there is no run. This is a better field, actually. I'm happier with the field where you've got, there's 5 men saving 1 here, whereas yesterday there were great gaps. Something I ought to have asked Jason Gillespie about. Actually, it's not to criticise or skip. It's just an observation that it's so easy to pick 1s and 2s, but here now you can't do that because there's 5 men saving 1. Visa comes in, that's a poor delivery down the leg side, taken by Brown. Vasconcelos pulled out the shot. He was thinking of pulling that down to fine leg, but I suspect, having lost that wicket, he maybe just thought a little twice about that. I thought, you know what, I don't want to get out here and lose that wicket so early on in the afternoon. Visa. The sun disappears momentarily. He's in on Bowles, and that's down the leg side, taken by Tumbling Brown. It was a slightly tired delivery by David Visa. It's the end of his 7th over. 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 10. So no reason why it should have been a tired delivery. Perhaps it was just a poor delivery. 108 for 1. So no runs added since tea. 2 maidens. Vasconcelos is on 50, and the new batsman Alex Wakely is yet to score.
Yeah, Newton will be fuming in the dressing room. Knew that the opposition were on the rack.
Yeah.
There was a chance to go and make a big score, particularly when you've been out of form. Played nicely in the afternoon session, but them's the difference between the decent players and the really good players. They're hungry. They go on and cash in and make big runs when the chances arise. Robinson here to Wakely, and Wakely is forward, pushing to extra cover. Across comes Rawlings to make the save, and there is no run. So 108 for 1 here in Northamptonshire. They lead by 275. Elsewhere, some games at tea, some just resuming. Durham are 115 for 1 at Sedbergh, replying to Lancashire's 337. So a really good start there for Durham, who were most impressive winners here at Hove last week. Middlesex 65 for 1, have a lot of batting to do to try and get back in the game at Derby. Derbyshire declared 5-5-7 for 6 as Robinson comes in again, and Wakely squirts this away, pushing forward down to third man for a single to get his account underway and to get Northants off the mark for the evening session. 109 for 1. Glamorgan also with big runs on the board at Cardiff. They made 4-4-9. Worcestershire in reply 92 for 1. At Scarborough, decent game this. Yorkshire 3-2-7, Surrey 2-6-7 for 4. So trying to get on terms, still with 6 wickets in hand, just with the advantage there for the moment perhaps, as Robinson bowls to Vasconcelos for the first time in the evening session. He pushes from the crease out to point, where Rawlings comes to his left hand side of field, and there is no run. Hampshire battling away to try and get a bit closer to Somerset, who put up 408, and Hampshire are now 269 for 5 there, so 139 runs behind. Some work to do. Essex getting right on top at Trent Bridge as Robinson bowls to Vasconcelos, who's driving to mid-off for no run off the front foot. Notts collapsed yesterday after a good start at 213 all out, and Essex are already 57 ahead, only 3 down. 270 for 3 there, and there's only 14 overs to go in bonus point period, so it looks as if it's just going to be 3 batting points for Essex, and it looks as if Notts may only take 1 bowling bonus point, which would be a further dent to their chances of survival. There are now 3 men out on the leg side boundary as Robinson is in, and Vasconcelos gets a length ball that he comes forward to and blocks to extra cover for no run. Deep square is all the way back, as is long leg, and then Salt at mid-wicket. He's just crept in a bit now, but initially he was pretty much on the deep square mid-wicket boundary by the old score box away to our right where the big screen is now. But he's now come probably 10-15 yards off that fence, but he's just lingering there in case Vasconcelos wants to have a hook. Will Robinson test him? In he comes. He goes length though and gets nicely driven away, but straight to backward point. And Vasconcelos turns around, hangs his head slightly because he knew he'd timed that well, but found Rawlings. And there was no run to end the over. So a good start of the evening session for Sussex with the wicket of Newton and just 1 run added so far in 3 overs. 109 for 1. Vasconcelos still there on exactly 50. Wakely has 1. So Essex 270 for 3, lead Notts by 57. And Warwickshire against Kent is the other game going on. Kent put up 5-8-5 for 7 declared, and Warwickshire 52 without loss at Canterbury. And the World Cup, West Indies 84 for 3, replying to Sri Lanka's 338 for 6.
You're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. We've indulged in scones, cream, jam and fruit cake during the tea interval as in comes Visa and bowls. I doubt if David Visa has. You never know, I guess. Played into the offside by Wakely, and he picks up a comfortable single, and Northants go to 110 for 1. So we've certainly been well catered for this afternoon. Jason Gillespie was saying when he was on commentary before tea that Sussex hadn't supported Ollie Robinson well in the first innings, and certainly since tea, with David Visa bowling, runs are not so easy to come by. Robinson and Visa, that's the best combination for Sussex in this match. Sir Candy and Thomason have both been a little expensive, as was Beer. In comes Visa in bright sunshine now, bowls to Vasconcelos and plays to mid-off. There is no run, and I suspect the Northamptonshire batsmen know that. Alex, I'm sure they're sitting here thinking, well, let's we've lost 1 wicket here straight after tea. Let's not lose 2 or 3 against these two. And they can't bowl all afternoon. Well, they could, but it would be increasingly ineffective, you would think. But this is Sussex's best hope, you would think, of getting a couple of wickets and at least trying to put some sort of pressure on Northamptonshire. Sussex have got to continue to believe here as in comes Visa and bowls, and Vasconcelos, who batted very well at Northampton, and from memory, I think in the first innings he got out playing a really strange shot. Didn't he give it away?
He did, very much give it away, yeah. Made a nice 83 and then tried to sweep Danny Briggs. Indeed, I think it was the last over of the session. Fell LBW. Yeah, it was a loose one.
Yes, and I remember talking to Danny Briggs about that actually, and I said, did it turn? He said, no, it was just a straight delivery.
It was.
They couldn't believe he played the shot. In comes Visa bowls, and Vasconcelos works this one. Well, that's through Viram Chopra at first slip. Never easy to stop those, but should he have stopped it? It's difficult. It's easy from up here, isn't it? But it was a deliberate shot from Vasconcelos.
It was, and again he's playing it because there's only 1 slip in place.
Yeah.
And he knows that can you just use the pace there with the ball not doing much, it seems. So he's head away to the fence. Fairly dangerous shot again quite early in the session, just to get himself set again before playing too expansively, one would think. But as I say, with just the 1 slip in place, chance taken, and he gets the boundary. I don't think Chopra should have saved it now.
Okay.
Evans, I beg your pardon, in there.
Visa in again, played into the offside, fielded by Chopra. I'm sorry, that's a very good spot by you. I thought that was Viram Chopra, has spent quite a lot of time at first slip, but it's not. It's Laurie Evans in there. They've both got a sun hat on in my defence, and they're both of similar build actually. The big difference is that Laurie Evans has got a great big Evans on the back of his shirt that says 32. In my defence, he's got he's front on to me, Laurie Evans, so I couldn't see it. But I should have spotted it really. Hands on knees now, Evans. In comes Visa around the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who takes his hand off the bat and looks a little uncomfortable. Does Ricardo? Well, I think he was annoyed with himself that he didn't make runs. It was a short delivery. I think he should have flicked that one through mid wicket for runs. Anyway, he didn't do so. Ended the over 114 for 1. 28 overs left to be bowled tonight. Vasconcelos 48, Wakely on 20. The man out, Rob Newton, to the first ball after tea, caught behind, or caught a slip by Varun Chopra off of the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 54. So the lead now, you need to add 167 plus 114, which I think gives you 281.
In a very commanding position. And I mentioned this before you nipped back, Adrian, how Sussex absolutely have to win this session now to have any chance in the game. Whether they need at least 4 wickets, you would think, as Robinson comes down the hill to Wakely, and Wakely is driving past mid-on. Yes, he is. It's got past the fielder and away for 4 runs. Good piece of timing from Wakely. I thought that was going to be cut off by a diving Sekande away to his left-hand side, but he couldn't quite get down in time. And Wakely picks up his first boundary, goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 118 for 1. A few more clouds have just drifted in this afternoon, but it remains a really, really lovely day with bright sunshine, pretty warm. Robinson in again with 2 slips here, just outside the off stump, a foot or so, and well left by Wakely, 118 for 1.
Yep, Sussex will be putting a lot on Ollie Robinson here. With updates to do to our various radio stations in the next 5 minutes or so. Alex makes way to talk to people in Northampton. 2 slips and a third man. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. 5 men saving 1. 2 slips in place. Robinson is in over the wicket, bowls, and that would have trapped Wakely plumb in front if he hadn't played it away at the last minute. Back to the square on the leg side. There's a good bit of fielding out there by David Visa, prevents a second runner. That's the reason Robinson had his hands on his head, because momentarily I thought that had breached Alex Wakely's defences and was going to have him pinned in front, but he managed to get the ball down through sort of backward square, and Visa ran round from fine leg to field. 119 for 1, 54 Vasconcelos, 7 to Wakely. As in comes Robinson running in down the hill. He bowls, and Vasconcelos drive straight back to Robinson, who fields down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So we're looking directly from our commentary box straight down the wicket here. The wicket set towards the scoreboard on the eastern side of the ground. The outfield looking absolutely magnificent. I walked across it last night to conduct our post-match interviews, and you could barely find a weed. In fact, I didn't see a weed anywhere on the outfield. It just looks fabulous as Robinson is in and bowls, and Vasconcelos works the ball off about middle and leg to Phil Salt, who fields running to his left. But there is a single to Vasconcelos, and in fact Phil Salt loses his hat as he runs across to complete that piece of fielding. There are 2 slips and a third man, a point, cover, mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Lots of cotton wool clouds above Hove, but equally lots of blue sky as well. As in comes Robinson running in down the hill, bowls, and Wakely again works this one down to deep backward square, stroke, fine leg, and it's Visa who comes running in and completes the fielding. 1 more to the total, 120 for 1. At the end of another Ollie Robinson over. 8 overs, 1 made, 1 for 31. 121 for 1 at 167, and you get the lead, which is... I'm sorry folks, it's been a long day. The lead is 288. 27 overs to be bowled tonight, so you would imagine that Northamptonshire, if they carry on even at 3 and over, are going to be having a lead of in excess of 350, nigh on 400. In comes Visa, bowls, and forward comes Wakely, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I don't know if they're listening back at base. Just had a message for the folk there as Robinson shines the ball on his jumper. What might be his short sleeve shirt that he's got on, Ollie Robinson, as in comes Visa, running away from us, comes in and bowls, and Wakely eases that into the offside. That's a well taken run because it's to the left of Luke Wells, who's fielding in the covers. 1 more to Wakely, he goes to 9, 122 for 1. the lead is now 289. As Alex reappears from the tea room, not with a cup of tea, but with a scone that's filled with jam and cream. He couldn't resist. As in comes Visa and Moles, and Vasconcelos drives, but not where he intended, straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded there by Rawlins. Ollie Robinson looks like he's doing a bit of a warm-up there, as he busily shines the ball on his trousers. And he waits for David Visa to wander back to his mark. 122 for 1. 55 Vasconcelos, 9-2 Newton. In comes Visa again and bowls, and Vasconcelos is forward to a good ball. And Sussex have certainly tightened up their lines and links here since tea, and I feel fairly certain that was part of the tea time discussion. There were far too many easy runs given away in that opening session with Newton and Vasconcelos, who were rattling on at sort of 4 and over, and they were very comfortable as well. Visa in again, bowls short, pulled away by Vasconcelos, and that's going to be 4 runs. And having said Sussex have tightened up their lines, that was a loose delivery by David Visa down the leg side and just helped around the corner for 4 runs. Well, the good news is here that Sussex have picked up a wicket since tea, their very first ball since tea actually. Ollie Robinson having Rob Newton caught in the slips by Viram Chopra for 54. The bad news is Northants are 126 for 1, and in terms of the match, that means that their overall lead is now 293, and that's all come about because Sussex were bowled up very cheaply today for just 106. Delray Rawlings top scoring with 31, but apart from that, it wasn't a great batting effort by Sussex, and they're well behind in this game. Not so Surrey, they're 276 for 5. Up at Scarborough against Yorkshire, trailing by 51, exactly 100 there from Mark Stoneman. And in the World Cup, the West Indies in real trouble against Sri Lanka, 88 for 4 in the 20th over. Sri Lanka earlier on making 338 for 6. So, that's the end of our cricket update. The ground currently completely in shade. And Northants go on and on, and I'm sure these two experienced campaigners, Wakely and Vasconcelos, are saying, right, you know, the league's best part of 300. If we're here tonight in another 26 overs, that league's going to be getting on for 400.
Absolutely, definitely. That'll be the plan.
And what? Probably bat until between lunch and tea tomorrow, I'd imagine.
Very much so, yeah.
Why not?
So 127 for 1, and Robinson is coming round the wicket to Vasconcelos with 3 back on the leg side, but none of them are going to save that because it's too straight and helped on its way with a little flick around the corner for a boundary to fine leg, just away to our right hand side. Just needs the slightest touch from that angle, anything down the leg side, anything remotely leg stumpish really. That was help on its way, a real freebie. Vasconcelos goes to 64. 131 for 1. That was a real feature of the Northants bowling. There were no freebies at all. There was only one leg by, which just goes to show how well they bowled. As Robinson is in again, and Vasconcelos pulls away. This will find a long leg. Beers down there, away to our right hand side, towards the hospitality boxes. And they go through for a single more. Vasconcelos goes to 65, 132 for 1. Because sometimes if we're a bit short, we're a bit too straight, so I can get a lot of leg buys, little touches off the thigh guard and the like, or just drop down on the leg side, but Northants are very disciplined. As they did concede, but largely they went a bit too wide outside the off stump, as Robinson is into Wakely, quite straight, and worked down towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah.
Some seagulls getting excited. Has someone dropped their chips?
Well, funny enough, last week, about this time, all of a sudden, there was an invasion of seagulls, and suddenly, literally, there's about 100 seagulls swooping around, and the umpires were looking up, and then all of a sudden, as soon as they arrived, they disappeared. So I don't quite know what all that was at. That was quite exciting.
Someone got the machine gun out, obviously. As deep point drops back, Robinson comes in, and Wakely driving loosely. That turns in his hand, down towards mid-on for no run.
I think the worry here for Sussex, well, they've got enough worries as it is, but an additional worry for Sussex will be that if they don't get wickets here with Visa and Robinson bowling, you're sort of struggling to see where they're getting their wickets from, because the change bowlers just haven't done their job, and Ben Brown's probably thinking, I can't keep bowling these two guys all afternoon. And I think Wakely and Vasconcelos just probably want to see these two off.
Robinson in, full of length, and Wakely driving. This time a better stroke, but just out towards mid-off. Fieldsman Salt comes to his left-hand side to collect, and there is no run. Yeah, Northants would have known that the only real chance for Sussex to get right back in the game would have been with the new ball before tea. You managed to get through that.
No, definitely.
And so long as they have even an okay session here after tea, they're going to be miles ahead of the game as Wakely pushes here, a little away from his body, length delivery down towards the backward point fence away to our right-hand side. Beer runs around to his right to collect from third man, and they get a single to end the over. Wakely goes to 10 now, and Northampton 1-3-3 for 1. And the lead goes to 300 exactly.
Absolutely 300 exactly. Good spot. So on we go. And there's no pressure here on Northampton's batsmen. But I think they'll want to put this game completely beyond Sussex. And some might say, well, hang on, you bowled out for 109, it's already beyond Sussex. But you never know. The pitch flattens out, Visa comes in and bowls, and Wakely drives down the ground. There is no run. That's just supposing they say, right, we're gonna get to 500, a lead of 500. So 200 runs from here would probably take you, if Northamptonshire bat that long, to sometime between lunch and tea tomorrow, you'd have thought. Then they give themselves a good long crack at Sussex tomorrow in the evening, late afternoon evening. In comes Visa running in over wicket bowls and driven by Wakely, 4 runs. Driven away, not going to catch that is Luke Wells, he's chasing after it, but that's a lost cause, I'm afraid. The ball runs away for 4 runs. Wakely goes to 10. The Northamptonshire 133 point. I think Bruce Talbot was telling me last week that the biggest chase on this ground was 19...
Dickety-doo.
I think it was 1999, and they chased 455 to beat Gloucestershire here. Tony Cotty made a big score. Actually, Michael Venuto. In comes Visa bowled, hammered away by Wakely. Oh, in fact, he didn't time it. I thought they were going exactly the same place, but it didn't. And a couple of wideish deliveries.
Yeah, 4-5-5 for 8 here back in 1999.
Yeah. So
Gloucestershire won the toss, chose to bat first. Made only 294. Robin Martin Jenkins took 3 for.
Comes Visa running away from us, bowls, and it's down the leg side and helped away by Wakely to the fielder at deep mid wicket, who is Thomason. 1 more to the total, 138 for 1.
And then Sussex were fired up just 145 in their first innings. They can see there's a really healthy first innings lead there. Mike Smith, a fine bowler for Gloucestershire for many years, 4 for 36. Ian Harvey was in the side. John Lewis there in his younger days. Playing here for a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Gloucestershire made 302 for 8 declared second time around.
In comes Visa and bowls, and Vasconcelos works out down back to the square. Take 1, there'll be 2 here comfortably. Well, they decided not to, but actually there was 2 comfortable runs there, but Vasconcelos didn't come back, and 1 more, he goes to 66, 139 for 1.
Yeah, poor running there. And Sussex, second time around, 4-5-5 for 8 in 138.3 overs. Michael Dewey to 162. And yep, Tony Cotty 126. An extraordinary victory.
Yeah,
the highest 4th innings total on this ground.
Visa comes away from us, comes in and bowls and clips away through the market 4 more. Over pitch by David Visa, who's having said he bowled well since tea. There's been a couple of loose deliveries in this over, and I suspect that may be the end of David Visa's little spell. He's now bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 31.
Well, that 4-5-5 for 8 is Sussex's highest 4th innings total. In theory, there could be a higher one made by an opposition here.
Of course.
But we don't know.
Yes.
It would be unlikely, you would think, that
I don't have
the fourth innings.
I don't have a login to that particular.
Well, you should do if you work for the BBC.
I know. So I need to ask you how I get hold of that, because it's an immensely useful tool.
It is an incredibly useful tool, particularly for county statistics.
Yes, and the like.
143 for one. Despite losing Newton, Northampton have gone along very nicely here. Since tea, as Robinson bowls to Vasconcelos, short ball pulled away. There's a host of players out there to our right hand side waiting for a catch, but once again Vasconcelos picks the gap, this time between deep square and long leg. It wouldn't have been a chance to the fieldsman anyway, because it was bouncing into the advertising hoarding. But Vasconcelos gets another boundary, goes to 70, 147 for one.
Do you know what? This would be a good score in a 50 over match, because I had 32 overs.
Rattling along here, Northampton. Robinson bowls again from the far end. Another short ball, dragged down this time by Vasconcelos from way over his head. But he managed to steer it. He didn't get much on it, but he did manage to steer it safely down out towards Beer, running in from long legs. Just a single this time. 148 for one. And Vasconcelos goes to 71. Likely at the other end. Quickly up to 19 here.
Well, the lead is over 300 now, and the way these two are going, it's going to be near 400 by the close of play.
That would be the ideal situation for Northants.
Well, Sussex is starting to leak a few runs here.
Robinson to Wakely, couple of slips in place. Wakely's back to push a ball of just shy of back of a length, just shy of a good length, I beg your pardon, to point for no run. Di on Twitter has been in touch to say, thinking of a declaration target beyond the game we mentioned there, here against Gloucestershire in 1999. From what he can find, the highest fourth innings score by Sussex against Northants is, you are correct, Di, it's on my chart as well, 425 for 5. Made it Kettering before the war, as Wakely is forward here, pushing out towards extra cover for no run.
Is there still a Kettering Football Club, Alex?
There is, yeah. They play at Burton Latimer now, which is the other side of the A14 from Kettering, the old famous Rockingham Road ground.
Yeah, I've covered a game at Rockingham Road.
Yeah, that's just been knocked down now, sadly. Yeah, very sad indeed. So yes, Kettering don't play in the town itself.
It used to be a good conference side.
It did, very much so, yeah.
Town?
Yeah, some famous FA Cup matches down the years. As Robinson is in again, Wakely is beaten. Ball of good length brings the batsman forward. Just held it strong enough to go through to Brown. So the first, third and 4th of July 1939. How curious is that?
Very strange.
It must have started on a Saturday, and Sunday was a rest day.
Yes.
I'll check the calendar, but that must be the case. But it started on the 1st and ended on the 4th of July for a 3-day match. How curious. Northampton against Sussex at Kettering, as Robinson is in, again brings Wakely forward, playing out to extra cover for no run. Before anything happens, I'm going to have to check this. It could take some time to go back to 1939, but I'll do it.
And Robinson's over. 148 for 1. Vasconcelos 71, Wakely 19. I think Winston has been in touch. When we were at Northampton, Winston also got in touch because he was emailing from Girvan in Scotland. And that produced a conversation that Alex...
Oh yes, Girvan Golf Club, yeah.
About golf, and Alex actually got up the golf club and the green fees and the course and everything else, and Winston was like, yeah, that's where it is. It's on the west coast of Scotland. He says, kudos to Jason Gillespie for coming in and taking questions from fans on what can't be a great day. Well, I think that's, he says, a class act. I have two more general questions for you. We seem to have trouble getting sides out twice at the moment. Obviously, Ollie Robinson has been great, but Chris Jordan, despite his heroics with the bat, doesn't seem to be quite the punch he once did. And apart from Ollie, over Mir Hansa is averaging less than 20 with the ball. Is there a budding Frank Tyson out there amongst the newbies? No, in fact, I know young Will Sheffield, I think he bowls a bit, but he's ruptured his ACL at Arundel a couple of weeks ago, training, so he's out for a good long while. I don't think he was a quick bowler, but he was a bowler of my understanding. But he comes Beer and bowls outside the off stump, clubbed away. That's 4 runs. That's not what you want from your skipper. Wants a bit more than that. You bring on a leggy and you bowl a long hop outside the off stump with a short boundary, and
he's allowed 1.
Yeah, I mean that's an awful ball, and
As
it's
long
hit
as
away for 4 runs.
As long as that is the only one.
Yeah, 152 to 1. Vasconcelos goes to 75. In comes Beer and bowls, and that's almost a full toss. And Vasconcelos plays it back to Beer without timing. There is no. Yeah, I'm not aware of any budding Frank Tysons. For the last couple of years, we don't seem to have home field advantage anymore. Has there been any change to the pitch or the ground preparation? No, not that I'm aware of. As in comes Beer and bowls, and played. Oh, it's a good stop by Rawlings at mid-wicket, prevents a single. There is no run, gets a round of applause. I mean, there has been an ongoing programme here at Hove to relay pitches and get more bounce, because there was a time when they were, you know, dead as a dodo, and they wanted to get more bounce and more sporting wickets. But I think this is a good pitch. I don't think there's anything that has given any disadvantage to Sussex here at Hove. Here comes Beer and bowls, and that's a good delivery by Will Beer that beats Vasconcelos outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, there will be the footholds there to bowl into outside the left-handers off stump. That landed nicely in them.
Well, last year Sussex only won once away from home. They were undefeated at home, but this year their 2 victories have both come away from home at Durham and Lords, as Beer is in and bowls outside the off stump. That's a comfortable run from Vasconcelos. He's punches it into the offside, fielded by Salt, who yet again he loses his hat. Needs to get a better fitting hat, does Phil Salt.
Well, Richard Ray last week was talking about Leicestershire relaying some of their wickets. I think he put the figure on. Was it 14 grand a wicket?
Really? Wow.
Is that the figure he mentioned? It was very expensive to relay a pitch.
Well,
so they're having to think very carefully about when to do it, basically.
Beer in, bowls to Wakely, pushes that into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 153 for 1.
I could have misheard, but I'm fairly certain.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that was the figure.
Digging up a pitch is a pretty. I think you probably.
It's a major operation.
Yeah, I don't think you do it by hand. I think you probably have to get a little mini digger
you do, yeah,
dig it all out.
It takes just a certain number of layers off the surface.
It's a pretty big job. It's one of those jobs that's done in the when we think what are the groundsman doing, so when he's not tinkering with the mowers or mending things for the new season, he's busily digging up a pitch.
Anyway, back to 1939.
Yes.
The 1st of July was indeed a Saturday. That's why this match at Kettering began on the 1st of July, and despite being a 3-day match, finished on the 4th of July. So they played Saturday, rest day on the Sunday, and they came back for the Monday and the Tuesday. As Abby Sekande takes over at the Cromwell Road end and comes into Vasconcelos, the left-hander, who is pushing gently to extra cover for no run. Northants a 153 for 1 here, but back in 1939 they were 200 all out against Sussex at Kettering. Dennis Brooks, Northants' highest scorer in their history, was run out for a duck, and it was down to J.E. Timms to make 101. In reply, Sussex were bowled out for 172, and Mr. Partridge took 4 for 51 for Northants. Sekande is in again, and Vasconcelos is driving really fluently here out through the covers. There's a sweeper back though, out towards the pavilion, away to our left. Wells over there, so they just get a single, and Vasconcelos goes to 77, 154 for 1. Second innings, Northants made 399 for 6 declared. Timms was at it again, made 114 not out. This time Dennis Brooks added to his mammoth tally by making 67. And Sussex, in their second innings, chasing a mighty target, got their 5 down. As Sekande bowls to Wakely for the first time, the right-hander brings one back, strikes him on the path. That really did nip back. And the ball runs away out towards extra cover where Salt does the fielding, but that nip back, which is not a bad sign for Northampton in truth, because they will want to know there's enough in this wicket to take 10 more wickets in the 4th innings of the match. So Sussex second innings, G. Cox made 232, J.G. Landridge made 93, and Sussex made 428 for 5 in 76 overs.
Wow, crumbs, that takes some going.
Sekande is in, and Wakely from the crease dabs away towards point, and there is no run. 154 for 1 here in Northamptonshire. You used to get like crazy feats of run scoring though back in the day, didn't you? Because if you watch some of the old footage, sometimes the movie tone news or whatever it was, or tell you a player who's on 100 and whatever, and there's still 3 slips in a gully. So I think sometimes they just didn't bother to change the field. They just kept it the same all day.
That's a great chase, though, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. Entertainment for the fans on the town ground, no doubt packed in back in the day as Wakely pushes from the crease away towards point.
I wonder how the players travelled. I mean, because Hove to Kettering, now you think that's all right, round the M25, over the Dartford Bridge, up the A1, or wherever you go to Kettering. But in those days, 1939, no motorways.
Yeah, but how to get the railway?
I guess you would. Would there have been a team bus? And worrying times, 1939.
Well, quite, yeah.
You know. Wow.
Sakande, far end. Short sleeve shirt, runs in past umpire Baldwin and bowls. Oh, a ball, it comes back again. There's an appeal for a catch behind, he's gone. So there's the second wicket of the evening session. Sakande with a nip back at Wakely, who was pushing very loosely from the crease, it must be said. Feet planted, trying to push it away, got an inside edge, and it's a really good catch from Brown, down low to his left-hand side. So Wakely, having played fluently for his 19, is gone, and Northants have lost a second wicket. They're 1-5-4 for 2, and further succour here for Sussex. They still trail by a long chalk.
Well, they do, and two very fine deliveries in that over from Abby Sakande. What it does prove is that there is still help in this pitch for the seamers. We've said it all the way through. It's certainly not a road, and both of those nipped back to Wakely, and credit to Wakely, who didn't even wait for the umpire's finger to go up. He knew he'd hit it. And he was on his way. So Wakely, we're just going to see the delivery on the big screen. Actually, we're not going to be able to get a great view from here, but I think that nipped back to Alex Wakely quite considerably.
Yeah, it came back a little bit, but it was a poor shot from Wakely. As I say, he planted his feet, tried to force it away with his hands, and got an inside edge. So his little start again counts for not a lot. 36 in the first innings, just 19 here. So a second wicket, but the lead at 321 for Northants, so a long way ahead. And 21 overs to come in the day, and time to push this lead up to 400 there or thereabouts. Maybe not tonight, but so much time left. There's absolutely no rush at all here for Northants. If this is, of course, day 3 and they're looking for quick runs, you could maybe understand the strokes of Newton and Wakely here before tea, but there's still time to grind the Sussex down a second time around, but they've just offered a couple of moments of hope here with a couple of wickets. So it's still going to take something for Sussex to get back in the game. I suppose they would certainly take any target below 400 from this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what was it? So effectively, Northamptonshire are 321 for 2. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
What can Will Beer do? He's going to come in from the C end of the ground, bowling his leg spin. He's in and bowls, and Vasconcelos just plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. So another 21 overs to be bowled today, including this one. Sussex with just the one slip, then a ring of 3 saving one on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, a shortish straight mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. As in comes Beer and bowls, and Vasconcelos is just forward and plays it straight back down the track. Beer fields again, no run, so a couple of dot balls to start the over from Will Beer. Thank you for getting in touch, everybody. Thank you, Winston, up on the lovely west coast of Scotland. I don't know, the weather's great up in that part of the world over the next couple of days. It's certainly not as nice as down here. As in comes Beer and bowls, and Vasconcelos just leans on that and plays it backward of square on the offside, takes a comfortable single as Thompson has to trot back and field. And there is one more run. Vasconcelos 78, 155 for 2. Although last week, I think it was, one day the temperature was about 30 degrees.
It was, yeah.
It was really warm.
All the hot weather was up there. It was.
Hot weather was up in Scotland.
We had rain down here.
So probably any remaining snow on Ben Nevis, I expect, has gone. As Beer is back to his mark. 3 men saving 1 on the off, 3 on the off. A deep mid-wicket, a sweep on the cover boundary, and a slip as in comes Beer and bowls. And Bavuma drives nicely. Well, it's a very good stop by Delray Rawlings, diving away to his left-hand side, and that certainly prevented 1 run. It might have even prevented 2. So a good bit of fielding by the young man. 155 for 2. Breezy down here today. The flags are fluttering away. Way to our right-hand side on the clock tower scoreboard as Beer is in and bowls, and forward comes Bavuma and just eases that one onto the leg side. Fielded by Beer, not Beer at all, fielded by Salt. who doesn't lose his hat on this occasion. So what it does mean, though, is that Bavuma is on his way. He's on 156 for 2. Beer back to his mark. Lovely sunny day here on Hove as Beer is in and bowls. Gave that a bit of a tweak, but Vasconcelos eases that into the offside, and again it's Salt who does the fielding. And again, it's a single to Vasconcelos. Alex, I think he's got to go and do his update. End of the over. Beer and Brown have a little natter. 20 overs left in the day. 157 for 2. Live cricket on the BBC from BBC Sussex, BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. We've had a very enjoyable couple of days. Not quite so enjoyable from a Sussex perspective because they're under the pump here, and some. But it's going to be Abhi Sakandi who's going to try and do something about that. He got a wicket in his previous over. Figures of 1 for 31 in 7 overs. He comes down the hill, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's forward to a ball of good length and plays a forward defensive shot to mid-off, fielded there by... I think we've got a substitute fielder on, actually. Yes, because Aaron Thomason is at mid-on, so we've got a young reserve fielder on. I'm not sure who that is. David Visa is on the field. Has Ollie Robinson gone off? No, Robinson is out there sweeping on the cover boundary. In comes Sakandi down the hill, bowls, and Vasconcelos just plays that to backward point fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. Quick look around the field suggests it might be Luke Wells who's off. Or is that Wells out there on the cover boundary? Oh, so I think that is Wells, in which case it could be Ollie Robinson who's off the field. But I think we do have a 12th man who's on. Here comes Sakandi again, short, and Vasconcelos has a real dart at one, which he didn't really need to do. And the ball goes through to Brown. There is no run. Di Davis says still clear on live event 8, which is good. Chris Skinner a couple of hours ago, sorry Chris, I missed your tweet. He says a lot of deserved clog for the batting, but if Ollie Robinson had some support I doubt Northamptonshire would have done much better first innings. Our problems go deeper than a couple of experienced batsmen. Well, that was a point that we made to Jason Gillespie a little earlier, as in comes Sakandi and bowls, and Vasconcelos works that one away through the offside and picks up another single. He goes to 80, the total to 158 for 2, and the field changes over for the right-handed Bavuma. Hugh says on Twitter, is it me or deja vu? Sussex seem to run out of steam after 2 months for the past few seasons in Division 2. In 2017-18 we looked as if we'd get promotion, then lost to every team we played. Same again last year. Sorry, same again this year, he says, question mark. Dizzy has given player opportunity, they need to prove it. Thank you, Hugh. Sakandi's back to his mark at the far end of the ground. He's coming in with 2 slips and a 3rd man. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. 2 men back on the leg side. As in comes Sakandi. Bowl short outside the off stump, and that's played away by Bavuma down to 3rd man. He's a little fortunate actually, Sakandi. They didn't go for more runs because that was wide outside the off stump. And Bavuma actually rehearses the shot. He intended that to go a lot squarer than it did. But nonetheless, he got a single. He goes to 2 with the total to 159 for 2. Updates coming to our listeners in Sussex in a couple of moments' time. There's some church bells ringing away. Sakandi in, bowls to Vasconcelos, he tucks at the one on the leg side. It's another comfortable single. I don't like this idea of having 2 men back on the leg side, and that's just he just played that ball off the hip onto the onside, and it's a comfortable single. I know you can't have fielders everywhere rather, but that's a really comfortable single for Vasconcelos, who goes to 81, 160 for 2, to which you need to add 167, and that's going to give you the lead, which is now 329, still with 19 overs left in the day, so an awful lot of cricket to be played today. Just 4 Sussex players made it into double figures. Rawlings 31, Brown 10, Visa 28 and Robinson 11 not out. Other than that, a bit of a tale of woe. In comes Beer, following his leg spinners from the C end of the ground. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays straight back down the track. Beer fields off his own bowling. There is no run. 3 men saving 1 now on the offside. There's a slip as well and a sweeper on the cover boundary. A mid on, a mid wicket, deep backward square, and a deep mid wicket as Vasconcelos plays firmly into the covers, fielded by Chopra, who makes a good stop. And there is no run. Come on, Will, is the cry in the field. And Beer is back to his mark, licking his fingers. We hear the breeze in our effect microphone here at Hove. Comes in and bowls, and Vasconcelos plays that backward. So that's a good stop by Thomason at backward point. And he actually prevents a single. That was a very fine bit of fielding by Aaron Thomason, and it prevented any run at all. Beer in again as the seagull wheels away at the far end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Vasconcelos is forward and plays to Chopra in the covers. There is no run. This ball is now in its 38th over. There's Beer. Game back to his mark and bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Vasconcelos drives and gets a thick inside edge. He was looking to drive that one away through extra cover. Instead he got a thick inside edge and the ball ended up at square leg. So a moral victory at least for Will Beer, who's in his 7th over, figures of 0 for 32. And he's now back to his mark at the C end of the ground. The ground now completely in shade. A little more cloud around now actually, but it's not going to rain as Beer is in and bowls. That's a nice looping leg break as well, played to mid on by Bavuma. There is no run, so a nice tidy over by Will Beer, just the 1 run coming off of it. Durham 161 for 2, leading by 328. Well, Sussex have got it all to do, and that's putting it mildly here at Hove. Northamptonshire in their 2nd innings are 161 for 2. Ricardo Vasconcelos is still there. He's on 82. The lead for Northamptonshire, a massive 328, and still 18 overs to be bowled today. Really, the problem for Sussex has been they were bowled out for 106 today. A poor batting performance on a pitch that's a decent pitch for batting as well. Delray Rawlings top scoring with 31, David Visa making 28, but only 4 batsmen making their way into double figures as they were humbled out for just 106 in 44 overs. So Sussex with much work to do here, and as I say, still another 18 overs remaining in the day. And in the World Cup, the West Indians 145 for 5, needing 338 to beat Sri Lanka, so another 194 needed in 21 overs. In comes Sakandi down the hill, bowls to Bavuma, who turns it away on the leg, so that might have come off the 5-pad actually. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal as a siren wails away. Yes indeed, that wasn't a leg bye, came off the bat. Bavuma to 2, 163 for 2. In the 2nd division, Middlesex 80 for 2, replying to Derbyshire's 557 for 6. Worcestershire 133 for 3 at Cardiff. Glamorgan making 449. Durham now 136 for 4, bit of a collapse. As in comes Sakandi and bowls, and Vasconcelos drives beautifully through backward point. More runs here for Vasconcelos. And in fact, 2 fielders there made a real haulings of that. Someone needed to call and say that they were running towards each other, Beer and Wells, and really someone needed to say, oh, but I think they were worried about charging into each other, so they both stopped, and then Wells sort of flopped down, and the ball, that wasn't a great bit of fielding, was it, or am I being unkind?
Yeah, it was a long chase for Wells. I think it was his ball coming across from deep cover. He did get the dive out, just didn't get down in time.
Vasconcelos still 87, 167 for 2. So Candy in again, and Vasconcelos is driving into the offside, but there was a single there if they'd have wanted it, but Vasconcelos decided not to. So Durham 136 for 4. Who's in the wickets there? Bancroft out for 77, 2 wickets for Jimmy Anderson. No surprise. In fact, Durham were 136 for 1, and then 136 for 4. A bit of collapse from the side who won here last week. In comes Sakandi. Down the hill again, bowls. Vasconcelos just plays an elegant, flowing, defensive, extra cover drive. And there is no run. He's on 87. 167 for 2. So there's the scores in the second division. First division, Warwickshire 99 without loss in reply to Kent's 585 for 7. That's looks like a decent batting track at Canterbury. Essex 307 for 3 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, leading by 95. Sakandi is in and bowls, and Vasconcelos just plays quietly to backward point, fielded there by Delray Rawlings, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. Nick Brown is 150 not out. Ravi Bopara on 39. The wonder Varam Chopra can't get in that side because they've got batting to spare, have Essex. Hampshire 311 for 6, trailing Somerset by 97. 100 there for Sam North East. And Surrey 298 for 6 at Scarborough, trailing Yorkshire by 29. Here, Northampton 167 for 2, leading Sussex by 334, and still 17 overs left in the day. And actually, the lead, I'd be surprised if it's not 400 by close of play tonight, because even if Northampton go at 3 and over, that's another 51, so it's going to be pretty much a 400 run lead at the end of day 2.
Here is Beer going away from the sea, right arm over, and Bavuma is back and pushing out towards extra cover, and there is no run.
You cold? I was going to turn the air conditioning off for a minute, do you mind? Or should I put a jumper on?
That's absolutely fine. No, certainly I'm not hot, not cold. Perfect at the moment as Beer bowls a little straight and worked away by Bavuma, but up comes Brown from behind the stumps to make the save there, and there's no run. You can't put a sweater on it. It's baking hot. This is ridiculous. 167 for 2, and Beer steps in past umpire Lloyd, and leaning forward here is Bavuma to steal a single, and they could be tight. Oh, they get home. The stumps weren't broken anyway, but that was a tight single. Bavuma, a little dab and go in front of point, and Sakande was running to his good hand, his right hand, to his right hand side. And well, had the throw been better to Brown there, certainly a direct hit would have been very, very close indeed. And Vasconcelos was scrambling down the far end to get home. Very tight single called for by Bavuma, but they do make it. Bavuma goes to 4, 168 for 2, and Vasconcelos still there on 87, the unlucky Australian number. Goes back and pushes back towards the bowler's left hand for no run. Deep backward square and deep mid wicket are both out here. There's a short mid wicket, a short extra cover, a mid on and mid off, both fairly orthodox. A deep cover and a backward point as Beer is round the wicket, floats one up, and Vasconcelos drives really pleasantly. That got a good stride in and steered it away out towards the short boundary away to our right hand side. They go through for the run, which takes Vasconcelos off the unlucky Australian number. He's now got 88 to his name, 169 for 2. And Beer is bowling in a sweater here, which is unusual. Maybe just feeling the breeze. Steps in to Bavuma, just outside the off stump, and the South Africa international lets it go through to Brown, and the over comes to an end. We've got 16 more overs to come tonight, but with Beer stepping through them, they'll hopefully come with a decent lick. And Northamptonshire have had a dream day really, having fired Sussex out for a paltry total earlier on, under no pressure at all to come out and add a few more in the second innings, and they currently lead by 336.
Yes, just joined us, live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms from BBC Sussex, Alex Winter from BBC Northampton, bringing you live commentary on this county championship game on the south coast of England at Hove, where Northamptonshire, as Alex was saying, are in a very powerful position. So Candy's coming running down the hill. For Sussex, he strikes Vasconcelos on the pad, and he's nailed him in front, and this is a good little spell by Abby Sakandi. Vasconcelos thinks, I think, that was a little high. I don't think he's overly happy with the decision, but he was right in front, and I think the umpire is going to come and have a word with Ricardo Vasconcelos, and maybe going to say, well, perhaps he's just disappointed Vasconcelos, he wanders off.
Yeah, I think it was pretty innocent. He was just asking there, I think.
Yeah.
A little question of Paul Bolbin, but yeah, very, very politely done. He's just disappointed, like you say, hangs his head.
Yeah.
He's going along really well, but he's done it again against Sussex at Wantage Road out in the 80s. And it's got a bit closer this time, but gone for 88. Really nice innings though, 138 balls, indeed. 13 boundaries. And it's put his side in a good spot, but there we go. We mentioned Sussex needed at least 4 wickets in this session, and they got 3 of them.
Yes. Well batted. Let's say the applause. I like hearing applause. Yeah, and I think we should recognise that was a very fine innings by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is disappointed as he wanders off. And you probably heard the stadium announcement. Mike Charman, who's the scorer for Sussex as well, making the announcement the new batsman is Rob Keogh, who's making his way out to the wicket. This is a nice little spell from Sakandi. The slight worry for Sussex is that he's just getting the ball to do a little bit down the hill. He's pinned Vasconcelos in front, and also he picked up the wicket of Alex Wakely.
Well, this was the point I was making earlier on. There was no way that conditions had eased to the extent that only 1 slip was necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, especially as Sussex needed wickets to get, or still do need wickets to get back in the game. They've got to attack at least a little bit.
Yes.
But to have 1 slip in the 15th over was way too negative. And we found out here that, lo and behold, there is still a little bit in it.
There is.
The ball is, what are we in now, the 41st over, so a bit softer, but we've seen throughout the match so far the ball has swung and done a little bit, hasn't it? So no reason to say that hasn't suddenly changed on this second afternoon. I don't think anybody's had the heavy roller on just yet. I'm sure Sussex will between the third and fourth innings of the match.
I was sort of thinking about an hour ago, because we always like to do an interview at close of play with the player or the coach. And I was thinking with the players, really not sure who to speak to. In comes Sakandi running down the hill, bowls to Keogh, and Keogh flicks this one down to fine leg. He's going to get 4 runs. No, he's not. That's a good bit of fielding by Beer. It's down in front of us, and he prevents that going for 4 runs. So well done, Will Beer. Not the best of throws over the head of Ben Brown, but he did his job by stopping the boundary. 2 to Keogh, who's immediately on his way. But I was just thinking that maybe I might interview Abby Sakandi, who's picked up a couple of wickets today. Northampton 171 for 3. Northampton will be very, very keen here not to sort of lose the wickets in a clatter. As Sakandi is running in down the hill, bowls, and that cut back into Keogh as well, who played it comfortably enough onto the leg side, but there is movement down the hill here from Abby Sakandi. And interestingly, last night when Ollie Robinson was talking, because generally you think the new ball moves around more when it's brand new, but he was saying when some of the lacquer went off the ball, actually the ball really did start to move about a bit. So that's quite interesting, isn't it? We all perhaps are guilty of thinking, oh well, once the shine goes off the new ball, you've had it. But Ollie Robinson said it did start to move around a bit. So that's what's happening now. The 41st over, and in comes Sakandi with 2 slips. He's in and bowls, and played through the slips and down for 4 runs. Past the outstretched hands of Laurie Evans, that second slip. Sakandi looked disappointed actually. He maybe thinks that should have been stopped, but
it was a genuine nick when it scuttled away.
Yes, it did scuttle away. Went past Laurie Evans, who picked himself up there at second slip. Got 4 more to Bavuma. He goes to 8. 176 for 3. Quite a bit of cloud around now. Quite a bit of blue sky, but the ground is completely in shade as in comes Sakandi running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls, and Bavuma helps this one. No, there's 2 runs here if they want them. Bavuma runs the first very quickly and then doesn't come back from the second. In fairness, Wells was in pretty quickly from deep backward square to field, and Bavuma is comfortable with the single. He goes to 9. 177 for 3. To that you need to add 167, and you will get the overall lead for Northamptonshire, which I'll tell you at the end of this ball as it comes to, Candy. It's a long day when it's just the two of you. It comes Candy bowls, and nicely played at the offside by Keogh. The throw came in from Rawlings, who was fielding up point and well backed up by whoever that is. I'm going to need to find out who that is, the 12th man. End of the over, 177 for 3. It means the lead now is 344 for Northamptonshire, and I'm just going to find out, Alex, who the 12th man is, just in case he gets the most fantastic catch of all time.
Looking forward to it. Little replay of the Vasconcelos LBW. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty dead, actually. It's a ball of full length. It's just moved back a little bit at the left-hander, straightened enough, and Vasconcelos, he knew it straight away. Caught low down on the pad. Maybe just went through a little bit low, but it was full of length. He probably just misjudged it. Tried to get the bat down across the ball, but it was too late. Pinned in front. And the third century of the season will have to wait as Beer comes in, and back goes Bavuma, just working this away through square leg for a single out towards the old score box, away to our right hand side, and Bavuma now has 10, and Northampton 178 for 3.
I'm wondering if they're listening to our commentary over in the score box, because as I walked in, I said to the Sussex press officer, Samka, who is the 12th man? And with that an announcement came across the tannoy, and the 12th man is Will Collard.
Beer in, floats one up, and Keogh is driving quite pleasantly there. Well timed stroke, but a good save from Rawlings to his right hand side from short extra cover, and there's no run. So despite the new batsman out here, the deep cover and deep mid wicket have both stayed back. There is a slip in place as Beer steps in again past umpire Lloyds and bowls a little flatter, and Keogh can go back to this but punches to the same fielder. Rawlings at short extra cover makes a pretty easy save this time, just to his left. There's no run. There's a backward point, a short mid wicket, a backward square leg. Mid off fairly orthodox, but mid on 3/4 of the way to the fence, away to our right as Keogh comes forward and just nudges up towards the bowler's right hand for no run. I'd really like to see that mid on. Just get him in.
Yep.
Just make Keogh do something to earn his runs here early on.
I agree.
You have to roll the dice a bit, Sussex, I think, to try and get back in the game, as Beer bowls a little too straight and gets worked away through square leg by Keogh off a very full length, just nurdles it towards Paul Bolban at square leg for a single. Keogh now goes to 479 for 3.
Alex earlier on today was in what I called the mastermind chair. It's a black chair with armrests on it, which he's now got rid of.
As Beer comes in again, flat and just outside the off stump, and Bavuma is back to punch it back to the bowler's left hand, and there is no run. So 14 overs to come on this second day, and Northants hold all the aces. Not quite as strong as their position, I suppose, certainly wickets wise at tea. They've lost 3 since then, but the lead is large and growing, 346.
And the reason I mentioned the chair is because now Alex is sitting on 2 chairs. I didn't realise that you stacked one on top of the other. Is that because you were too low?
I was a bit low, yeah. I just wanted to get a bit higher over the desk in front of us.
That's okay, you can do what you like. I mean, you're our guests. It just looks a bit funny.
I'm very scared I'm going to slip off the front of it, though. But I'm just about okay.
In comes Sir Candy, running in down the hill, bowls to Keogh, covers up, plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Sir Candy, and there is no run. So the replacement fielder is Will Collard, and he's standing up at mid-on, is the young man. Ollie Robinson, the man who's gone off. We know not why. Sir Candy in his 11th over, figures of 2 for 48, and he's bowling with 2 slips and a third man, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg. As in comes Sir Candy, down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Keogh and plays it straight back to Sir Candy, and again that did a little bit, it was just moving into the right-hander. Now here you see, I think I would be inclined to think, right, let's put a bit of pressure on. I would bring up my deep square, and I'll bring him up to square leg. I wouldn't give that easy single that they've got on that leg side. But maybe Sir Candy will bowl a short one and Keogh will hit it straight down his throat at deep backward square, but we shall see. Sir Candy turns in sort of watery sunshine now, the sun not completely out, comes in and bowls, and a good delivery by Sir Candy on middle and off, and played to mid-off, fielded up there by Phil Salt. There is no run. Phil Salt just made a single in the first innings, and if Sussex are going to get anywhere near whatever total they are eventually set, one of the batsmen, a Salt or a Wells, is going to have to make a big score, and I mean a big score. Sakandi turns, the ground now completely in shade. He makes his way with this lovely smooth approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls, and let's see, that's tucked around the leg side. That's an easy single for Keogh, having had 3 balls that he's just played to mid-off. Why would you give an easy single?
I've absolutely no idea. We mentioned it in the first innings, didn't we, how Sussex went a bit negative. And again here, acres of space on that leg side.
Yeah, it's just
and he ball slightly short, just dab it down, off you go.
Yeah.
You've got time for a cup of tea as you wander through for a single.
Yeah, I just don't quite understand. Having bowled, and actually I think that's not helping the bowler actually, because he's bowled 3 good deliveries and then anyway, in comes Sakandi down the hill of the bowl to Bavuma, and Bavuma does exactly the same. He plays it onto the onside and takes a comfortable single. There was a square leg there, that isn't a run, so it's 2 runs in the last 2 deliveries off, not bad deliveries, and they've just kept the scoreboard ticking over there.
For doing nothing.
Well,
little dab and go, thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree. I say, it's not just a Sussex failing, it's a failing in general. I just don't understand sometimes the field placings, because it's just easy runs. Seagulls crying in the distance as in comes Sakandi. Bowls. Oh, my word. Now that was, you'd have to say that's a good leave by Rob Keogh, but it only just missed the off stump, and a good take by Ben Brown. So what should have been a maiden over from Abby Sakandi, if there'd have been someone at square leg, a couple of runs coming off of it. 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 50 for Abby Sakandi. I think he's bowled well since.
He has, yeah, and like I say, what did he do wrong in that over? Bowled 2 balls fractionally straight, and just allowed the batsman to just drop it down and able to go through for runs. So 13 overs to come, and now Rawlings is going to take over from Beer at the C end here, with the Northants lead getting up towards 400 by the end of the day, you would think.
Sorry, I was going to say, sorry, go on, you carry on.
No, go ahead.
I was interrupting, it's very rude of me. I was just saying Worcestershire 148 for 4 at Cardiff. Ooh. So the leaders of Division 2, Glamorgan, having another good day. They posted 449 and in a very powerful position. Very much so, yeah.
So Rawlings from the C end momentarily, but news of Northants' second 11. They're playing against Derbyshire, and they've made 303 for 8. Charlie Thurston there with 92, and Richard Levy is playing for them, and he's made 129 not out. As Rawlings steps in to Bavuma, and Bavuma gets quite a straight delivery that he whips away through mid-wicket. Goes down the slope to Salt, away to our right hand side, and they get a single. Bavuma goes to 12, 182 for 3. And it was the Northants women's team as well that played on Sunday. It was the final game of their season, and they've had a fantastic campaign as they've gone undefeated throughout the T20 and one-day competitions there. They've gained promotion in the Women's County Championship, which is a one-day affair. Rawlings in again to Keogh this time, very full ball smothered away towards mid-wicket for no run, but that could well be the end of Northamptonshire women's cricket if the proposed changes that the ECB are mooting go ahead, as Keogh comes forward and pushes away to extra cover for no run, because the ECB have proposed a radical change to women's cricket in this country. That would see the end to all 18 counties putting out women's teams, as Keogh plays forward back up towards the bowler's right hand here for no run. They're trying to centralise the talent around the country and make a condensed competition across 3 forms of the game, as Keogh again is just propping forward here, this time to defend out to extra cover, and there's no run out to Will Beer there away to our left hand side. 182 for 3 here, Northants. As Rawlings goes in to complete the over, and Keogh is back to one that just skids on a little bit, but he pushes successfully to Chopra at short mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. Applause for a tidy first over. Back into the attack from Rawlings there, but Northants 182 for 3 here. have a very large lead indeed. And just finally, the Northampton news from elsewhere. The under-17s are through to the national final on Sunday, having won their semi-final against Lancashire yesterday.
Sounds like a good
So
win.
good news for Northampton's followers, that the next generation, as it were, are having some success against far better resource counties. And
Yep,
every
absolutely.
county wants the young players to be coming through and eventually getting a chance in the first team.
Abby Secandi is going to pick up or carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road, and he's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Bavuma, taken by Brown, and there is no run. We were saying this a little while ago that whilst Northampton are in this fabulous position in this match, they won't want to suddenly lose 3 or 4 wickets here tonight and just give Sussex any sort of a sniff.
Absolutely, definitely.
And so I suspect these two are just going to settle things down and perhaps think, well, there's only 12 overs to go tonight. Let's be here in the morning. Let's really press home the advantage. Secandi in the bowls, and Bavuma clips that one down to fine. Again, that moved in off the pitch from outside the off stump, and it was clipped away off about middle stump. So you can see that's the end that Ben Sanderson bowled from. And there is still help for the seamers from that far end. We're at the end of the second day, and we've had 23 wickets in the opening 2 days. And Northamptonshire with this big lead. As Secandi turns at the far end, and he's running in down the hill. He bowls and covers up to Keogh, and credit to Abby Secandi, because we've been critical, and I think rightly critical, of the Sussex bowling, particularly in the first innings, and the lack of support really for Ollie Robinson. But suddenly Abby Secandi has come to the party in the last hour, and he's bowled a very good spell from the top end. Picked up a couple of wickets, he's pitched the ball up, and possibly the best spell he's bowled this season, I would say. Here he comes again. Bowls, and Keogh forces into the offside, and only gets a single, fielded up there by Phil Salt with a tumbling save at mid-off. But one more to Keogh, he goes to 7. And the total to 6, I'm sorry, and the total to 184 for 3. We've had stacks of emails and tweets today, so thank you for all of those. Most of them very critical of Sussex, and I guess when you've been bowled out for 106, that's not surprising. We've read them out, we've posed some of them to the coach Jason Gillespie, so I hope you think we've had a balanced conversation. As in comes Secandi and bowls, and clipped away by Bavuma down to beat backwards square, playing off about middle and leg, fielded by Wells, who gets in the throw to Brown. One more to Bavuma, he goes to 14, and the score to 185 for 3. 2 slips and a third man as the sun makes a welcome reappearance. The backward point cover mid-off, so 3 men saving one on the offside, but only that one on the leg side at mid-on. Then a huge gap to deep square leg and a fine leg. Secandi is in and bowls, and Keogh just plays that again. I'm getting rather bored of saying it, really. That's a single that he just shouldn't be getting. The fielder's back on the boundary, it's just a nudge round the corner. Thanks very much, I'll take a single. Which is exactly what Keogh does, and he goes to 7, and the total 186 for 3. Abby Secandi, 12 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54. Has a little natter away to... Is that Ollie Robinson who's come back on? I think it is. So Robinson is back on, and Will Collard is off. And well bowled Abby Secandi as he comes down to his fielding position here at fine leg. He's not at fine leg at all, he's at mid-off, because of course the bowling is coming from the CN now, and it's in the shape of Delray Rawlings. He's in. That's a horrible ball outside the off stump, and he got away with that. Keogh looking to smack that one away through the offside, and there is no run. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Keogh is forward and plays it into the offside. A good diving save by Beer. Again, there is no run. Rawlins back to his mark. In again, and Keogh again comes forward and plays it of the onside, and there is no run. Rawlings waits. Driven into the offside by Wakely. Again, there is no run. 186 for 3. So Seagull swoops in front of the commentary box. Rawlings in again, and Wave again drives into the offside, fielded by Abby Sakandi. No run. Good little spell this from Delray Rawlings. Maiden over so far, comes in and bowls, and Keogh is forward, plays it back to Rawlings, and there is no run. So well bowled, Delray Rawlings. That's a maiden over, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 4-4, 186 for 3 are Northamptonshire, and that is a lead of 353. My maths is no better, it's just that it just updated on the screen in front of me. Now we're going to have a change in bowling, and it's going to be Aaron Thomason who's going to come in to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Well, Sussex have picked up another wicket here at Hove. Yes, thanks, Sarah. Sussex have picked up another wicket, which is the good news. Now 186 for 3 Northamptonshire in their second innings, and another wicket for Abby Sakandi, who's had Ricardo Vasconcelos LBW for a very fine innings of 88. But I'm afraid the good news stops there, because the lead for Northamptonshire is 353, and that's after Sussex were hustled out in just over 40 overs for just 106 a little earlier on today. Delray Rawlings top scoring with 31. Other than that, it really was a tale of woe. 10 overs remaining in the day, Sussex with it all to do. And in the World Cup, the West Indians 192 for 5. They need 147 in 16 overs to beat Sri Lanka. So, Aaron Thomason back into the attack. Very expensive earlier on. He's only in his third over, figures of 0 for 19.
Yes, he was most unimpressive earlier on, wasn't he?
He's coming in again in bright sunshine now down the hill to bowl to Keogh. There's a better delivery, pitching around off stump and played respectfully to mid-off. There is no run. I kind of get the feeling here with these two that the sort of message has come out from the dressing room: we do not want to lose another wicket tonight. We want you two to be there and build on this lead tomorrow. There's a couple of wickets here. I'm not saying Sussex are back in it, they're not, but it just is not quite the dominance. As in comes Thomason and bowls. That's a better delivery, played one to the onside, fielded by Beer, and there is no run. The field is a slip, a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, but still this onside field with just a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, he's sort of erring towards square leg, and a fine leg. Thomason turns at that far end, straight approach to the wicket, bowls, and that's short down the leg side, and Keogh just very easily tucks the ball off the hip down to fine leg and takes a comfortable single. 188 for 3. Keogh goes to 8. Lovely afternoon, lots of blue sky around, equally lots of cloud, probably you would say about 50% cloud and blue sky at the moment. As Thomason is in and bowls and pulled away by Baboon, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well, I said these two are going to sort of play for the close, but if you get a ball that's a long hop halfway down the track, it's pretty difficult not to smash it away for 4, and that's exactly what Bavuma did. And he goes to 19, and that's not a great delivery. 192 for 3. Thomason's figures, he's going at 8 and over, and Ben Brown's brought him back into the attack, but I think if he continues to go at 8 and over, he'll be very shortly back out of the attack.
Yeah, that was a poor one. I understand him trying the short ball with the man at a deep square, but simply didn't get it high enough, didn't bend his back enough to try and put Bavuma under any pressure at all there, and it was an easy put away. So despite a few wickets falling here after tea, Northampton not slipping from their really strong position, And the lead growing towards 400 as Rawlings bowls from the C end, just outside the off stump to Keogh, who cracks it away, square of the wicket and gets 4 more. Too much whip there from Rawlings, and Keogh back in a hurry to cut it away, flashing past the point fieldsman and out to the pavilion for a boundary before Wells could get around from sweeper to cut it off. So Keogh is now into double figures, goes to 12, and Northampton 196 for 3. Poor start to the over for Rawlings, who comes in again now and bowls a much better area just outside the off stump, floated one up, but Keogh watched it carefully and just allowed that to go through to Brown, who still has a slip for company. A couple of sweepers out, deep cover and deep mid wicket, and then a ringed field, all but mid-on saving the single as Keogh props forwards here to a tighter line still and plays out to Beer at short extra cover for no run. A couple of seagulls swirling around our commentary box away to our left as Rawlings comes in again. Bowls down the leg tail, there's appeal for a catch behind here. Not out, says umpire Jerry Lloyds very quickly. There was only really a modest inquiry from keeper and bowler, and umpire Lloyds quickly determined it was thigh guard as Rawlings floats one up and Keogh drives nicely here past extra cover. This is running away towards the boundary but will just be saved from Wells running past the pavilion to his right hand side. It was a decent piece of fielding because that was nicely timed by Keogh, and he now goes to 14 with a couple of runs, and Northampton 198 for 3. Rawlings stepping in to complete the over here, and Keogh back and punching not past short extra cover. Beer quickly across to his left hand side to make the save, and there is no run. So 8 overs to come tonight, and once again we're in jolly good order with the time at 20 to 6. Northampton 198 for 3.
Very
Have
good.
a jolly good lead.
Yes, they do have a jolly good lead. Well, Aaron Thomason is going to be entrusted with another over, but I suspect if it goes for another 8 in the over, then Bembram will, they'll probably have little choice but to take him off, to be honest. I mean, Sussex have brought this young man in. Clearly they want to have a look at him. They brought him down from Warwickshire. They want to see what he's made of. But he I don't wish to be harsh, but he's not doing himself any favours with the way that he's bowling. Let's see if he can do a little better in this over. Comes running in, overlook it and bowls, and cut away by Bavuma, and that's a brilliant bit of fielding by Delray Rawlings at backward point, and that prevented a boundary because it was wide outside the off stump and it was hammered by Bavuma, and Delray made a very, very fine stop, and he gets a pat on the back from Phil Salt. Actually, Delray Rawlings didn't know he was there. It sort of made him jump. But a good bit of fielding. 198 for 3. Thomason again. Down the hill, bowls, and lets that go outside the off. That's a better delivery. And it didn't miss the off stump by very much. And again, there is no run. I was thinking of our fellow commentators around the country, Alex, because we read out the scores from the other games, and I'm sure there'll be a few, and they'll get to the bottom fixture and they go, Sussex, blimey, bowled out for 106, and Northants. So there will be a few raised eyebrows. But what's happened here today? In comes Thomason again, down the hill bowls. That's better again. That would have hit the stumps. Yeah, that's right. And that's Verum Chopra. Did you hear what he said? That's nice. That's nice, said Chopra, and it's exactly what it was. So he's bowled 2 deliveries. He needs to build on that now. Not give Bavuma any room to crack away another boundary. 198 for 3. In comes Thomason again, bowls, and driven down the ground without timing by Bavuma to mid-on. And this is much better by young Aaron Thomason. Lovely afternoon at Hove. People enjoying the sunshine and not too hot. Not so hot that you're sitting there thinking, crumbs, I need to go and get some shade. And the breeze is keeping it a little cooler as well, as in comes Thomason down the hill and bowls, and Bavuma works this one on the onside. There's more runs here, at least a couple. Luke Wells is in hot pursuit from his fielding position at deep backward square, gets in the throw to Ben Brown. 2 more to Bavuma. He goes to 23. A good throw as well, actually, right over the top of the stumps. And the applause wasn't for the throw, it was for the Northamptonshire 200, which is showing on the scoreboard away to our right hand side, which makes the maths very easy. And the lead is now 367. So 367 for 3, really, Northamptonshire, with 2 days to go. Difficult to see Northamptonshire losing from here, as in comes Thomason bowls, and Bavuma hammers that one away, And a good save by Phil Salt, tumbling stop away on the cover boundary, prevents a boundary. And Thomason takes his cap. That was a better over, just the 3 runs coming there from Aaron Thomason, who takes his cap and wanders away to his fielding position. So, 7 overs remaining in the day. We said the lead would be round about 400, the way that Northants are going, and I don't think we're going to be a million miles wrong, Alex. And it just remains to be seen how many more Northamptonshire add tomorrow. I reckon they'll do it in time. I don't think they'll worry about the runs. I think they'll do time.
Yeah, I mean, one more session of batting. If they go at a good lick and get on with it, knowing they've got wickets to come, they could push the lead up past 500 as Rawlings bowls to Bavuma, who's well forward, pushing out to extra cover. And there is no run. A lead of 500 declaring after lunch tomorrow. 4.5 sessions to bowl Sussex out again. I think that'll be ideal, really, as Rawlings comes in again. Outside the off stump here, Paul ball and cut away. It will be saved by Wells out on the cover fence away to our left hand side. Just a single. And Bavuma goes to 23. 202 for 3.
You have to be bold in these, but as we discuss it at the end of the over, because he does rattle through, does Rawlings.
Here he comes again, left arm round. Ball's quite flat, and Keogh just props forward, pushes in front of point. Up comes Robinson with the right hand, and there's no run. Rawlings once more, pretty quickly. More air on this, and straighter, and flicked away. Oh, it gets past short mid-wicket, the dive of Chopra. So they're able to take a run. As Visa goes to his right-hand side from that deeper mid-on position, just that halfway house that is so often employed for spinners, and so often I can never understand. It's not a short boundary. If you want to hit it over the boundaries, you can do it, as Bavuma cuts to short extra cover. And there is no run. No one thinks, oh, the man's halfway back, I'll just chip it gently over his head. If you're coming down the pitch, you're going to whack it.
Yeah.
203 for 3. Just get him up, save the single, put a bit of pressure on as Bavuma just runs one through the covers here. Just make him do that, make him open the face and produce a decent piece of batting to get his runs, not little forward prod and nudge down the ground for an easy run. End of the over, just 6 more to come now. 204 for 3 Northants.
I think we'll be done shortly after 6 o'clock. Yes, I was just thinking that, I suppose if you are Rosington, you might be thinking about that short boundary, thinking, well, if somebody does get it, I'm thinking probably somebody like Phil Salt. If Salt got in, as he did against Ferguson last year on this track, he made 130 odd in no time at all. Now, he needed someone to bat with him, so he'll, 500 would be a ridiculous amount of runs to score, but I don't think he'll want to do less than that. I think he's got the time to make sure they could have that sort of a lead. In comes Thomason, down the hill, bowls outside the off stump, let go by Bavuma, and there is no run. But the way Sussex are batting, the likelihood of them scoring those sort of runs is...
Well, the runs would be irrelevant with 4.5 sessions to go. It's still a long time. That would be, 140 odd overs.
Yeah, you'd have to bat, yeah.
But, just be a case of if they can see out the time. Which is possible if the wicket flattens out, they get the heavy roller out.
Thomason in bowls. That's better delivery, that's well pitched up. That's better from Thomason, and at least he's making Bavuma work as he comes forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Meanwhile, the Northamptonshire lads have been sitting up on the balcony and resting their feet up, and I'm sure that Sanderson and Brett Hutton and Buck will be...
Yeah, they've got feet up on the desk now, and they're not going to have to bat.
No, they're not. They won't. They can just... All they've got to think about is bowling Sussex out a second time. In comes Thomason. Bowls, let go outside the off stump by Bavuma. There is no run.
And just mentioning the roller, Northants didn't use the heavy roller between this second and third innings, as you would imagine. They want the pitch to stay as lively as possible to try and take another 10 wickets in the match and take 20 wickets in a game for the first time this season.
I think the heavy roller was out. I think Sussex used it at the end of the Northants' first innings, I think.
Oh, did they?
I think so. Thomason bowls and clipped away by Bavuma to mid-wicket, but you can only use it once, can't you?
Yeah. I'd be surprised if that was the case, to be honest. Early in the game.
I might be wrong. $204 for 3. Well, we'll see at the end of this innings what happens, whether it's just the light roller or the heavy roller, as in comes Thomason bowls wide of the off stump, and it's driven away to the offside. Just a single as Saltfields over the cover boundary, one more to the total. 204 for 3, 15 Keogh, 24 Bavuma.
When you see the heavy roller in use, it's quite a sight, isn't it? Grimes was there on his tractor going on, obviously on the roller going up and down, and it seems like a real effort. And then the light roller comes out, and it's just some bloke in flip-flops just wandering back and forth up the pitch, dragging this poxy little thing.
Thomason bowls, cut away by Keogh to backward point, straight to Delray Rawlings. And there is no run, so another decent over from Thomason. His last 2 overs have just cost 4 runs. 5 overs remaining in the day, 205 for 3. Add to that 167, and you get to 372, which is the lead for Northamptonshire as we go into the final 5 overs of the day. The 2 batsmen having a little natter. They've added 31 plus 5, 36 for this 4th wicket. And I'm pretty certain these 2 will want to be there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, very much so. And 120 runs at all, does it? Get the lead of 500. And then declare, I would imagine. Oh, goodness me, a horrible delivery. Smashed him in wicket, and it's caught! Goodness me. Well, that was disgusting cricket. An awful, awful high full toss from Delray Rawlings has been smashed by Bavuma straight to Phil Salt on the mid-wicket fence, who was taken in the end a pretty simple catch, standing right on the boundary, and Bavuma has got out in pretty ugly fashion for 25. It was a disgusting delivery, just slipped out of the top of Rawlings' hand, and well, Bavuma had the pick at the flats to try and put that in away to our right hand side, but in the end he's miscued it, and it's been claimed by Salt just inside the boundary, and Bavuma has gone for 25. So, having got his first half century for Northants last week against Leicestershire, he can't build on that this week with scores at 14 and now 25. And the game's ticking away for him to make a real stamp in his time for Northants, but he has helped his side just nudge along into a decent position here at 205 for 4, and a most undeserved wicket for Rawlings.
I think, Alex, you may make yourself onto social media with that commentary, because that's exactly what happened to me last week when Delray Rawlings bowled a horrible ball and he got an LBW decision, and he's done exactly the same today, except he's been caught at deep mid-wicket by Phil Salt. So, having said that, Northamptonshire will be desperate not to lose a wicket tonight. They're sending out the night watchman, Nathan Buck. He's coming wandering out. They've done exactly that, and Bavuma will be really cross when he to hole out like that. I mean, as you said, he had the pick of the flats, really, and it's a short boundary, and he hit it straight down Phil Salt's throat. Extraordinary.
It was horrible, wasn't it? And initially I was looking up to see whether anyone was cowering on the balconies away to our right hand side, and then suddenly saw Phil Salt lining up the catch. Just got it off the top edge there, Bavuma. And it's another very modest score for him. And it's been a very modest time in his 6 matches for Northants thus far, but in every game he's looked pretty good, but mentioned a few times in this game, it ain't how you look, it's the score you put in the box.
Absolutely.
So 205 for 4, and Nathan Buck is out as night watchman, and he gets back to his first delivery and plays and misses outside the off stump.
Well, we were saying this, what Northants won't want to do here is suddenly 3 or 4 wickets and suddenly find that, you know, they're sort of 7 down tonight or something.
That little momentum shift.
Yeah.
Rawlings again, and forward comes Buck to play to extra cover, and there is no run. So at the minute they're by no means out of sight. They've obviously got a big lead here, Northants.
Yeah.
But they've got a chance to make 500, so go and do it. Get 500 ahead rather, as Rawlings goes outside the off stump, and it's let go by Buck. I mean, 450 from where they've been throughout the afternoon. It's an absolute minimum. As forward comes Buck to push to short wicket this time. Chopra is there, and there's no run.
Yeah, so what's it now? 372 the lead? Yes.
Full of length here from Rawlings, dug out by Buck to extra cover, and anyone applauding now deserves a slap round the ear, and they are. You miserable people. Stop clapping. That was terrible, wasn't it? Awful delivery, awful shot. The only thing remotely good about it was the vaguely decent catch on the mid-wicket fence by Sol, but it was straight to him. 205 for 4 overs to come tonight.
Well, I think credit to Delray. I think he was embarrassed to have got the wicket, really, but it was an awful shot. And anyway, Sussex will just feel here that I mean, they picked up 4 wickets since tea. So you were saying, Alex, that that's a minimum requirement of Sussex, and if they could nip another one out here before the close, they might feel that life's not quite so bad. In comes Thomason down the hill, bowls, and that's a better delivery, and Keogh plays to mid-off, and there is no run. I think having picked up that wicket, I might have been inclined to say, I'll tell you what, I'll give Ollie Robinson a couple of overs down the hill.
Yeah, I quite agree.
Just see if he can nip out another one. Then you get a tea tonight thinking, well, you know, we're not in a great position in this match, but we're not 100% out of it. Provided they bat sensibly tomorrow, but that's another story. In comes Thomason down the hill, bowls wide of the off stump, let go by Keogh when there is no run. I suspect he might have had a dip at that half an hour ago, but I think
yes, indeed, yeah.
He's probably thinking now,
just shut up shop for the close now. They've had a really good day, Northants.
Yeah.
Don't give it away. Come back in the morning. Still 6 wickets in hand. Night watchman out there, so still Rossington and Proctor and Zabe, the chief batting to come. That's plenty to push the score up with good purpose in the morning and get a lead of 500.
Thomason in bowls and Keogh drives down the ground. Thomason fields the ball but sort of parries it to mid-off. He was trying to shy at the stumps before he'd got the ball in his hand, but he parried it to Beer at mid-on, and there was no run. Thomason turns and is on his way again. He bowls and clipped away by Keogh to mid-wicket. Good stop by Wells, and there is no run. He's bending his back a bit here now, Thomason, which he hasn't done previously. He's a better spell. He's perhaps got a little bit of confidence. I think he's being helped by the fact that the Northampton batsmen are no longer looking to chase him too much, and he's settled into a decent line, having bowled, I think, to put it mildly, pretty poorly earlier on. This has been better. He's on his way in. Bowls and perfectly respectable delivery that Keogh plays perfectly respectably himself to the covers fielded by Chopra, and there is no run. We've had loads of interaction from our listeners today, Alex, which has been really good.
Absolutely.
So thank you everyone for getting in touch during the day, and we will be here tomorrow for day 3. Comes Thomason again over the wicket bowls and driven by Keogh. Lovely shot. Well, nothing wrong with that. That's a to be fair, there's not much wrong with that ball, to be honest. It's a half volley pitched on about middle and leg, and he just driven it straight back down the ground, almost gun barrel straight for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 23, does Rob Keogh, and Northamptonshire to 213 for 4. Thomason 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 32, but considering he bowled 2 overs for 19, his next 4 overs have just gone for 13. So an improvement from Aaron Thomason. You've got your notebook out, Alex, which is very impressive.
I have. I was about to check what the score was at tea, but I actually didn't write it down. I was too busy eating scones.
Yes, I don't think I made a note either.
Well, we can go back and check. I was just going to see how many runs have been scored in the session here, because Northants went along at a pretty good lick in that period until tea, and a healthy scoring rate after tea as well. So Beer's back from the sea end.
Oh, what about they took Rawlins off? He got a wicket in his last over.
With only 3 overs to go, Behave. Buck forwards here, poking out to mid-wicket for no run. He deserved to be taken off if he get a wicket with a waist-high full toss. A deep cover has come up. Hallelujah!
Yes, about time.
Think we could have stayed back, which is fair enough. If anything, there's more of an argument to keep the cover back for the leg spinner. It's more likely to drag it down than the finger spinner, really. As Zabir goes in and Buck is poking one out towards Wells there. He's come up from the cover fence, and there is no run.
Winston sent another email, which I'll read at the end of the over, which is an interesting email. It's also quite funny.
Beer steps in past Jerry Lloyd's, bowls a good line off stumpish, and Buck defends. Balls elsewhere at Canterbury. Warwickshire a steady reply to Kent's 5-8-5 as 7 declared. There are 141 without loss.
That's Sounds a bit dull, doesn't it?
Does. Essex building a big lead over Notts at Trembridge. Notts just 213 all out. Essex now 3-4-5 for 3. As Buck lets one go outside the off stump. Nick Brown is into the 160s there. A total of just 2 bonus points for Notts there. Just 1 batting point and 1 bonus bowling point.
And they're not going to win, neither.
Definitely not. And they most probably will lose in the next couple of days. Looks like another pasting is on the cards there potentially as Buck is forward to a flatter ball here. Inside edge to square leg. They attempt a sharp single and Buck had to be smart to get at the other end, and the ball comes off Buck's bat now and runs towards the boundary and is just pulled back. And so there won't be overthrows, but had that gone to the fence, those 4 overthrows would have counted.
Yes, Nathan Buck actually, give credit, I think he was willing David Visa on.
Yes.
To stop the ball. Well done, David Visa. Aaron Thompson actually was saying that Buck had sort of obstructed the throw, but I don't think so. I think he was just trying to get there as quick as he can. It just so happened that Thompson's throw hit him.
Yeah, so long as you don't go across the stumps anymore, that was outlawed, but you're allowed to, I think, just run whatever line you like.
Yeah, I think so. I think there is.
So long as you don't cross the stumps.
Yeah.
210 for 4 with that single. Essex leading Notts there by 132 runs as Beer steps in again, and back goes Keogh, and he works it through mid-wicket for a single. So 2 overs to come. Northampton's 211 for 4 here. The big gamer down at Taunton sees Somerset with an advantage. They posted 408 and Hampshire are 329 for 8 now. The second new ball has just pegged Hampshire back, who were making decent progress towards parity, but scrapping away with a lower order there to get on terms. Surrey into the lead at Scarborough. 3-3-4 for 9 though, lead by just 7. That's a really good game against Yorkshire. Middlesex 1-3-3 for 3 now at Derby, who posted a massive score, and Middlesex are 424 runs behind. Worcester also 4 down at Cardiff. They're 1-7-8 for 4, replying to Glamorgan's 4-4-9. And at Sedbergh, Durham are 142 for 4, replying to Lancashire's 3-3-7. So the Red Rose going well there.
Delray Rawlings is going to come on for the final over from the Cromwell Road end. Winston says, good afternoon Adrian. A little succour for the Sussex fans out there. Your colleague may even remember the match as Rawlings comes in and bowls, played by Keogh. Back to Rawlings, there's no run. The 10th of August 1977. I bet you don't remember it, Alex.
No.
That sort of funny. But anyway, I'm going to read the email between balls. Rawlings in and bowls. Keogh forces this one away through the offside, takes a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Keogh 21, 212 for 4. In fact, I'll read it when Alex comes back, because he's just going to do his update. Rawlings waits as Buck takes guard. Changing the field to Candy coming up to a sort of shortish backward square as Rawlings is in and played by Buck out into the offside. There is no run. 2-1-2 for 4. Keogh 21, Buck on 1. Rawlings in again and bowls and let go outside the off stump, taken by Brown. And again there is no run. 212 for 4. Keogh 21, Buck. Just a single to his name. 1 over to go after this one. Rawlings. Buck just plays it quietly in front of him. And again there is no run. The lead 379. 6 wickets in hand. Northampton in a terrific position in this match, but Sussex have just fought back in this final session. There's Rawlings in again, and Buck just plays quietly onto the onside. So, well bowled Delray Rawlings, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Got the wicket of Bavuma, who was caught off a full toss on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Phil Salt, and he was dismissed for 25. And it is now the last over of the day that's going to be bowled by Will Beer from this, the C end of the ground. Thank you everybody for listening throughout the day. And the Sussex long way behind, but they've just given themselves the slightest glimmer of hope this afternoon as Beer bowls, and a big play and a miss outside the off stump by Nathan Buck, taken by Brown. There is no run, but let's be honest, to get anywhere near anything they're going to need to bat 100% better than they did today, and which was a very poor batting performance, albeit some very, very fine Northamptonshire bowling and slip catching as well. Beer is in and bowls with a looping leg break that Buck just plays down the onside and there is no run. I'm sure he's looking at that short leg side boundary, Nathan Buck, thinking, do you know what, I quite fancy hammering one into there. But I'm sure he's going to restrain himself of these final 4 balls of the day as Beer is in and bowls that short, and Buck actually tries to hammer that one away into the offside, and the ball bounced up to Brown behind the stumps, and there is no run. Beer wanders back to his mark again. He's coming into the right-handed Nathan Buck. He's in and bowls, and it's a full toss, and Buck just drives the ball back to Beer, who fields off his own bowling. There is no run. He's in his 11th over, Will Beer, no wicket for 38. He wanders back to his mark. Comes in again, just the one slip, he bowls, and Buck plays this forcefully to the covers fielded there by Delray Rawlings. He's very alert in the field, Delray Rawlings. And this is going to be the last ball of the day to be bowled. Oh, well, we've got a travel update to come in a couple of moments' time, as in comes Beer and bowls. Forward comes Buck, plays it to mid-wicket, a maiden over to finish the day. And the players' bails come off from the umpires, and the players wander off the field with Northamptonshire 212 for 4 at the close of play, in a very powerful position with Keogh on 21, Buck on 1, and that's a lead for Northamptonshire of 379 runs at the close of the second day. Just coming back to that email from Winston, he says, on the 10th of August 1977, Northants bowled out Lancashire for 33, including 6 ducks. They then proceeded to gain a 360-run lead before putting Lancashire in again, who in turn proceeded to bat for 185 overs, in getting 501, respectively the lowest and highest totals of the 1977 season, leaving Northants only 5 overs to bat at the end for a draw. It ain't over until the fat lady, etc., etc., says Winston. Well, you are so right, and you never know what happened tomorrow. What we do know is that Northamptonshire are in a very, very strong position in this match, leading by 379.